adaka to gata no so na watana so dwa
kojo
yem so ni amo yem dale amun so shesa no mami Penyine de Kelvin Kusi. Na ketwane de Ivan Sokuku. Penyine o 4 years. Na ketwane o 1 year. Penyine na no. Na yete se me maame de no pepepe. Ti yede ne ko hospital. Ena etimi atene kakra. Timi de me ogide se obetimi anant. What I mean say, me tibia no to say me mama de. Anya me wawa. If you say, obi wo obi fie sam. Buta esi meni so de. Nanka manya mo de a ananka me to a school so. Kana me pese me ye doctor. But you say the seminar movie me ye and I hairdresser so commission. Ninsem bia na mane bia beto me wa abraba mebu ma me da mpaso na omo de deto pepa me nsam na omo wa me pane nsa na omo de pill no ehye omo ye na mo plaster so na ya sama bo me ho ba nkeso obi abedada they say they marriage achemo wafu ne madada na me guy the 5 years ni so na obi a na ehye na kwa kwa shefu this is say obi ka be ka se be mo wan
pani enu ye mia na me ka so nkonko ye se ya na me bre me nkoa on papa we no mususa obi amwa mia me kuto mo be du say school krom ni ade nyina be ye make masam enkola mi enu nyina eram se na sadia onko na onko ye bi na one na mo ba bia na one na mo ba bi e mo se mi enu de asomo bia mi ana ebo meka timi amfo no so nse onko ye timi de e ma de papa e mam
sia me ko school na mi
I taught BDT course. Let me say academically, she was the average type, but then let me say I didn't know much about her in terms of her illness, and then because when she was admitted, much of her let me say her records were not given to her, so we didn't know her family background and other stuff. So it was, I think, as the years moves ahead, when she moved to Form 2 and then the subsequent years that we got to know that this is her situation, and then she not being able to come to school. At times she'll be absent for about a week, a month. So it was then that we started doing a lot of investigation, and we realized that this was the situation with her. We realized that she's a secular. You know, she was a reserve type. I don't know whether it's because of her situation or what. This is your certificate and then that of your sister, Rebecca. She left here about 4 years ago. So let me say, I was expecting her by now she would have completed the SHS or advancing to the tertiary level. So when I saw her around, I thought maybe she might also maybe learn.
I got 7. Mathematics, I got 7. Integrated science, I got 6. Information and communication technology, I got 7. French, I got 6. Ghanaian language, I got 7. And basic education, basic design and technology, I got 8.
Generally, someone might see the results and then be down-spirited by knowing her situation and other stuff. If she had all the necessary, let me say, all the necessary condition around her was favorable, I think she would have done better than what she had.
I missed my friends because of the games we have been doing in our school. And my teachers, Madam Cynthia, Madam Beatrice, and Mr. Nyaku, because when you don't understand what they are teaching, when you ask them, they will teach you. They say, when we say certificate, my name. Tinam pese me hairdresser. I'm the woman. So me what I say. So me baby will be that. Now we are being say me mammy and shame kwa. Na say me mammy are fine. I'll church me near man. Me here and this guy me too. But I'm in checking hairdresser from me. Tiafina, me be a mood.
You're watching Business Africa. My name is Asha Sampath and welcome to our new edition dedicated to the continent's business and economic news. Like every fortnight, you can win $150 in our Business Africa game. More details later, but first, today's top stories. Supporting Nigerian SMEs weakened by the consequences of COVID-19 is the mission of local banks in partnership with credit lines from the private sector subsidiary of the Islamic Development Bank.
So they give us good support, and the support they give us, they help us a lot because we're able to buy enough raw materials and keep it in the warehouse, and we continue to produce which is take us almost 6 months.
Overpriced power generators with plenty of sunshine. Somalia finds the way to break the vicious cycle of overpriced electricity.
We have to encourage Somali people to use solar electricity and its advantages. It is favorable and good environmentally.
Beware of counterfeited drugs. Several countries, including Congo-Brazzaville, are still plagued by trafficking in falsified or incorrectly dosed medicines.
Jusqu'à présent, vraiment, on fait un bon boulot.
We do a good job and I see no problems. Even when my own children are ill, I give them the same medicine.
Parce qu'on n'a pas l'argent pour payer les produits fonciers.
Nigeria has 40 million small and medium enterprises, which employ 80% of the population and contribute to 50% of the country's growth. Among their major concerns, the difficulties in finding funding adapted to their size and their repayment capacities. The COVID-19 crisis has further complicated the dilemma, prompting development institutions to work in partnership with local banks. Spotlight on this strategy in Nigeria with the ICD, the private sector subsidiary of the Islamic Development Bank. Take a look.
The massive and brutal shock caused by the coronavirus pandemic and by the measures to contain it plunged the world economy into the worst recession since the Second World War.
The human costs of coronavirus pandemic are already immeasurable, and all countries need to work together to protect people and limit the economic damage.
More than 2 years later, the virus has left weakened economies in its wake. According to the World Labour Organization, there are now 9 million more unemployed in Africa. Nigeria's 200+ million population has also felt the impact. The country's small and medium-sized businesses, which account for more than 50% of industrial jobs, are still struggling. Government intervention through recovery plans has lessened the impact of the virus, but not enough. To cope with the situation, many public and private financial institutions have developed appropriate financing. This is the case of the ICD, the private sector subsidiary of the Islamic Development Bank based in Jeddah, which has set up a special COVID-resilient financing line of $40 million for its local partners, Jaiz Bank and Sterling Bank. Kano is Nigeria's second most important business centre. The city remained active as the pandemic hit hard elsewhere in the world. Kura Brothers Limited is a medium-sized food processing company and received funding from Sterling Bank.
Actually, we get a finance from a Sterling Alternative Finance, which is at the time after the COVID, they reached us at the right time where we need to buy fadi to keep in our warehouse for production. So they give us good support, and the support they give us, they help us a lot because we able to buy enough raw materials and keep it in warehouse, and we continue to produce, which is take us almost 6 months.
Since its modest beginnings in 2005, the rice milling company has seen strong growth and is even contributing to the country's food self-sufficiency. The agricultural sector accounted for 25% of Nigeria's GDP in the second quarter of 2021, a result helped by the support of Sterling Bank and other institutions.
We took a view of the global market to understand the behavior of the global market as at that time. And from what we were able to discover was that there were capital locked in some certain market looking for other avenue to enhance return opportunities. And then we looked at the issues we were having in Nigeria in terms of infrastructure development, people development, wealth creation, and other things. And one of the quickest answer to our question was that what we desired in Nigeria was that alternative and what do they call it, patient capital.
For Kura Brothers, the bank's financing guarantee helped not just keep it afloat, but also to grow and create jobs.
We are trying to expand the factory. We have a parboiling unit before, one section, which we are running for almost 30 tons. Now we built a big capacity, which is about 96 tons.
Projects with this alternative finance model are very popular with Nigerian SMEs and are not limited to Sterling Bank. The Jaiz Bank is another leading player in alternative financing.
Unlike the traditional banking, this is based on partnership, risk sharing and profit sharing, and also having balanced contracts that can support those that are especially at the bottom of the pyramid.
But how viable is alternative finance activity in a high-risk environment? The two banks are set up to ensure the funds allocated to their customers are properly used.
For us at Sterling Bank, we have a firm arrangement which involves hands-on relationship management with our clients. So in terms of monitoring, we ensure we have those people there, the collateral managers, the inspectors there, that are inspecting what is coming out of the business to make sure there is that to guarantee the cash inflow.
Islamic finance has with it the monitoring from structuring itself. You have an asset as a basis for transaction. So the money that you are providing to your partners these monies will be applied to specific transactions. So the idea of diversion does not arise.
A reason why Islamic finance might be so successful. But will these banks be able to meet demand and broaden their scope?
Going into the future, we see the institution diversifying and ensuring that we provide complementary services of non-interest nature of Islamic finance to our customers.
We intend to grow to become, in terms of this business and this aspect of banking, we want to be the trailblazer in our economy. And I believe with the partnership that we have with ICD, the opportunity is there, and the opportunity for us to scale up that partnership and increase that sort of funding basket, which is what we're looking at from ICD.
According to the World Bank, Nigeria, Africa's third largest economy, went into recession in 2020, but is now rebounding. There was a 1.8% growth in 2021, and the institution forecasts 2.2% for 2022. And so, despite the challenges that remain, it appears the country's efforts to support its SMEs is now bearing fruit.
Vivatech 2022 edition in June in Paris has been a huge success. The #1 startup and tech event in Europe attracted 3 times more participants to Paris than previous editions, with 91,000 visitors in person and an international dimension that is increasingly growing. The Africa Tech Pavilion saw for the first time the presence of Egypt and Mauritania. The all-new Africa Tech Awards honored 3 startups: e-waste management specialist We Center, pharmaceutical delivery platform Shifa, and insurance fintech Click2Sure. And while startups on the continent want to revolutionize Africans' lifestyle, the issue of the energy deficit is on the agenda. According to the latest report from the International Energy Agency, the IEA, 25 million more Africans than before the pandemic are now living without electricity. But the agency notes that the new emphasis on renewable energy offers a better chance for Africa. A glaring example, the continent has 60% of the best solar resources available, but only 1% of the world's photovoltaic capacity. The IEA suggests that development banks target these sectors. And precisely in Somalia, the World Bank estimates that 11 million people do not have access to electricity. Diesel power generators are the primary source of some of the most expensive energy in the world, around $1 per kilowatt hour. But today, thanks to a solar power plant established on the outskirts of the capital Mogadishu, these costs have fallen sharply, a real boost for the local economy. Take a look. For many residents of Mogadishu, access to electricity has not only been prohibitively costly, but also a heavy price for their health and comfort. Huge diesel generators blaring the whole day, while emitting thick smoke coupled with high electricity bills, was too heavy a price for many. However, a new solar energy project pioneered by Beko Lighting Company in Mogadishu is gradually transforming energy production and costs.
Beko has been started in 2014. At that time, the whole city didn't have any power system. What I'm saying, power system, everything was low voltage. Right now, we have 11 kV system, 33 kV system, substations, almost like any other city in the world. Diesel is high, solar is much cheaper. So the Somalia, one of the reasons that we are interested to invest in green energy is we are getting more than 3,000 hours of sunshine per year.
The Mogadishu-based company recently signed a $30 million contract to generate a hybrid 35-megawatt contract. This comprises 25 megawatts from solar and 10 megawatts from battery. It also operates 500 transformers to boost distribution of power. As a result of these investments, the solar project has already brought a huge improvement in people's lives.
We used to power up 5 large generators which produced 5 megawatts, and it was very noisy and polluted the air.
The burden of access to cheap and reliable
20 cents, and for a more powerful supply. Before, Beko charged $1.2 per kilowatt, and with that, we could not use heavy machines for the hotel business because of the rate. But after they installed the solar system, we have reliable and powerful electricity at a rate of 20 cents per kilowatt. Now we can use all the machines to run our hotel services properly.
The biggest challenge in Somalia when it comes to green energy, I can say, is the financing. The biggest problem we're facing is the international financing, not the local ones. Like we are using Salam Somali Bank in Somalia, but if we try to deal with the international companies and international banks, we are getting a lot of problem because most people, when they hear the word Somalia, they say no, we're not going there. That's the biggest challenge.
Salam Somali Bank is the first Islamic bank established in Somalia during the most chaotic time of Somalia's recent history.
The solar energy project is huge, and it's one of the biggest ventures that Salam Somali Bank has undertaken. It's an ongoing project, and we estimate it will cost millions of dollars of investment.
According to a study by the African Development Bank, Somalia has a solar power potential of an excess of 2,000 kilowatt-hour square meters. This is, however, in contrast to the fact that only 16% of the population has access to electricity. We have to encourage Somali people to use solar electricity and its advantages. It is favorable and good environmentally. Somalia faces drought and floods.
When we finish the solar project, the dependency on diesel generators will be reduced. And our clients will get the lowest price for electricity. As you can see, when we were using diesel, the price was always very high.
With access to sunshine throughout the year, investment in solar energy in Somalia can be a profitable venture and a safe path towards green energy. However, limited access to credit, reluctant international investments, and security challenges still inhibit robust adoption of solar power.
You're watching Business Africa. Welcome back to the second part of our show. Diamonds were the talk of the town last week in Botswana. This is where a Kimberley Process conference was held on diamond certification. Russia, backed by Belarus, the Central African Republic, Kyrgyzstan and Mali, rejects a broadening of the definition of conflict diamonds. It was previously restricted to rebel groups, and the change would target Russian exports. Western sanctions against Russia's Alrosa, the world's largest producer, are driving up global diamond prices. $292 million will be injected into the African continent's Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank, to accelerate its digital development. At Afreximbank's annual meetings in Egypt, African finance ministers hailed the financial institution's good health, stressing the recent establishment of the Fund for Export and Development in Africa, the FEDA, and their next priority, limiting the continent's pharmaceutical imports. And precisely one more step towards this African independence with regard to medicines. After 5 days of difficult negotiations with 164 member countries, the World Trade Organization, led by the Nigerian Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has won very important agreements, including the facilitation of trade in medical goods in the context of a pandemic and the lifting of temporary patents for COVID vaccines intended for developing countries. And you must recall that the COVID-19 pandemic was an opportunity to witness a new proliferation of counterfeited drugs. The World Health Organization had warned against the circulations of falsified anti-malarials. False presentations of chloroquine had been reported in some countries. Experts are concerned that the most vulnerable countries are still particularly targeted by traffickers. Example in Congo-Brazzaville, a report by Judicael Musiro in Pointe-Noire.
This is the heart of downtown Pointe-Noire in Congo. A short distance away, market hawkers sell merchandise from nearby Cabinda, an enclave of Angola. As we film, a taxi pulls up and its cargo rapidly unloaded. We follow this man, but we are clearly unwelcome. We finally catch up with Antoine. He earns a living selling counterfeit medicine. Although what he is doing is illegal, Antoine has supported his family this way for the past 7 years.
Jusqu'à présent, vraiment, on fait un bon boulot.
We do a good job and I see no problems. Even when my own children are ill, I give them the same medicine. We can't afford French drugs, so we make do. A syrup, which costs $4 in a chemist, will cost half that here.
70% of the population buy their ersatz medicine at knockdown prices. In Pointe-Noire alone, the traffic accounts for 20 to 25% of the national market, when the high street pharmacists and the savings.
As far as the price goes, it's a useful service to have. When you really need medicine and can't afford pharmacy prices, you can always come here. You can even negotiate the price. The drugs you buy here will cure you just as well as the ones you buy in the high street. At the end of the day, God alone decides if you will live or die. If it is your day to go, it really won't matter where you brought your medicine.
In this chemist, some 250 clients come to purchase medicine. Unlike the drugs sold in the outdoor markets, these are properly stored.
Let me take you to the back of the shop where we have external medicines. Here we have phials, sachets, syrup. Everything is stored alphabetically. Here we have the A's. Other medicines such as vaccines and insulin must be refrigerated. We keep them here, as you can see.
The professionals estimate that 1/5 of the medicine sold on the street is past its shelf life. There may also be unpleasant side effects for the unwary. This phenomenon is present in several African countries. After the 2009 Cotonou Agreement, mobilizing around 30 states against the trafficking of fake medicines, the Lomo Initiative wants to go even further by standardizing criminal sanctions in national jurisdictions, as well as pooling information and good practices.
Well, it's now time to reward our loyal viewers of Business Africa. It's up to you to answer to the following questions. If you're drawn among those who have given the correct answers, you will win $150. This is game number 579, so listen carefully to the two questions that follow. And is the ICD COVID Resilience Line of Credit in Nigeria? $20 million, $30 million, or $40 million? Second question, what is the electricity rate for the Mogadishu solar power plant? $1.20 per kilowatt, 50 cents per kilowatt, or 20 cents per kilowatt? You know the answer. You can participate now by going to our website, africaonair.com, in the replay section. Answer the questions, fill out your form, and good luck. And of course, don't forget to include your contact details, name, address, telephone, email, and the answer, of course. Check out the terms and conditions in the replay section on our news website, africaonair.com. The winner will receive $150 as our winner this week. Congratulations, you gave the correct answers to our previous game. Here are the details. First question, how many people were employed by the textile industry in Ghana in the 1970s? The answer, 30,000. Second question, what should new Gura Ride users do? Answer, download the Gura Ride app. Well, that's it. Business Africa is over for today. I'll see you next week, same time, same channel for Initiative Africa. Serge Boubda, the president of the Dual Payment Platform, will be our guest. In the meantime, you can catch this show again on our website, africaonair.com, as well as on all our social media channels. Feel free to share, like, and comment using the hashtag Business Africa. Take care of yourselves and see you next week. Bye-bye.
How do I start talking about my chairman, my friend, my brother, Chief Doctor Raymond Dokwesi? Well, if I start talking about chairman now, I will be here for a whole day. All I just want to say is I thank God for his life. He was a gentleman. He was a partner to progressive people. He was a man that takes your challenges as if it were his own personal challenge. He was a man that looks after his friends. You only need to know the gentleman that we all lost, to know exactly the feeling of total loss for every one of us. Chairman was a good man. He was a man who loved people with ideas. He was a man who supported good deeds. He was a faithful father. He was a great man, great husband to his wives. But to me personally, I just lost a brother. I lost a good man. I lost a good friend. I lost a reliable human being, a man who cares for his fellow man. He's gone. All we can say now is just to pray for his soul, to rest in the bosom of his God, and to wish Chairman journey mercies where he's going to, where he has gone to wish him all the best, even in the journeys to heaven, because indeed this gentleman will make heaven for all he has done for humanity, for all he has done even for his church. I don't know what to say. I'm lost for words, really. Chairman, for all you've done for your family, for all you've done for your children, for all you've done for television, for the industry, for Nollywood, for filmmakers, for producers, for actors. The list is really endless, Chairman. May your soul rest in peace, sir. May your soul rest in peace. We will surely miss you.
For me, I'm still in shock because a good man just left us. When I say a good man, a very, very good man. I've told people that Chief Raymond Dokpesi, High Chief, is such a man that did not or will never say no to his friends. Take your problems to him. He will always find a way to solve it for you. The example I want to give now is about Domitila. In 1996 that I finished shooting Domitila, I took Domitila to other TV stations. Then they said I should come and pay huge money to advertise the movie. And I went to Chairman, as we all call him. And I told him that I have this movie that I want to take to the cinema. He called the meeting. The funny thing is that I was meeting Chairman for the first time, ever. He called the meeting and he asked the board about, this movie review, something louder than Basin and Hedges, loud in Lagos. On radio and on TV. Like every 10 minutes we will harass you with the promo on TV and on radio. Domitila became so massive. And I just want to confess here that Domitila, the lowest budget of all my movies today is Domitila. But Domitila made the biggest money. All the credit to Chief Raymond Dokpesi. So if there's anybody who's going to miss him greatly, I'm the one.
Thanks for joining us on AIT Reports. I am Oshogwe Umule. Welcome.
Raymond Dokpesi, 1951 to 2023.
20 hours after the body of the late founder of DAAR Communications PLC, High Chief Raymond Dokpesi, was laid to rest in his hometown Agenebode, a Sako East local government area of Edo State, more groups and individuals are still trooping to his house to show solidarity with the family. They say he was given a national burial because of the legendary lifestyle he lived, even as they pray for God to give the community another man that will fill the huge vacuum he has left behind.
This is the resting place of the late founder of DAAR Communications PLC, High Chief Raymond Dokpesi. 24 hours after his body was lowered to the ground, more groups and individuals have continued to pay homage to the Ezomo of Wanu Kingdom for his uncommon charity, patriotism, and forgiving spirits. A day after the final burial of Raymond Dokpesi, the chief imam of the Agenebode Central Mosque led other Muslim clerics to offer special prayers for the Dokpesi family shortly after the Friday Jumat service. They prayed for God to protect his family and his investments.
That everything that he left behind, that Allah should help them protect it, whether human being or any or properties, that Allah will protect them.
The Otokwe General Community Women in Agenebode, displaying the portrait picture of late High Chief Raymond Dokpesi, danced around major roads and streets as a show of respect to the man they say was their patriarch.
We are called Otokwe One Community, so we are a group for streets to monkey, to cry to the world that we lost Ezomo, the great man in this community. That is why we are out on the street. We start at our vice house. We want to cry him around Bode, then finally we now put up in his house. He was a great man in short. He was the father to the fatherless and the hope to the hopeless. As he doesn't criticize, both the good, both the bad, he welcomes everybody.
Also present at the compound were the elders from the palace of the Okomagbe of Wanu Kingdom, as well as other individuals.
Oh no, I cannot describe what he is. It's the word missing, but the whole Africa missing. But we are this family. I will miss him a lot.
He has done a lot. That's why we are here. He's a man that Wanu people miss.
You can see from the way his people all responded to the burial that it was a man that was loved, and it's somebody that they are going to miss so much. I think it will not be wrong to say that he is one of the greatest sons of Agenebode. What you saw yesterday was a national burial. National. People came from all over Nigeria, and that is something that I think Agenebode people will always be proud of. And I pray God will give them somebody else to replace him.
When it comes in terms of media, is a foundational builder. He has built a lot of Nigerians. He has impacted so many lives in this country. So it's a very great loss to the people of, it's a national loss.
24 hours after my uncle was laid to rest, reality is really yet to set in, because we're used to coming here and having celebrations. The only thing is I have not seen him. His pictures are everywhere. I will miss our arguments.
In-laws to the late Raymond Dokpesi from Itsekiri Kingdom in Delta State were also on ground to pay their last respect to a man who willingly gave out his daughter for marriage to their son. They came with this dance troupe known as the Omoro Cultural Group, who danced to the admiration of many.
In Chekri tradition, in any burial of an in-law, we normally come with a traditional dance. Most of the songs being sung and danced is to the glory of the man who passed. You know, when they say ekme, which is the same thing in Benin, a lion has departed. So that is the celebration of his life we have to do. And it's a pleasure doing it.
We are here to do a condolence greeting according to the tradition of the people here. So we came with our dance troupe and with other items that were supposed to be given to the family.
The body of this great man that is lying cold in the grave fought a good fight while on earth for a better and united Nigeria. The people of Agenebude, Edo State and Nigeria at large will definitely not forget Dokpesi in a hurry. Uhioze Inarume, AIT News, Agenebude.
The chairman of DAAR Communications PLC, Raymond Dokpesi, says his father's exit has left a huge vacuum that will be difficult to fill. He, however, has assured that he will work tirelessly to ensure his legacies are sustained. He spoke shortly after his father was laid to rest in his hometown.
Well, for me, I've been really in a state of shock. The way High Chief passed very suddenly. I last saw him on Friday evening and he was in excellent health. I know he had been off his medications for at least over a month. So definitely there was no expectation that anything like this could happen to him. I mean, High Chief has gone through so many medical issues. He's had cancer, he's had strokes, he's had diabetes. He's beaten all of that and still came through without using medication. So at some point, High Chief seemed nearly invincible, like nothing could touch him. Well, we are shocked. The world and people generally have approached the family with a lot of love, a lot of care, a lot of sympathy, a lot of understanding. And well, for those who don't believe, I'll just say, you know, that God has come for him in this time. And, you know, we just have to give glory to God for a life well spent and really appreciate everything he's done and really focus on the legacies he's left behind and what he would have liked for us to do with them. Well, first and foremost, people need to recognize that DAAR Communications is a PLC, it's not a family business. There are strict corporate governance rules which need to be adhered to. I've been in the saddle for a little bit now. I can provide a little bit of guidance and stability. Certainly, without High Chief, we have to evaluate how we work, how we function, and everything. But ultimately, I think it's a little bit too early to answer that question. We will have a series of meetings and discussions, meditations and reflections before we venture into that. Well, High Chief had a way of, his presence gives a certain level of assurance. When you know that he's with you or he's behind you, there is certainly a certain extra kick to anything you can do, anything you can achieve. He's not here anymore, but High Chief also always raised us to kind of go for what we want to do without necessarily depending on it. If he has helped a lot of people, he probably has helped more people outside the family than he has helped from his direct nuclear family. And to a very large extent, you know, for us as children, for us, the nuclear family, the outpour of love, the kind of tributes and comments that have been made about High Chief.
Raymond Jr. also says the entire Dokpesi family is united and ready to carry on the baton from where their patriarch left it.
Raymond Dokpesi, 1951 to 2023.
And on to other stories. The Managing Director of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Samuel Ogbuku, says President Ahmed Bola Tinubu wants the Commission to fast-track development of the Niger Delta region in a manner that will positively impact on the lives of the people. Ogbuku, who stated this during the interactive session with management and staff of the NDDC at the Commission's headquarters in Port Harcourt, said the new directive was handed down to him by the President following passive and poor performance.
I met with Mr. President last week Wednesday, and Mr. President was very, very angry at the state of underdevelopment of the region and the mismanagement of NDDC. He did not hide that at all. The only thing I could do was to promise him that we were going to do better if given the opportunity. He asked other questions and other things he wanted to do. I was able to tell him some of our programs that we intend doing to also turn this place around, to engage him. But underline, Mr. President was very, very angry at the level of mismanagement of resources in NDDC over the years.
An unspecified number of persons have been reportedly feared dead following a fatal boat mishap at Ugoton River in Okpe local government area of Delta State on Friday. Local sources said the victims were returning from a burial ceremony in Okpokiti, a riverine community in Warri South local government area, when the boat they boarded rammed into a concrete pillar of the Ugoton Omadino Bridge. Only 2 persons were said to have survived the unfortunate incident as they were able to swim out of the river unhurt. Bodies of the victims of the boat mishap are still missing as local divers from nearby communities have intensified their search. The Ministry of Environment in Bayelsa State is calling on key players to put up accountable plans that will mitigate colossal flooding in the state. The Director of Climate Change at the State's Ministry of Environment, Wakede Davison Are, made this known as a sensitization program on protecting the black mangrove. Executive Director of Compassionate Advocacy for the Poor Initiative, Edet Umar, stressed the importance of supporting the federal government to assist the over 1.3 million people who have been displaced by mangrove depletion in Bayelsa State. The Director of Climate Change, Kapi Rukiat Mahmoud, said planting more mangrove trees will reserve the ecosystem and improve the health of the inhabitants. The program also featured the planting of some mangrove trees. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we hand you over to our Lagos Center.
Here is a new and refreshing offer for our esteemed audience across the globe. The new AIT Cloud TV is an online streaming service that offers you attractive opportunities to view our rich, exciting, and entertaining programs anytime, anywhere. AIT Cloud TV is available on the web on www.ait.app, Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV, Roku, and Android TV. You can also download the mobile app from the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store. Simply connect to the internet, download the app, register, and watch live or catch up on unlimited hours of exciting shows. AIT Cloud TV. TV on the go.
Hello and welcome to Lagos. I am Chiamaka Uche. The former president of Ghana, John Mahama, has raised alarm over the practice of capital flight from developing countries, a development he says would worsen growth if international communities do not enforce the conventions and declaration against corruption. Mahama gave the warning while delivering a keynote presentation at the 53rd Annual Conference of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers in Ilorin, the Kwara State capital, with the theme Access Valuation as a Global Anti-Corruption Tool, the Nigerian Experience.
While describing corruption as a global challenge which has hindered economic development, retarding growth, the former Ghanaian president John Mahama is of the view that its scope and seriousness calls for a worldwide response and cooperation in the fight against it. Hence, this call on the international community for intervention.
The practice of capital flight from corruption
will worsen the growth of developing countries if the international community does not enforce the conventions and declarations against corruption. Mr. Chairman, the international community has embarked on a global anti-corruption fight across several sectors, including the real estate sector. The World Economic Forum estimates that the global cost of corruption is at least $2.6 trillion annually. Definitely more needs to be done using all instruments available to the international community and individual nations in the fight against the canker of corruption.
Mahama, however, challenged Nigeria to constantly strive to improve and enforce existing global anti-corruption conventions designed to curtail the negative impacts of corruption on national economies.
Our countries must constantly strive to improve and enforce existing global anti-corruption conventions designed to curtail the negative impacts of corruption on our national economies.
Governments alone cannot succeed in preventing and fighting corruption and corrupt practices without the cooperation and collaborative efforts of the private sector, state agencies, and critical stakeholders, including the professional organizations.
The consensus at the 2023 annual conference of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers was that real estate assets and property valuation are critical and vital tools in the global fight against corruption. Olufemi Akobi, AIT News, Ilorin.
Partners from the World Health Organization, former Minister of State for Health, Senator Lorunimbe Mamora, and more food scientists have reiterated the need for more investment in dairy farming to make milk more available and affordable to Nigerians. Speaking at a forum to commemorate the 2023 National Dairy Month in Lagos, the experts noted that apart from milk being a solution for growing rate of malnutrition, it would help provide jobs as it's done in Israel and some other countries of the world.
Milk, according to nutrition experts, contains the relevant nutrition required to nourish the human body. However, the high cost of milk has taken it out of the reach of the common man. How this situation can be reversed and milk made affordable to all Nigerians informed this gathering here.
37% of about 31 million children under 5 years are stunted, according to official figures from the United States Agency for International Aid, as a result of malnutrition. Thus, the need for the production of more milk for consumption and national economic growth.
If the government is determined and the government understands that this is good nutrition, basic nutrition, they can work on it.
In the Nigerian Heart Foundation, we are also particular about milk that is heart friendly, that contains low fat, that contains low sugar, and that also contains low salt. And also, we are advocating to the country to invest in the dairy farm. The dairy farm is farming that contributes a lot to the development of the country.
Discussions on how all state governments can key into the milk nutrition for the homegrown school feeding program to address malnutrition amongst children also came to the fore.
There is need for milk in the diet of children because it is relevant for their growth and well-being. It is relevant for brain development.
And feeding it in school, we are giving it to the right target population where they need it.
The month of June is a National Dairy Month, a campaign to help encourage the consumption of milk in human diet. Oshuomowa Daniels, AIT News, Lagos.
You're still watching AIT Reports. We now take you back to Abuja for more. I am Chamaka Uche.
Come back to the Abuja Center. The federal government has flagged off series of empowerment programs for Nigerian widows and announced measures to address the abuse and injustices they faced in the society. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Women Affairs, Monilola Udo, performed off the ceremony in Abuja on Friday in commemoration of the 2023 International Widows' Day celebration.
In many parts of the country, widows face a lot of burdens ranging from maltreatment, discrimination and stigmatization. Those visited by the Ministry of Women Affairs to mark this year's celebration share their plight.
I remember when I came to Abuja, I came with a bag on my head. I boarded 9 vehicles to come because I was homeless for 10 years. Yeah, my place, they took it.
I call it to be mockery because by the time somebody is in need and you want to help that person, you decide to collect something from that, or you want the person, maybe you want to use that person before. It is not good.
To seek an end to discrimination and other issues that project widows and their dependents as burdens to the society.
They will train the widows, equip them, empower the widows so that they can stand on their own and take care of their family.
Because we are part of the society. In fact, we're the builder of the nation.
The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Women Affairs, Monilola Udo, announced new packages that will address the injustices faced by widows and their dependents. She also said harmful practices against widowhood would not be tolerated.
The ministry, in collaboration with NIGWED projects, will profile about 300 widows for reorientation and understanding the reality of life by empowering them with life skills. According to the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2005, any person who subjects a widow to harmful practices commits an offense and will be sent to prison for up to 2 years.
The International Widows' Day is an initiative of the United Nations, and this year's celebration captures the theme, Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality, underlining the importance of digital literacy for women's economic and social prospects. Kedanojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
Government at all levels have been told to prioritize the welfare of widows, particularly this period of economic hardship in the country. The advice was given at a forum put together by a non-governmental organization, Rock of Ages in Abuja, to mark the 13th International Widows' Day and raise awareness on the situation in the country.
Giving them an enabling environment for them to showcase what they can do to the society. Like for example, in the area of farming, even when we do the empowerment and then we didn't create the enabling environment for them to sell or to market what they have. For example, the price of fuel today or going to the bush to bring their things to the market is something else. And then for some of them who are into farming, government should see a way of giving them opportunity to give them soft loan to help them into farming. Even some of them who are into skill acquisition, government should give them also loan in order to help them to start the skill and then be able to do 1 or 2 things to help them put food on their table.
The widows at the forum appealed to government and groups to help them overcome the current challenges in Nigeria.
So it's very, very, very strong and it's very, very painful. It's not easy at all.
The leaders should always think and consider these vulnerable people first. We should take the less privileged people in our mind first, the poor people in the society, and especially these widows that are not able to do lay hold on one on the other to do. Because number one, you could see the situation some of them are in, what they are depending upon to eat. Some of them struggled a lot in order for them to put food on the table for their children. And you could see so many of them have nothing to hold upon.
Apart from poverty, women in Nigeria also face violence, health challenges, and stigmatization. And that's AIT Reports. I am Oshogwe Umule. Thanks for staying with us.
How do I start talking about my chairman, my friend, my brother, Chief Doctor Raymond Dokwesi? Well, if I start talking about chairman now, I will be here for a whole day. All I just want to say is I thank God for his life. He was a gentleman. He was a partner to progressive people. He was a man that takes your challenges as if it were his own personal challenge. He was a man that looks after his friends. You only need to know the gentleman that we all lost to know exactly the feeling of total loss for every one of us. Chairman was a good man. He was a man who loved people with ideas. He was a man who supported good deeds. He was a faithful father. He was a great man, great husband to his wives. But to me personally, I just lost a brother. I lost a good man. I lost a good friend. I lost a reliable human being, a man who cares for his fellow man. He's gone. All we can say now is just to pray for his soul, to rest in the bosom of his God, and to wish chairman journey mercies where he's going to, where he has gone to wish him all the best, even in the journeys to heaven, because indeed this gentleman will make heaven for all he has done for humanity, for all he has done even for his church. I don't know what to say. I'm lost for words, really. Chairman, for all you've done for your family, for all you've done for your children, for all you've done for television, for the industry, for Nollywood, for filmmakers, for producers, for actors. The list is really endless, Chairman. May your soul rest in peace, sir. May your soul rest in peace. We will surely miss you.
For me, I'm still in shock because a good man just left us. When I say a good man, a very, very good man. I've told people that Chief Raymond Dokwesi, High Chief, is such a man that did not or will never say no to his friends. Take your problems to him. He will always find a way to solve it for you. The example I want to give now is about Domitila. The funny thing is that I was meeting chairman for the first time ever. He called the meeting and he asked the board about this movie, Domitila, this guy going to the cinema, and everybody said that there's no cinema going culture anymore. People don't go to the cinemas. I was shocked when chairman said, Zeb, I'm in. I will do it. What do you want? Then the biggest promo in Nigeria then was Benson and Hedges Loud in Lagos. I said that is exactly the kind of promo that I wanted. I told him, and he said, Zeb, I will give you something louder than Benson and Hedges, Loud in Lagos. On radio and on TV. Like every 10 minutes we will harass you with the promo on TV and on radio. Domitila became so massive. I was looking to that day that I would do something like so massive, but he's gone. It's hard to take. I just want to pray for the family, for the great Lord to give them the fortitude to be able to pass through this tough period. They are not in this alone. We are in this with them. Yeah, it's tough to take. I pray that May his soul rest in perfect peace.
As part of intervention plans to mitigate the effects of fuel subsidy removal. According to the governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, who spoke for the council, the intervention will include a recommended sum of between 23.5 billion and 45 billion naira per month as petroleum allowance to cushion the effect on civil servants. This is in addition to other suggestions to review salaries and wages of public servants. What was not made very clear about this proposal, for which a committee of the council has now been empaneled to review and draw up a term of reference, is whether this palliative package will be extended beyond federal civil servants to include workers in the public services of the various states. When President Bola Ahmed Tinubu announced an end to fuel subsidy on his inauguration day on May 29, it was immediately felt by every Nigerian and, of course, businesses as well. This presupposes that any thought of ways and means of alleviating the consequent hardships should be holistic to include all Nigerians, particularly the most vulnerable in the Nigerian society, the multidimensionally poor amongst the Nigerian populace. The multidimensional poverty index, which was released last year, shows that there are about 133 million Nigerians who are multidimensionally poor out of a population of about 200 million. Now, statistics indicate that nearly 12% of the world's population in extreme poverty live in Nigeria alone. Considering the poverty threshold of $1.90 per day. Now, there is no doubt that the removal of fuel subsidy in the last 3 weeks has worsened that situation and driven more people deeper into extreme poverty. There is also no doubt that it is not only public sector workers who constitute a fraction of the population that are severely impacted by this development. The question that has been playing on the lips of many since the NEC announcement last Thursday is why the consideration of who constitute just about 2.1 million by 2020 records and data. What happens to the staggering number of private sector workers, the self-employed in the informal sector, those who are in trading, in agriculture, apprenticeship, household employees, and, of course, the unemployed who constitute the vast majority of Nigerians? What palliatives are being considered for these categories of people? Why the disaggregation between public sector Nigerians and others in the provision of welfare packages to alleviate the hardship that has been brought about by the fuel subsidy removal? We shall also be looking at how far the proposed 702 billion naira allowance for workers can go and what ripple effects it is or it can have on the economy. These are the issues we'll be looking at on the program today. And of course, I'm joined by two gentlemen. First, my guest who is here in the studio, Aliko Victor. Aliko Victor is a development economist and policy analyst. Thank you so much, Mr. Victor, for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We are joined virtually from Lagos by an economist, Paul Alaje. Paul Alaje, of course, is a familiar face on our programs. Mr. Alaje, thank you so much for finding time to join us. All right, so hopefully Mr. Alaje should join us in a while. But let's take a short break. When we return, we will be bringing you a clip of what the Bauchi State Governor, Bala Mohammed, said after the or at the end of that inaugural NEC meeting, which took place right here in the presidential villa here in Abuja.
23 or 45 billion monthly offer to cushion the effect to workers. Another suggestion that will go a long way in making sure that there is review of our salaries and wages. And in addition to the palliation that Governor Kadina has said, government looked at all the issues, the challenges and problems holistically and set up a small committee of council to review and come up with a term of reference to recognize areas specifically where this palliation can come and how it will be dispensed to alleviate the problem of workers and other vulnerable groups. Members of the committee, the membership is composed of Governor of Kebbi as chairman, Governor of Anambra representing the Southeast, geopolitical zone, Governor of Benue, North Central, Governor of Kaduna, Northwest, my humble self representing the Northeast, Governor of Cross River, South, and Governor of Oyo State, Southwest. Other relevant agencies were also included. They comprised of Budget Office, representative of the CBN, representative of the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, representative of NNPC, representative of TUC and NLC, and of course Rukayat Rufai, so that we can sit within 2 weeks to come up with a recommendation to NEC.
Of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed there, who spoke on behalf of the National Economic Council after his meeting last Thursday here in the nation's capital, and of course read out the names of members of that committee that is supposed to do a review and put forward a term of reference for the council to consider in deciding whether or not the 702 billion naira recommendation by the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission should be paid as allowances to workers. Now, the question is, how far can that go? And how many Nigerians are likely to benefit from that? Another question is cash palliative the most appropriate thing to consider at this point in time in dealing with the issue of subsidy removal? Right here in the studio with me is Aliko Victor, a development economist and policy analyst, and of course is joined via Zoom by Paul Alaje, who is also an economist. Mr. Alaje, thank you for finding time to join us.
Thank you so very much for having me. A beautiful afternoon to you, sir.
Beautiful afternoon. Right. So let's begin this way. What do you think of these recommendations that have now been made to the National Economic Council, which had its first meeting last Thursday? I mean, it's instructive that the very first business the council had to deal with was considering the recommendation of the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission.
Well, I would like to say that it is popular knowledge to say prevention is better than cure, but do nothing is worse than cure. So what that means is, when we talk of the decision to remove subsidy, the best option would have been to prevent the hardship of subsidy removal on the people. So if we are provided local refineries, which are spoken on your platform over 100 times, if I'm not exaggerating, across shows. Again, what is available to Nigeria now is, how do we provide? Our government is proposing, let us share money to household, maybe 10 million household. Remember that that is not the decision of this administration. The former administration felt that was the right thing, and we heard the former Minister of Finance said that was the thing they were going to proceed to the new administration. But in the real sense of it, what must be done? And just cash palliative, can it solve the problem? The answer is no. Cash palliative alone would not solve the problem. There are several other options that we think that government should consider, so that the decision to help those that government is always interested in protecting, the poor, will eventually be protected. I will start with this. We've seen Labour, I think Labour should be meeting federal government today on the same topic as to how will they protect their members. And when I say their members, not just those working in federal government, but labor all over Nigeria. So if the interest of the labor union is to protect their members, what should they be looking at? Number one, if I have time to discuss them one after the other. The first one will be tax. Personal income tax today starts from 30,000 naira and below. With the current reality of exchange rates, that's number one. Number two, it has been announced that the cost of energy may increase by 40% from 1st of July. I've not seen anyone debunking that. If cost of buying electricity would increase by 40%, cost of PMS has also increased because subsidy has been removed, and foreign exchange has been taken off fixed rates. It has again been taken to the flexible rate. What all of this means to an economist is that inflation would increase. Right now, we're talking of over 22%. With subsidy removal alone, we're expecting to go to about 28%. When you had exchange rates to it, then you'll be talking about 32, 35%. With the announcement at 1st of July, there could be 40% increase in cost of electricity. Then you should be looking at around 40%. So when you put all of this together, for the same population, with 133 million people living below poverty line, not my figures, the National Bureau of Statistics, UNDP, number of organizations said so. What we need to do is, how do we reduce the impact of them? It will come from fiscal policy. The amount they are paying as taxes, we are of the opinion that government should change the amount people are paying as taxes from those that are earning below 30,000 naira not to pay, to now be those that are earning below 60,000 naira. So that the difference, their disposable income will make a lot of sense. At least they know taxes are being, even that tax amount is very negligible too. We also need to know that if today's exchange rate at 660, for instance, is what labor is paid. If you convert 30,000 naira, to convert 30,000, divide 30,000 naira by 660, you see that effectively people have been thrown back into poverty net. Remember that is what President Buhari have tried to avoid when he set up a committee to review minimum wage. And minimum wage, today, people that are now earning less than 2,000, professors in university are earning $500. Professors in the university, maximum they earn $600 a month. Those are too small amount of money. Now we want to compete globally. We want our people to pay the cost of PMS that they are paying in America, which is fine, which is good. Because of growth, there are a lot of benefits to subsidy removal, the way we have a lot of downside to subsidy removal. So we want our population to pay, but we must understand that this economy must also protect those people by guaranteeing better, affordable, livable income. to them. So these are the challenges that government needs to look at. So what amount is therefore reasonable? Labour is promoting between 150 to 200. I can tell you that even if government we look at, government will be looking between 60 to 70,000 naira. But what will all of this mean? More inflation, more stagflation. Even though revenue of government will improve, we now need to work with the government to ensure that the increase in revenue, and I mean federal and majorly subnational, the increase in revenue go into infrastructure. The increase in revenue must go into infrastructure so that we can now allow private sector to become more effective. But when we don't have that, then we will have exactly what happened when subsidy on diesel was removed, and I'm still looking for the impact. This diesel, the subsidy on kerosene has been removed. You know, people say in the long run we'll see the benefits. The long run of diesel should have come by now. It is long enough. The long run of kerosene is long enough by now. We should have seen the impact. Unfortunately, some of those impacts are not yet felt. But you see, we need to give this government some level of benefit of the doubt, which is important because it's a new government. We see the president that seems to want to take the bull by its horn to ensure that things get rolling. Because I must be sincere with you, if subsidy is not removed by next year, we'll be spending about 7.5 trillion naira on subsidy.
Okay.
That's on one hand, yes.
Yes. Paul, a number of issues that you have thrown on the table now. But first, let me turn to Aliko Victor here, who is with me in the studio. I need to differentiate between what the National Economic Council is talking about in terms of allowances to public sector workers, to federal, to civil servants, and increase in minimum wage, because that is one of the options that it is considering. Now, what do these allowances mean for these civil servants? Where is it going to come from, and how is it going to be disbursed to these civil servants?
Well, thank you very much for that question. But I think one very pertinent thing we should bear in mind is that when salaries are being calculated, you have allowances for like housing, you have for medicals, you have allowances for some other additions that will make up the entire salaries. And then you have the basic salary itself. Yeah, so if you look at the allowances they are talking about, what is still not clear is what allowances exactly are they talking about. That's still an issue that is contentious. But then another worrying factor we should consider from the proposal from the government is that, just like the statistics you read out, 2.1 million as of 2020 constitutes just about 1% of Nigeria's entire population. If you peg it at 200 million, then it begins on us to ask the question, what then happens to those in the private sector, like you have asked? And then it's disturbing for us, particularly for some of us in the private sector, in the sense that those in the private sector, not like businesses, not like firms or companies at this time, are getting more revenues that would ordinarily warrant them to increase the salaries or allowances of their own staff. Is still a contentious issue. But then my worry about it is, just like my colleague Alaji has said, is going to fuel inflation. And if you look at the correlation between inflation and poverty, it has a strong correlation. Most recent index, if you look at World Poverty Clock, they are saying about 91 million Nigerians are living below $1.9 per day. It's still a disturbing issue. That means if you're currently earning the current minimum wage of 30,000 at the moment, if you juxtapose it to $1.9 per day, do the calculation at 660 naira per dollar, you see that if you're even on the current 30,000 naira minimum wage, which more than 2/3 of the states have failed to approve since 2019, it means you're already living in extreme poverty. So what is not clear is government's position. I want to believe that within 2 weeks that the committee has been given to review the issue, they will come out and make it clear to Nigerians what allowance exactly are they talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, again, another very contentious issue there, Paul, is the question of who these allowance, when it eventually is decided what kind of allowance it is, it will be applied to. Will it be restricted to federal civil servants, or will it go down the line to civil servants at state level? And
well,
if it is, where will the states get the money to effect that kind of payment on their own? If, as Victor has said here, some of these states, in fact, several of these states have been unable to pay minimum wage of 30,000 naira for over 4 years.
Well, the good news is that with the removal of subsidy, federal government and states will share the proceeds. So if you watch very well before now, which I've seen on your platform most of the time, even state governor were the one pushing further for subsidy to be removed, because they know that when subsidy is removed, part of the funds that will go to their respective states would increase, because 7 trillion naira approximately, or what will be shared by next year, 7.5 trillion, will be shared among the 3 tiers of government. It will not just be federal government that will be paying subsidy for people. It is the federal, state, and local government. The money is taken from federation account. And before now, what NNPC has been doing is under recovery, which means money that should have gone to federal allocation accounts has not been going there. So now, when we talk about who is going to benefit from it, federal government will set up committee as usual. The committee will make recommendations, but they don't have the power to enforce the decision on the state government. I tell you this, as of today, for you not to be poor, as of today, which I know that by next week will change, you need to earn 37,620 naira if you don't want to be poor. But minimum wage in Nigeria is 30,000. So that is why I said I'm sure government will do something. And you know, about 3 weeks ago, I posted on Twitter and I mentioned that people should expect exchange rate to go above 600 naira. I saw a number of persons criticize it, you know, and I said this will happen in a matter of days. 14 days after that became a reality. Even the 660 is expected to even go further worse off, because people that are looking for naira are less than people that are looking for dollar. And I said that in plain language so that everybody can understand it. The demand, now professionally speaking, the demand for dollar outweighs that of its counterpart naira. For us to find a permanent solution, which is what I've championed over the years, you know, it will be that we must export. And in the long run, we can find import substitution. We are not exporting enough. And I like to cite example. The 3 of us having this conversation, and those that are watching us now, or those that will watch us in the future, chances are that even though the clothes they wear are imported, even though they are tailored or the designer may be in Nigeria, but in the real sense, the material is not made in Nigeria. Where are the jobs? Are the jobs here in Nigeria or they are abroad? So when we make some policy, we should understand the implications of the policy. The implication of this is inflation. And inflation is the necessary ingredient for poverty. Why? It attacks people's disposable income. Disposable income is money that you have available for you to spend. So when it says disposable income, it weakens it. I give you an example. Some people earns 250,000 and he got a job. You know, 1st of January, the man resumes. By 1st of January, he's paid 250,000 naira. That person will perhaps go to church or go to mosque and share testimony that he got a job for himself and other 5 members of his family, wife, 4 children. But do you know that by end of this year, 2023, December 31st, 2023, the value of that money has been reduced to less than 100,000 naira. Not because the organization will not pay him 250, but because when he takes the same money to the market, he will now buy what? He will not buy up to 100,000. You know who said so? The National Bureau of Statistics. When you look at the average inflation rates on annual basis, Y-on-Y, from 2021 to 2023, it has been, values of money have depreciated by more than 20%. And this is what the agency of government have said. And you can verify it even in our own basket of commodities, in our consumer price index. It is huge, it is impact. So who should get allowance? It should be the entire Nigerians. And how should we give allowance to entire Nigeria? So we have to look for things that is not, you cannot exclude others from consuming it. And that will come mostly in form of infrastructure. What does that mean? Food inflation is the current driver of the Nigeria's headline inflation. The theater of inflation is at the urban center. So what should we be doing to food inflation? We have to do everything possible to bring the cost of food down. Major fear for next month and maximum August. The rates are here. What is the guarantee that we will not have another flood? When you have another flood, the price of onions, the price of rice will be affected again. This is not the first time we're expecting flood. But could this be the last time that we're going to think a major preventive measure to some of our challenges? That said, so how do we reduce food inflation? Cost of logistics is a major reason for food inflation. Insecurity, major reason for food inflation. Among other factors, can we solve these two? That said, inflation is happening at the urban center. What is responsible? Most of our consumption in urban center are imported. And we are not exporting enough. The good news with floating rates that government has announced is that if you want Nigeria to have access to some FX, because it is now willing buyer and willing seller. So if you are willing to buy, enough people are not willing to buy at 461, but more people are certainly willing to sell at 660. So you are going to see some new inflows. But how long will it take us to clear the backlog? Remember that Emirates Airline, I'm talking to the rich now, they are not able to come. Most Nigerians are affected abroad. Visas are not renewed for them. And these are people that were responsible for our remittances at home. Because the economy is connected. So that's it. Look at the poor. If the prices goes higher, because with FX increase, that means when that thing is imported to Nigeria, it's going to affect the poor, especially those who cannot afford it. So that is why we have always advocated for an holistic view of economy before the policy is made. Because for every economic decision you make, or most of the economic decision you make, there are trade-offs. For positive economic decision you make, you need to watch out for the possible outcome, so that at the end of the day, the policy will not become policy somersault.
All right. Okay, so Victor, now flowing from what Paul has just said now, assuming, for instance, that the proposal put forward now to NEC by the Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission of 702 billion naira, assuming it says true, and assuming that federal civil servants and civil servants at the state level will benefit, you still have majority of Nigerians who are not captured in that category, who are outside this palliative measure. What happens to them? Victor has been talking about the whole problem of Nigeria not exporting enough. Nigeria is not even producing enough for its own consumption, talk much less of export apart from oil. Where do we start from?
Well, I must say this. It's surprising that there was a national consensus amongst the elites that subsidies should be removed. But I'm also worried that among the elites, there are no national consensus for development. By development, I mean economic growth and development of the standard of living of the average Nigerian. And another worry I have is that if we judge by statistics, if we look at our socioeconomic indicators, Nigeria in 2016 was considered as the world poverty capital of the world. Not sure much from that has changed. If you look at the World Bank Development Report for last year, it stated that as at when inflation was about 15.5%, about 6 million Nigerians fell below the poverty line. Now, if you also look at other ripple effect, Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children in the world. We are judged to have the worst infant mortality rate in the world for children within the ages of 0 to 2. If you also go further, looking at our current inflation rate at 22.4% is still disturbing. Now, the answer is simple. For those in the private sector, they'll be left with no option. Like we can find, if you take a street pool, if you take a pool now on the street, which I have some friends who have been earning 50,000 naira, 40,000 naira before the removal of subsidy. And after the removal of subsidy, if they calculate their transportation costs on a daily basis, it simply makes no sense for them to continue with the job. Now, there are a lot of ripple effects, one of which it is clear to us is extreme poverty. We have more Nigerians fall below the poverty line. That aside, we'd also have cases of food insecurity, like my colleague has mentioned. A lot of Nigerians will find it super difficult for them to have access to just 1 square meal. Now, we're not talking of 3 square meals a day, because it's super, super difficult. If you also look at some of the measures that was proposed by the former administration, the former Minister of Finance, Nigeria made efforts to take about $800 million loan
from the
World Bank to give 5,000 naira to about 10 million extreme poor Nigerians for 6 months. And I asked myself, 5,000 naira for a household of 4 persons, 5 persons, 6 or 10, what will be the significant impact on them? And now if you look at Nigeria's, if you look at our population per se, we have about 47 million Nigerians that are in our social register. So assuming you're giving 5,000 naira on a monthly basis to about 10 million households, what happens to the other 37? Now we're also looking at statistics from World Poverty Clock. It's saying 71 million Nigerians are extremely poor. You're looking at World Bank report. It's saying that about nearly 90 million Nigerians are extremely poor. We're looking at statistics from MBS saying that 133 million Nigerians are multidimensionally poor. When we say multidimensionally poor, it goes beyond food. It means access to healthcare. It means access to electricity. It means access to good housing. These are factors we have to look into. So what I see that might play out in the next couple of months is we're having some states now who are coming up with, I'll fairly say, innovative policies to see how civil servants can work 3 out of 5 days, working days in a week. Can that help? I'm not sure.
What would they be doing with the remaining days of the week? Do they have alternative jobs to do?
So for those
are they going to the farms or what?
For those of us in the private sector, or even those in the government sector who are essential workers, when I mean essential workers, those in the medical field, they have to be physically present in their places of work. What then happens? So if you look at the ripple effect it's having on the economy, I am worried that Mr. President did not announce on the day he was announcing that fuel subsidy is gone. I am worried he did not announce that they will be cutting the cost of governance. We have seen governors of some states who are already announcing that they are having 50 special advisors. Cost of governance in Nigeria is very high. And another question I think we should also be asking the committee is, if they are increasing the minimum wage of workers in Nigeria, are you sure it doesn't also affect the political class, the elites, where we're already complaining that the National Assembly is one of the most expensive in the world? What then happens? So does it mean that the minimum wage will not reflect in the salaries and allowances of politicians? We need to cut down the cost of governance. I have that issue. And for me, I also think that there is need for an urgent public service reforms. Because public service reform is the engine or is the instrument of government that will drive government's policies and initiatives. Whatever policy we want to suggest now, whatever palliative measures we want to suggest to help the average Nigerian, it is the public service that will implement those initiatives. They are closer to the people than Mr. President in Aso Rock. So my worry is, with the kind of economic system we have at the moment, where you have civil servants or labor agitating for fairly 150 to 200 on a monthly basis, just like my colleague also said, I doubt the government would even accept for 100,000. But all these things will fuel inflation. Those in the private sector, myself inclusive, will be left with no option to have our disposable income being affected. That is our income to spend after taxation. So we have these issues, and then what is the way forward? He has made some suggestions. It is important we look at how private sector can also benefit from this thing. He mentioned the distance between, if you look at access to the market, most of the agrarian commodities we have in Nigeria, in the food, in the north, in the southern part of Nigeria, are in remote villages. They need access routes to the urban centers, to the city centers, where these inflations are worse off. And for me, I tell people, I get worried that Mr. President before he was sworn in on May 29, I would have suggested he would have come up with a policy plan already on ground before the announcement of the removal of subsidy. So once he's making the announcement, the palliative measures or the policy plans he have on ground is already running. Public transportation is another area where we are not looking at seriously. Because if you look at the impact of public transportation, both to those in the private sector and those in the public sector, we all use public transport. So I think it's another area where the government should be shifting attention towards, investing in sound and efficient public transport system that will help to douse the impact of the fuel subsidy removal on the average Nigerian.
Yeah, Paul, you've been very consistent about the issue of energy cost, which, as we understand now, might rise again, might increase by the beginning of 40%. July. There is also speculation about a possible petroleum tax, a 7.5% petroleum tax. If that is true and it becomes reality, then of course we are likely to see more, an increase in the price of the pump price of petroleum products right now. Now, if this is the case and we are looking at, say, deploying the income from these removal of subsidy into providing infrastructure at different levels, there are those who are suggesting that we might just as well be looking at alternative energy sources for Nigeria at this point in time, and that our continued dependence on oil might just in the long and even in the medium term not sustainable. What do you think?
First, we must understand the importance of energy. Why I'm able to talk to you today from Lagos and as the anchor and my colleague in Abuja with you, you are able to talk, shake your head, carry your hands, do everything you are doing. It simply shows that you have energy. When it will cost you more than you can afford, as persons, to use your energy, then it becomes a thing of concern to you and the people around you. So the way it is true for individuals, it is so true for businesses and a nation. So when the cost of energy goes up, you are going to see that the overall performance of energy in such economy or in such country will go down. So when you look at cost of energy, we are talking of electricity, we are talking of diesel, you are talking of kerosene, you are talking of jet A1, so look at all the costs. Remember that there was a time the airline operator says they will be flying, I think, about 100,000. And what we saw on social media was that the number of people that will fly reduced. Security has not left the road. But people need to look at their income, because the bottom line is where they are able to raise money to fly or to move from one point or the other, or they have money to even recharge the unit in their homes, it's their disposable income. So when the disposable income is not growing, but the expenses are growing, then there is a challenge. So you see that people may become poorer by committing no offense, by working harder. They can actually be working so hard and they will be sincerely poor. Now you ask, can we be looking at alternative to maybe oil-based energy? The answer is yes. We have heard from previous administration that they were going to convert people's petrol tanks to gas, because that will reduce the impact. Now, why that is important is because when you look at the price elasticity of petrol-based or petrochemical or petrol-based energy, you see that the demand for it is very high. It's almost perfectly inelastic at whatever price people are willing to buy. So because there are no alternatives available for people, the same with energy. And I've cited this instance over and over again. You are in Abuja there, I'm in Lagos. If you say you don't need AEDC again in your station, or anywhere in Abuja, you don't want to use AEDC. What alternative do you have? So it is monopolistic in nature. And that's the danger of monopoly. Monopoly can raise price, and it will say demand should go and decide quantity. He knew that the demand has no option, especially when it's a good of necessity. The demand will always buy. That's economics. So monopoly cannot decide the two, but we always opt to decide price most of the time and allow you to demand to decide quantity. He understands that the good he's selling is an important good. He knew you will always come for it. So what should we have done? We should have looked at alternative or multiple operator in cases where it is possible. People say when we liberalize GSM market, GSM was not monopoly. It's not monopoly. Lagos, I'm in Ikeja now. In Ikeja, if I don't want to use Ikeja Electric, what option do I have? I will resort to generator. And for how long can I run that? So there is a place of infrastructure. So I want to believe that the new government will depart from policy inconsistency of the old government. So I'm happy they set up a committee. I've seen NEC taking some decisions. I'm hopeful that some of those decisions they are taking, they will look at holistic measure. It will not be like last administration that started with quick fixes. And I remember that I had a conversation with one of your colleagues, Mr. Benga, where I said quick fixes don't fix economic problems. Economic problems are not what you can just say you want to administer a paracetamol for stomach ache, or you want to give chloroquine for someone that has cancer. You need to treat it. You need to cut off some parts. You need to dress the wound. You need to make permanent solution for the life to be protected. And I hope that this is what we'll see with the new administration.
All right, Victor. Do you align yourself with that line of thought, or do you disagree?
Yeah, I think I partly agree, but I think I want to bring another dimension to the conversation. If you look at the recent electricity bill that was just signed into law by President Tinubu, if that bill was to be followed to the latter, it gives us confidence that the energy situation in Nigeria might improve. I will give an instance. If you look at the ripple impact or the multiplier effect of increasing cost of energy to businesses, it means a lot of businesses might close down. If you have a man by the corner of a street who's a barber or who has a hair salon, he has no option than for him to devise innovative means for him to run his business. Because if somebody who is unable to feed properly, or an average Nigerian goes there to cut his hair and you're telling him to bring 1,000 or 2,000, he won't be able to afford it. So I've seen cases where some micro businesses or small MSMEs are resorting into innovative solutions. I'll give you an instance. Some hair salons are now resorting to solar-powered clippers. Some are resorting to clippers that are chargeable.
Yeah,
that is once you rechargeable or chargeable clippers, so as to ensure that whether or not there is light, they can be able to cut somebody's hair and still get some out of it. So, but the ripple effect is that once you have rising energy costs, it's going to impact. My worry is businesses, because like you rightly said, Nigeria has to grow her economy. Nigeria needs to grow our GDP. Nigeria, not only growing our GDP, we should be looking at export to grow our economy. So it is disturbing that energy costs, not just to Nigeria alone, if we want to be fair to ourselves, some other nations globally, you have Germany, you have United Kingdom, their energy cost is rising. So how do we address it? Now, it leaves us with the option that a lot of persons are complaining about the removal of subsidy, fuel subsidy, because fuel is very crucial to our economy. If we have a system where somebody can even boast of a 20 hours power supply on a daily basis, the impact will be less on household income. If we have a situation where we have a working train system, back to infrastructure that my colleague mentioned, we have less impact to talk about using our private cars or public transport to ensure that we manage or maximize our disposable income. So these are the issues. Energy is crucial to our economy, not just to businesses, to the ordinary Nigerians. And I get worried. And that's why if you look at signs from Mr. President's recent appointment, I want to believe that there are positive signs, if we must give him credit for that. But I want to believe that the appointment of ministers, the appointment of some other critical or crucial positions of those who will manage our economy going forward will be individuals who are experts, who understand the challenges of the average Nigerian. Not only picking up policies when they think it favors the elites, but policies that we can domesticate, policies that are inclusive, and policies that would affect the average Nigerian. And like I said, energy is super, super important. And I hope that part of the proceeds that will be saved from the removal of subsidy will be channeled towards addressing Nigeria's epileptic power supply.
Labour has resumed talks with government. What are your expectations?
I want to believe that Labour, something positive will come out of it, in the sense that, like my colleague said, Labour they are representing not just those in the public sector, they're also representing those in the private sector, so long as you're a worker in Nigeria. That talk, I want to believe that the conversation they're having with Mr. President or Mr. President's team will come out positive. When I mean come out positive, the minimum wage should be reviewed. I am proposing, personally, within the range of 80 to about 120 for minimum wage. They are asking for about 150 to 200. I want to also believe that as we have had a national consensus that fuel subsidy payment is no longer sustainable, we should remove it. There should also be a national consensus amongst the elite to say that payment of salaries of Nigerians must be reflective of our current economic realities. I am confident that Labour, having that negotiation with Mr. President, will come out positive for Nigerian workers, not only Nigerian workers, those who are in the federal, state, and local government, and also ensure the implementation for those in the private sector. But again, my worry is the fact that some of these policies are incoherent. You have a situation whereby you're trying to increase the salaries or wages of civil servants, and at the other hand, you're still trying to look for other alternative means, either through rising energy costs, either through floating of the naira, which will also, at the long run, remove the disposable income from the average Nigerian. So I think this policy incoherence can be addressed, and I'm confident that Labour will come out.
What of Nigerians who are in the informal sector?
Again,
who protects their interests?
Again, Nigerians who are in the informal sector, by extension, probably private individuals who have businesses, some of which are unaccounted for, then it begins on them that once, that's the essence of inflation, once there's rise in the cost of goods and commodities, it is only normal for them because their cost of production is rising. If you look at inflation in Nigeria, it's more of a cost push inflation. The cost of them transporting their goods through logistics, the cost of them producing, or the cost of these individuals who are unaccounted for in the informal sector, maybe a woman by the corner of my street who is selling banana, it is only common for her. If her landlord have increased her rent, if the cost of her transporting herself from the house to her business premises have increased, it is only normal that they would increase the prices of their goods and services. But I worry that on the long run, some businesses may not be able to survive and they might be pushed out of business.
It's almost out of reach now to buy banana here in Abuja, I can tell you that. But yeah. Paul, let's have your last take on this. If you had the opportunity of speaking directly with the president today, what would you be telling him? What direction would you be pointing him to?
So first of all, I'll be telling Mr. President that 2 decisions that have been made, we need to now allow people to breathe on them. First, for people to breathe, we need to allow for the amount that minimum wage will be. It should immediately leave 30,000 naira because it's no longer reasonable. What it should be a minimum of 70 and a maximum of 100 to labor. Now, how do we improve on our infrastructure to pushing the impact of subsidy removal? By that, I mean the president should direct the railways to connect the narrow gauge of the Nigerian Railway Corporation. The narrow gauge should connect to farm producing area in Benue. It should connect to somewhere in Zamfara. It should connect to Kebbi, where farm grains are traded almost on a weekly basis, so that the cost of transporting those grains will not impact on inflation. So for me, I think that is important for Mr. President to look at. 3, I will also want to advise Mr. President are that if we allow floating rate for a long time, it will definitely have impact on cost because Naira by nature is disadvantaged against the dollar. We are not producing enough as a nation. As a result, we are not exporting enough as a nation. So what we need to do is we need to organize, stay with a managed float. Yes, we are seeing 660. We hope that by the end of July, it will not have been worse than 700. But you know, between 600 to 700 will be a good way to leave it while we wrap up with our production and grow our economy directly today. We should also understand that with this 5 trillion naira has been added to our debt profile. I will repeat, with the decision to float exchange rate, 2.5 trillion, as I talk to you today, has been added to our debt profile. Not that we borrow more money, but because the money we have collected in hard currency are also been devalued. And when you check the numbers, you can only but wait till the second quarter report that will be released by the Debt Management Office, and you will see how the debt profile has increased even without borrowing any money directly. So as much as we want to devalue, and see how we can have some inflows, which I understand that at this time it's a necessary evil for us to do. It's also important to know that there's a limit to that so that we quickly grow our economy and have the 6% GDP growth rate, even though that may be tough this year. But is it possible for us to achieve that year? I hope that is what is in the mind of President Tinubu, and that's a conversation, among other things, I'll be having with you.
Thank you so much, Paul. We'll leave it at that for now. That's hoping that those who are in power and authority are listening to some of these things. We want to thank you immensely. Paul Alaje is an economist and he joined us virtually from Ikeja in Lagos. Thank you so much. And right here in the studio, we have Aliko Victor, who is a development economist and a policy analyst. Thank you so much, Victor.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, that's our program for today. Please join us again when we bring you a fresh edition of the program, People, Politics, and Power. Bye for now.
I would like to send my condolence to the family of High Chief Raymond Dokpesi and the entire staff of DAAR Communications. The news of his passing on hit me as a rude shock. He was indeed a legend, a man of honor. It was a great privilege meeting him while we were shooting the series Palace, which was aired on AIT. It was produced by Mr. Ralph Mwadike and directed by Mr. Tunji Bamshegin. Most of the domestic locations were in his house, and he made sure we had everything we needed to make the series a success. He built a platform which has helped me as a young actor, not just me, but a lot of talent out there. It is so sad that he's gone, but he has really impacted in the life of a lot of people. May his soul rest on.
On Tuesday, June 6, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, approved the final list of candidates for the 3 off-circle governorship elections scheduled to be held in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi states on Saturday, November 11, 2023. 18 political parties fielded candidates in Kogi State, 17 in Imo State, and 16 in Bayelsa State, out of which 2 political parties had female candidates in Bayelsa State, 1 in Kogi State, and none in Imo State. According to the timetable and schedule of activities for the 3 elections, as well as Section 94(1) of the Electoral Act 2022, campaigns in public will officially begin on Wednesday, 14th of June 2023, to end on the 9th of November 2023, 24 hours before Election Day. In Kogi, the stakes are high as Governor Yahaya Bello is still much interested in who takes over the mantle of leadership in the state. Recently, the governor anointed his party man and former Auditor General of the state, Ahmed Usman Ododo, as his preferred candidate to fly the flag of the All Progressives Congress, APC. The choice of Ododo has set tongues wagging as he comes from Kogi Central, the same senatorial district of Governor Bello. Yet, Kogi State sits on a tripod, and it was expected that having emerged in purely unusual circumstances, Governor Bello would have used his case to address the seeming monopoly the Kogi East had enjoyed for 16 years. Governor Bello would have ensured that power shifts to Kogi West, the senatorial zone that has not had the chance of producing a governor for the state. However, the governor has been quick to point to the fact that Kogi East held the reins for 16 years, and so there was nothing wrong for his successor to come from Kogi Central. Just as it was in the just concluded general election, there are also strong opposition from the minority parties that could be stirring the waves in the state. One of them is a candidate of the African Democratic Congress ADC, Leke Abejide. This also not to forget the emergence of Senator Dino Milaye as the candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP from Kogi West Senatorial District. Abejide was a strong supporter of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu during the 2023 presidential election, even though he was not in the APC. He worked for the victory of Tinubu, and this has raised the stakes higher. He has been perceived to be a strong force in Kogi politics, having won 2 terms in the House of Representatives from an unpopular political party in the state. As we focus on the upcoming off-circle governorship elections, Kogi state politics is our focus today on Jigsaw. Leke Abejide will be joining us as we review the issues in the Kogi election ahead of November 11. We will also be assessing the performance of the 9th National Assembly, as well as setting the agenda for the 10th Assembly, which will be coming on board by the 13th of June. Leke Abejide joins us shortly.
Right, if you just joined us, a very warm welcome to you to the program, Jigsaw. And of course, our guest is there. My pleasure to welcome Honorable Leke Abejide to the program today.
Thank you for having me, and good afternoon, Nigerians.
Thank you so much. My pleasure to finally see you. I've heard a lot about you, particularly from our correspondent in the National Assembly, who happens to be one of your constituents every time she talks about you as one honorable member who is always in the constituency almost every weekend, and is a grassroots man. Finally, I'm meeting you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Which one would you like us to start with? Your governorship ambition, or start with your assignment that just ended now as a member of the 9th House of Representatives?
Anyone is good. You
okay.
can start with
let's start with the House of Representatives.
Okay.
You had your final validity sitting yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. We have a report that was put together by our correspondent, X-ray, the 9th House of Representatives, as it wound down yesterday. Let's take that report to set us in the mood for a proper X-ray of the 9th House.
Everything that has a beginning has an end. On the 11th of June 2019, members of the 9th House of Representatives were inaugurated. Shortly after, they set out a legislative agenda for themselves. The lawmakers recorded milestones in the passage of key legislations, which include the Petroleum Industry Act, Electoral Act, and the passage of constitution alteration bills.
How do we restore faith in our young people so that so many of them no longer feel like the only way out is for them to achieve their aspirations is to chase their fortunes in faraway, often hostile lands? These are the critical questions all of us in government must answer, or risk the unforgiving judgment of history.
The lawmakers took turns to reflect on the pains and gains of legislative activities in the past 4 years.
The 9th Assembly processed 2,232 bills. Out of these, 52 are executive bills. 163 are bills from the Senate, and 2,017 are members' bills.
So many financial acts that had saw the increase in our revenue from about 5.2 in 2019, 5.2 trillion in 2019 to about 10.1 trillion in 2022.
Education is still broken. When basic education is broken, there is no way secondary education will not be broken. And there is no way the tertiary education will not suffer the same fate.
Recall, Mr. Speaker, that we have had a very unfortunate situation of industrial crisis in the education sector, virtually by ASU for universities, by ASU for polytechnic, by COASU for colleges of education. Now, in all of these areas, when it goes beyond the committee, in most cases, you are always available.
Former Speaker of the House, Patricia Ete, also gave some word of advice to the lawmakers.
You must ensure that the working of the National Assembly is very, very important, and you must do it diligently with integrity in such a way that you'll be able to raise your head and say that I belong to the number of people they counted as representatives of the National Assembly.
Right, that was a report put together by Shadi Omojisayi on the 9th House of Representatives, which came to an end yesterday, and we are looking forward eagerly to the inauguration of the 10th National Assembly, where the President convokes the National Assembly. That will be on 14th of June. That should be next week. 13th of June. Okay. Honorable Leki Abejide was an active participant in that assembly. He actually was also in the 8th Assembly, right?
No, 9th Assembly.
9th Assembly. You have only been for one term?
Yes.
Okay. He represented Yagba East, Yagba West, Mokpa Borough, Federal Constituency area of Kogi State in that house that just ended now. As they say, there's nobody you give a trumpet that will not blow a tune that suits him. We saw you and your colleagues giving yourself pass mark there yesterday. But then if you go out there on the street, the belief generally is that the 9th National Assembly as a whole was nothing but just a rubber stamp kowtowing to the executive on all issues. Whereas you are quick to point to the number of bills that became laws, you are quick to point at the Electoral Act, the Petroleum Industry Act, and all of that. Nigerians would also point to the fact that under your watch, President Buhari almost borrowed us to extinction, as our debt profile has continued to increase, at least in the last 4 years. Let's hear from you.
Thank you for having me. Well, the 9th House of Representatives has not ended on the 13th of June.
Okay, no, that's what you are saying.
We just did valedictory session. So I, as I'm sitting here, I'm still,
a member.
A member.
Okay.
And still the chairman House Committee on Customs.
Okay. 13th will be next Tuesday.
Tuesday.
So you will still sit on 13th.
That is when the new, there shouldn't be any vacuum in government. That is when the new people will come in, including myself, who has also won a re-election.
Oh, all right.
Now, it's just because of the cordial relationship that existed between the executive and the legislature. I'm talking of the Buhari administration and this 9th National Assembly. People don't look at the good sides. They always like to focus on the bad side, talking about borrowing. Actually, me, I have not been in support of excessive borrowing. Though there is no economy that can survive without borrowing. Even in the US, they borrow too to exist. But when you do it for consumption purposes, that is where you have problem.
Is it that what we have been doing?
So yes, that's part of what we are doing. We're using it to subsidize
consumption.
Yeah, like fuel subsidy. Now that is gone, we will see changes. That is why.
But why couldn't you raise your voice on that issue? For instance, if you knew subsidy was leading us to nowhere, why did you not apply a break on
in fact, we had agreed for the subsidy to go. remember, I think it should be 2021, yeah, there was no provision for subsidy, but later they came back from the executive side and said it cannot go. I think the same thing happened in 2022, and I don't know what happened. This current Senate president went to see President Buhari and convinced him that the subsidies should not be removed that time, that it should be by June. So the calculation was that he will not be the president then. So if the subsidy had gone, maybe he could have performed better in terms of the economy.
Don't you think that was like laid a booby trap for the incoming government?
Well, to me, you know,
suppose
the man at the ends of affair.
Yeah, suppose the new president has not been a man of guts, and he decided to confront the bull.
Maybe that is what they're thinking. Maybe it's going to create a problem, but definitely it's going to bring more benefit for the country, because you can see even the neighboring countries now are now protesting that for the removal of the subsidy in Nigeria, and they are not in this is a different country on its own. That means we are only subsidizing for neighboring countries.
Yeah.
And the money that you and I are supposed to use for our heads, for the children's school fees, and then to build roads, is the one we are subsidizing for the neighboring countries. And some people who have become trillionaire now in Nigeria. And you see, there was even a time they said what we consume per day was 90 million liters per day. But from the record I see now, I think it has come down to around 13 million. Yeah. So that is to tell you that a lot of rot happened.
Where is your own source? Because I noticed that in the last days of the house,
no, this was now it's not the verified source. No, we still get the real amount, but definitely it's going to come down when nobody is paid. The government will not give you any money. Somebody will supply
with the figures.
10 liters and tell you he has done 1,000 liters because he knows he's going to get something back from government. But when you are not going to get anything back, it is actual quantity you supply you get. So I believe there will be changes this time.
Okay. So it was a good thing that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu decided to confront that monster head on.
It is a very good thing. Even those who were opposed to it, when they saw that the neighboring countries protesting, they now believe that this man is doing the right thing.
In other words, if this had come much earlier, we probably would have stabilized.
Nigeria will have developed, maybe our electricity will have been 24 hours.
Another thing that if one wants to use the negative to measure the performance of the ninth house, why did you allow the president, the immediate past president, to keep borrowing and borrowing? Even when we had to be borrowing locally, borrowing from the central bank, he borrowed over and above what was allowed by the law. So you had to even amend the law to kind of cover up a crime that has been committed.
You are talking about the Ways and Means.
Ways and Means was 5% in the law.
Under the
CBN
law. Act.
Yes.
Under the CBN Act.
As at the time you amended it,
we had borrowed up 5% of the revenue.
Yes.
Of the preceding year.
Yes, but as at the time you amended that act about a week ago or so.
But actually across the world, I'm an economist myself. Okay. Across the world, because of the pandemic, the law was not actually followed in many countries. Okay. Because in order to meet up with, because there was no production as at that time, everywhere was shut down. Yeah. The only way to succeed is to do Ways and Means. So, but in other countries, there were laws that maybe, okay, they went and back it with. That's just the difference between us
and them. Because in our case, we didn't amend the law.
Some did it before they went and back it with the law. But our own, it was at the twilight of the administration that they did it. And I want to tell you, there's something that Speaker, maybe as a result of the exigency of time, he didn't mention that among the achievements of the National Assembly, which I whisper to, he himself knows. I am the chairman of the House Committee on Customs, and Nigeria Customs Service, Customs and Excise Management Act has been in existence since 1958. It was last done properly in 1958. And since the inception of this political dispensation in 1999 date, there is no government that has succeeded in repealing and reenacting the law, but this National Assembly.
We did it.
We did it. So it is the first major reform in 63 years.
Wow.
And you will see going forward, Nigeria Custom will be well positioned in terms of revenue generation, in terms of protecting our porous borders, in terms of having good remuneration for themselves and taking care of themselves. They're supposed to be 30,000 men, but as of today, they are 15,000.
That's the strength
that
of
is
the
strength
custom.
because it's a self-funding agency. With the 7% collection they were having, there's no how they can maintain the 30,000. So, but with this new act that we passed, which is my baby, and I did it to the extent that the president signed, and before he left, he was assented to it, and it's now a law. We're not doing the gazetting. By next week, it will be in LFA. With this now, Nigeria Customs Service can even recruit 10,000 at a go to man all these porous borders. This is one of the greatest achievements of this National Assembly. So it's not part of the speech of yesterday.
Because it's something new that you're just telling us. You said 15,000 is the strength of the Nigerian Customs.
50,349 was what they have before the new
amendment.
So now the new amendment now is going to give them leeway to recruit more, because their funding is now going to be based on 4% FOB. If 4% FOB means...
What's FOB?
Freight on board.
Okay.
Freight on board. So if you are coming, you are bringing, let's say you are bringing one handset, and you are coming to Nigerian market, before, if there is a waiver for that handset, the waiver, maybe you're supposed to pay 100 naira to Nigerian government, and maybe because they want to help your business, maybe because they look at your face, you're a good man, they can say, okay, don't pay this.
I'm a party man.
And you're a party man. They can say, okay, don't pay this 100 naira. So, and once the 100 naira is off, custom only takes 7% of the 100 naira.
So
as
custom
their revenue.
will have nothing from
custom
that.
will have nothing. But now...
yeah, they will still have to clear it.
They will still have to clear it. And they have to work for them with nothing. So, but now with 4% FOB, either if they lie your face and take away the 100 naira, the 4% FOB is a fixed cost you must pay to Nigeria Customs Service.
Okay.
So with this, they will
so
have
that's the innovation.
Revenue. That's the new innovation.
Okay.
Another new innovation is that the next custom general of Nigeria Customs will come from the service.
Okay. That's another achievement. That's an innovation in the law.
In the law.
Yeah.
So you cannot go out now and bring somebody who does not have the knowledge. Because if you do that, definitely the person you are bringing must rely on the people inside to do the work, and they can confuse him.
In actual fact, it was under President Buhari that we saw him going outside the extant law to bring an outsider to be.
So because it was not
expressly stated.
It was not in SEMA before that. The SEMA means Custom and Excise Management Act.
Okay, so it was not expressly stated there.
It was not expressly stated there. It is the act that we did now that is there.
Okay.
So, and again, it's not only him. Brigadier General Ango was there during Abacha time.
All right.
Then Dr. Haliru was there during Babangida time. They were all civilians. So custom is the only paramilitary that has been headed by civilians. Even the NSCDC that just came on board.
Well, FRSC at some point, that was when I think was it not also Obasanjo or
FRSC also had it once.
When Chidoka
headed it. That was only one time. But since then they have been having within the service. That's how it's supposed to be, because somebody who went to a training, and again the morale of the officers need to be boosted.
The men in uniform.
In uniform. If they are not boosted, they will not do the job well. If I know today I can't become CG tomorrow and I join today,
why do you have to put in your best? Was that the experience under the present dispensation? Because your tenure as chairman of the House Committee on Customs, of course, covers a substantial part of that.
Yes, sir. I oversee customs.
You saw that disillusionment?
I saw that the morale broken. So they are not too much enthusiastic about the job. So they are appealing, maybe you can call it, some of them, they cannot talk, but they are not happy.
They are not expected to talk. They are like civil servants. You are
they
expected to be seen working, not to be heard grumbling.
And there is nothing the current CG want to do without getting, help from the officers within. So it depends, the officers, since the officer within is from him, you get his help. Why don't you use that person as the CG? So what we have done now, everybody is happy with Nigeria Customs Service.
All right.
After this one, by the time this law is gazetted next week, this current CG...
Did the president pass it before he left?
Yeah, he assented it.
He has assented it, so it's a law actually.
It's a law now.
So from 15, if their staff strength moves to like 30,000, we should see expected increase in revenue generation by the customs service.
And then we will see the infiltration of arms and ammunition will go down drastically.
Because we then have enough men to police everywhere.
Yes, we have the man to burn the borders, and the borders will be okay.
Okay. One more issue on that assignment that at least you are at home with. The last president closed the borders. Was that a right move? Because we are hearing people now say, fling open the gates, fling open the gates to the borders and all of that. Which one would be more in the interest of Nigeria's economy?
As at the time they closed the border, it was a good thing. Okay. Because people were bringing smuggle in rice to the country.
It wasn't allowing the efforts.
And the new government then was trying to encourage rice production because that's the major food that people eat in Nigeria. So as at the time the border was closed, it helped us to see what was even coming as revenue to Nigeria through the border. And we saw the significant was like 2% drop in the revenue. So that means people were just smuggling in. They were not even paying revenue through the border. But I want to advise this new government to now let us put a round peg in a round hole. So let everything
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that let the officer who's going to be the CG be an officer who knows the job, who has been in the operation, who know the field, who know about revenue, so that they can get whatever they know can improve the revenue. Because what you need more in this country now is revenue.
Revenue, yeah.
And again, the way to do it is to block all the leakages. Border is one of them. And concealment is one of them. Concealment means you can bring through the port, but you can hide what's supposed to pay duty and you hide it somewhere and nobody will know it. So, but with the e-custom coming up, I think it's in operation now. That one will be solved because there will be scanners everywhere. Both at the sea and the land borders.
Okay. So the scanners, you cannot deceive the scanners.
You cannot deceive the scanners. No matter how you hide, the scanner will show you.
That this is what is in this container.
That is what is hiding in the container. So
even if you embed it under
and you don't want to pay revenue on it. So the scanner will show you. So that's the idea.
Okay.
The e-custom is a complete modernization of the system.
Okay.
Whereby you have the scanners both in the seaports, the airports, and border stations. And then you have drones that can assess where human being can access to see what activities of smuggling going on and report. And in the headquarters that the former president commissioned, then in real time, they can monitor the activities of the drones and what is going on, even at the border, even at the ports. If you are examining a container, if there's a problem, from the headquarters they can see and send an alert.
All right. Well, at least we are impressed by all of this. So we should see the custom playing an active part in boosting the revenue generation.
We call the bill, we call the act Nigeria Custom Service Act 2023.
Nigeria Custom Service Act 2023. Okay. All right.
Before it was Custom and Excise Management Act. So we changed the name to Nigeria Custom Service Act 2023.
All right. Let's get to yourself. And then, of course, we'll move from there to your ambition. First, like I said at the beginning, they say you are a very grassrooted politician.
Yes.
And all of that. How come that your name is not making wave beyond your constituency? Was that a deliberate act? It's not until the campaigns for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu started that your name started cropping up, that, oh, in Kogi State, you can count on this person, even though he's a member of this political party, which is not the APC, but he's an Asiwaju fan and all of that.
No, I'm not an Asiwaju fan, I'm Asiwaju's boy. All of us are his boys, he's our leader. You see, if you see me and the chief of staff to the president now,
that's Honorable
Biamila. You see our cordial relationship.
The logo of your cap looks like that of James Faleke.
James Faleke is our leader in Audu Faleke group in the States.
Okay.
You know, it's from Kogi State.
Yes, I know it's from Kogi.
Once contested.
Kogi West as well.
Kogi West as well. It's my brother, it's my elder brother. Then, if you see the relation between me and the person you just mentioned, Right Honorable James Abiodun Faleke, we are 5 and 6. So we are Swaju boys, and we do every of his bidding to the last. Why? Swaju is not a failure, and it's not selfish. Look at the people he has brought up. If not God Almighty who used him, most of them wouldn't have been anybody. So if you see people like that, Faleke is not from Lagos, he's from Kogi. But see how he kept raised him up and see if it's his son. So if somebody cannot look at where you were born, where you were brought up, I've never seen any politician like him in Nigeria, and that is why he won that election. If he's be another candidate APC brought up, the apple will have failed woefully. He won on his own merit because he has contributed immensely to so many people, including myself, who seated indirectly. So people see me doing Asiwaju, how this and I did a lot across. I was even the national coordinator of Asiwaju Conference Campaign Organization, and I did well, and we won well. PDP had only 2,000 votes in my place.
That's in Kogi West.
No, I'm talking on my constituency.
Okay, the Yagbayus and West.
Yeah, PDP had only 2,000 votes. So, and you know, I'm the one in charge of the. It is my people knows that whatever I say, I do it. I don't. Once I say, if I say I want to build this house tomorrow, they know I will build it. That is me. I'm an economist. Consumption is a function of income. I know the income there is the independent variable. So I plan based on income. So when I talk, before I talk out, I've already seen what is the income that I will use to do it. I behave like that. So that's why you see people believe, when I say we're going for Asiwaju, they followed me and we did the Asiwaju. I said, my own, they said, it's my own, they want to, and it's only you we want. I said, no, once I win and Asiwaju does not win, then I have not won. And that is why
how was it easy for you to convince them? Because we are of the ADC. ADC is African Democratic.
ADC is more popular in my place than any other party.
Than APC.
Than APC, yes.
So, and I'm wondering how you have been able to use that platform to contest election over and over and win.
I have been, just like you have said from the beginning, I'm a grassroots politician. I'm always with my people 24/7. And where problem comes, it's only me they are seeing. They see me, somebody even said, not from my constituency, it's from another constituency close to me, which we also won. The person is a retired admiral. He said he has just been watching, that it's as if there's no politician in Kogi State, that maybe I'm the only one because of my performance. You see, why my people love me is because when I wanted to contest, I promised that I will pay white fees for your children. I say, as long as I'm there, nobody will pay again. They say, this politician talk. And before the election, I paid.
The white fees for
everybody,
all eligible students
both
in the constituency?
In the constituency, both public.
They will be like how many?
And private. That year, they were like about 4,000.
And you pay white fees for each and every one of them?
Both public and private schools.
Including those who are in private schools?
Everybody. And I've been doing it now for the past 6 years now. So, and the other constituency next to me is also my ethnic group too. They were disturbing me and disturbing me. Two communities close to my community. They are kings always in my place. Say, please help us. And I said, I cannot pay for only 2 communities. Others will complain. So I decided to join the whole federal constituency also and pay.
So you are paying for
5
your own federal constituency
and another
federal constituency.
And this,
and I'm sure that will be in Yagba East and West. You have like about how many local governments?
My own,
yes.
I have 3 local governments.
3 local governments.
The other federal constituency have 2 local governments.
So that's 5 local
governments.
That's
5 local governments. And the other constituency, they wanted me to go to Senate because of what I'm doing in my federal constituency, so that I can go around the whole central district. And I said, I am not ready for Senate. I still want to complete the roads I'm doing in my constituency, because if I go to Senate, that means I have to spread everything. So, but if I can come 1 time more, I will complete those roads. And everywhere will be linked. There will be no road undone. Because
so you are the one building roads now?
Yes, I'm done building roads.
Federal constituency?
Yes, I'm done building roads. Even though some of the roads that are not under my schedule, it's supposed to be local government roads. Some of them have never been constructed before. And I opened them wide, 14 meters wide, so that you can see somebody coming in 1 kilometer ahead of you. I'm on live television, people are hearing me. They will tell you if it is. They go to my constituency, just mention Lekki. They will tell you. In this the coming election, we know who is more on ground. And now, because of what I'm doing, the other federal constituency, which is Lokoja Kutu, they came to me, as well. They are also part of Okun. They said they speak my dialect. They are my own people. Why should I leave them? Now, what I want to do the same program across the Central District. And possibly because even people from Kogi Central, even where the governor comes from, they're also disturbing me. I'm thinking the only thing I can do is just to do across the state.
That's the basis for wanting to be governor. So that the entire state now becomes your constituency.
It becomes the whole state becomes my own constituency. And this is how we do. God willing, as life gives up before the election.
Interesting. All right. We'll still come back to this issue. I just want us to go on a quick break, and then that should be just about a minute or so. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right.
Did you know that AIT's social media handles have all changed? If you are one of the millions of our followers on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, this is introducing to you AIT's new official and rebranded social media handles. Like or follow us now on our Facebook page, Official AIT Live. If you're on Twitter, switch to our new handle at Official AIT Live and activate the notification button to get breaking news and updates on the go. For exclusive short videos and photo news, follow our Instagram account at Official AIT Live. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, Official AIT Live, and enjoy live streaming of news and your favorite programs, where you can also watch our broadcast materials at your own convenience. Note that Official AIT Live is the only authentic social media profile name with all the handles on our website ait.live, with a notification prompt to accept and receive breaking news and updates on the go. Log on to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube platforms on your smartphone, tablet device, laptop, and desktop to follow us now. AIT.live. On air, online, online.
All right, the program is Jigsaw, and of course, our guest is Honorable Lekki Abejide, the member representing Yagba East, Yagba West, Mokaboro Federal Constituency area of Kogi State. And of course, he is the governorship candidate of the ADC for the off-cycle election that is coming up in November this year. I think 9th or so?
11th.
11th
of November. 11.
Thank God it's not September 11th.
It's not September 11th.
That is coming up on the 11th of November this year. All right, you were telling us about what we have been doing. And it's possible for someone out there to say, okay, these lawmakers don't trust them. They, after all, they are paid to these are federal government projects, federal government money that is spending in the name of constituency project and all of that.
Well, part of it is.
How much of these things that you are doing in your constituency is empowerment coming from you, and how much of it is federal government
Maybe
projects?
let us talk in terms of percentage. My zonal intervention for a whole year is 113 million naira. 113
million
naira. Okay. And out of this,
is that what every member of the
that
house
is
gets?
from no, it depends. It differs from state to state. Depends on the number. Per state is equal. I think it's 1,050 million divided by the number. If you are 24, like Lagos, I think their own is 45 million. Okay. Because there are 24 members.
Because there are plenty members from there.
Yes. So
okay, the body is, first of all, according to state.
Yes,
and then the state will now share it according to the number
of the
federal constituencies they have.
Yes.
Okay.
So
yours is fewer. That's why you are able to get 113 million.
Yes, that is what we are 9.
Okay.
And some states have 6.
Yeah,
some
like Bayelsa. Yes.
Some states have. There are some places like FCT here too.
Oh.
So they have more money than us. So then when this current speaker, Right from Femi Gbajabiamila, did something unusual for members, he used to give us additional 100 million naira project to go home to our constituency so that people can know that we are performing. Okay. That's why he's not happy that some governors took away tickets from members, because members actually performed. Especially House of Rep, I can boast that anywhere. They did do well, including the women you see among us. What some people did, they will know in the next 6 months after inauguration, 1 year, they will know the difference between those who came in before and those they just replace anyhow. Because if you are not the type that can sacrifice. Me, I'm a man of means before I came to house. I got to the peak of my career before I came to house. So, and I have establishment that has been having my foundation. So I do most of the things I do through my foundation. So
you have a foundation? What's
Lake Ability Foundation. It's not paying the WAEC fees.
Okay.
I have on time. It's Lake Ability Foundation paying the WAEC fees. And even the one we are going to do across the state is the Lake Ability Foundation that we do. And it is my own business that I've been using to do that right from time. Was only last year that some organizations, individuals, banks supported. And that is what, first time, because they see that what I'm doing is real. I went to US and I got to a place and they gave me VIP passage. And the person that I met, I went to meet, he said they went into Google, they Googled my profile and they said that this man is a good man, he has done well, so many things. I said, how do they know? They said they went and checked my antecedent. Yeah. So that is, it's good to be good. If I'm a bad person, it's clear. So, you see, I have been using the foundation to do a lot of things, including the SUVs I gave to all I gave 53 SUVs out to my kings. And it has been like that. I have been assisting all my people from the grassroots. I work with the grassroots. I'm the one in charge of widows. They call me Okopo. That is widow's husband.
Yeah.
And that is, you cannot, if you talk bad about me, all the women, they will tell you there is witches among us. And we will do you something that you will not forget in your life.
This is the son of...
This is our own husband.
The husband of Association of Wishes.
Oh, no, they used to tell me that among them they have witches, they have this. Me, I don't know. But they will tell me that among them,
the ones protecting you.
That I'm the one feeding them, I'm the one clothing them. And I have 8,869 widows.
Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot.
In my constituency.
So those are the things motivating you to want to be the governor of Kogi State?
No.
Okay.
It's part of it.
Do you see do you see that as a very huge challenge, particularly looking at the configuration of Kogi State at the moment? The fact that the sitting governor is supporting somebody from a different senatorial district.
From his own senatorial district.
From his own senatorial district.
From his own ward. From his own local government. From his own polling unit.
From his own polling unit. So
See,
that's like a brother.
Governance is his cousin from the mother's side.
Isn't that the more reason you should be afraid? Because it's like him, contesting.
Yeah, but this is not a local government election. It is not a ward election. Even if it's a local government election, that will be uprising because people will not accept it. If it were to be, maybe the candidate comes from Adavi, another local government, not his own, where he is just finishing 8 years, then you want to put it in the same central district and put it in the same local government. People will say, okay, it's going to Adavi. They say, okay, it's liberal. But when you not put it and also put it in your ward, and it's not a local government election. See, let me tell you, our own side is even liberal. That is Kogi West. But on this, we are not liberal because we have never been governor. But Kogi East will not accept anything like this. They prefer to die than to accept it. That is the Gala speaking, and they have the numbers.
They've been governor for 16 years.
For 19 years.
For 19 years. So why should they complain that somebody is trying to install another person after he has served 8 years?
What they said is, actually, they did it in error, and that if the ticket had been given to Kogi West, they wouldn't have agitated, because they know that Audu, late Audu, Prince Audu, also our leader, because I was with him, he said he is going to make sure the power shift to Kogi West after his first term, because that's his last term anyway.
Yes.
But unfortunately he died, and the thing went to Kogi Central. And it has been Kogi Central and Kogi West that has been working together for power seats from beginning. So I expected that this current governors will have ordinarily, after his 8th year, give ticket to any of his people who worked with him, who worked with him from Kogi West. It shouldn't be me. But he didn't do that. He retained it. We complained that the Igala people did it wrongly, and you want to do the same thing. So it will not work. People will take it to with the, if you want to kill everybody is ready to die, because now.
So the argument that if Kogi East had kept it for 19 years and heavens didn't fall, why should heavens fall if Kogi Central keeps it?
They have the least. They have the least population.
Is Kogi West more than Kogi East? I mean Kogi Central.
Of course. After we have the Kogi East has the largest population. They have 9 local governments. Kogi West, second largest, 7 local governments. Kogi Central, 5 local governments. So they have the least population. And if you want to go by what is on ground now, the election, the governorship is between the Kogi West and Kogi East, who is going to emerge.
Unfortunately, Kogi West seems not to be speaking with one voice. You are on ADC platform. That's a platform that doesn't seem to have a statewide spread in Kogi State. Because I'm not aware of any other person on the platform of ADC that is in the House of Reps, for instance. Like
that's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
I said the 10th assembly that are going to be inaugurated, I'm not going to be alone.
Okay.
We won.
There are more ADC members now.
Yes. Even in my state, we won another federal constituency next to me.
Okay.
Where the candidate of the APC was the sitting Speaker, House of Assembly. Now they just finished their term. So my candidate
defeated. Okay.
My own candidate defeated him.
Defeated the sitting Speaker.
Yes.
Who wanted to move to the House.
That is how popular ADC is now in the states. So I'm telling you now, and again, the election coming is not going to be a party basis.
Yeah.
It's like going to be like a movement now.
Yeah, I was saying that Kogi West, for instance, who naturally, if you follow the rules of natural justice, who naturally should be favored.
Yes.
You are not speaking with one voice. That's what I'm saying.
Speaking.
You are on ADC platform. You are from Kogi West. There's Senator Dino Melaye is from Kogi West, is on the platform of the PDP.
Yes, you see, if you look at the last election, in Kogi West, PDP has no rep. They have no assembly. ADC has. Out of 3 federal constituency in Kogi West, ADC has taken 2. The other one, we didn't even field candidate because the person contesting there in PDP is my bosom friend. We were both in ADC before. I left him because if we have gone there to do all this our social intervention, we will have defeated all of them there. Okay. Because people are looking for who will help them. Yeah. Politics is about welfareism. Yeah. It's about what you can do for people.
What connects you to the people.
So if people now see difference that people is bringing and is positive, they will follow the person. We will have won the place too. But because of him, we didn't feed the candidate. That's the only consensus we didn't win in Kogi West. But PDP has, and we have assemblies, but PDP doesn't have anyone in Kogi West. So it's like PDP is even dead. Because in my place now, tell me, I can tell you the number of people doing PDP. And when I think the way the primary was managed was very bad, they said Senator Dino changed the list of delegates, and some of them left with anger. Not many of them. Those people we thought they can never leave PDP in life, they left in anger.
We saw people like Farouk Adejoando. Was it you who was speaking for also? I don't know.
Who is Farouk?
Used to be PDP, and I was wondering, so when did this my friend leave PDP and all of that?
No, it's not.
He was speaking on the attack on the governor that happened.
Okay, the gubernatorial candidate of SDP.
Okay, that's
Muri Ajaka.
Okay, that's
yes. I don't even know the person.
But now, how do you see your chances? Yes, it's Ajaka. Now, there's the SDP candidate, who I'm told is also popular, and then there's yourself, there's the APC candidate, there's PDP. How do you see your chances, at least among these 4 political parties?
What I can tell you is that I will win my 7 local government at least 80% in my central district, and I will win at least 4 or 5 local government in Kogi East. And 1 or 2
even when they have an Ajaka that is contested?
Even when they have an Ajaka. Ajaka has been discussing.
Merger?
We have been discussing, we are talking.
Or a kind of working alliance?
A kind of working. We have not said we are stepping for each other, but we are discussing.
Okay.
So we are looking for a way to bring back good governance to the state. Whatever sacrifice is going to take, let it.
Are you sure you are going to get any of the 5 local governments in Kogi Central?
No, not Kogi Central.
No,
Kogi
will
East.
You be able to get anything
I
from
can
them?
confidently tell you that I will. You see,
you will defeat Ododo in that place?
Huh?
You will defeat Ododo in Kogi Central?
Ododo is Kogi. I'm not talking of Kogi Central. I say Kogi
sorry,
East.
Okay.
Ododo is from Kogi Central.
Yes.
And even in Kogi Central, I know he can win Okini. Adavi, I'm not sure. Okay. Okehi, I'm not sure. You know why? Now, as we speak, by Tuesday, Adavi will have no any elected representatives.
In the House of Representatives?
And the Senate. And anywhere. Apart from the State Assembly, which is nothing. They are getting nothing there. So
they will be like people without a shepherd.
People without a shepherd. So I don't know who will win that local government, but possibly.
It's a pushing area for you then. It's an area for you to go and campaign vigorously.
And PDP too.
It's an area for you to go and campaign vigorously.
And PDP too.
More popular.
You see, politics is play. If you want to be popular, you cannot be, be hostile, and you think people will love you. When you are hostile, you are not. For example, I'm on media. I've never taken 1 naira from Governor Yabilo, and I'm among the people, the leader that brought him to become second in 2015. But as I speak, I have never taken 1 naira from him, and I've never benefited anything
You were one of the 700 or so delegates that voted for you.
I
Because
was
he had
a
about
leader.
700
I was a
votes.
leader in APC.
He had about 700 votes to outdo
We have the core people that
1,000
made
or so.
most of the votes. He got it from Kogi West. Kogi Central, where he came from, he came third. It's vote of Kogi West that brought him second. And we did it. So all we were fighting for that time is power to shift from Central. We didn't want Aldo again to come because we say
to shift from Central or to shift from East.
Power to shift from East to either Central or West. So, but we decided that Central should go first.
Okay.
So, on the to be just and fair, and for equity purpose, he's supposed to give it to Kogi West. You see, as I used to say, ADC and APC in the national here is the same. So if he supports me, it's the same thing as if he has supported the candidate of his own.
And how much of support are you backing on from somebody you once helped as well? I'm talking about the president. His party is contesting.
His party.
Do you think he will leave his party and be supporting you simply because he once supported you?
Well, there is. I can say nobody. In terms of support, I give. I don't think there's anybody apart from, and if I like is playing politics, apart from him, who did better than me for Aswaju in these states.
So you think it will be payback time for you?
We are his children, so I'm not saying that Aswaju should leave his party.
All right.
Let him just allow a level playing field for every candidate.
I like that, level playing field for everybody.
So that the best emerged.
And maybe when you become governor, you think there's need to have a more equitable charter of maybe a kind of agreement between the three senatorial districts as to how this thing should happen naturally from one division to another.
Yes.
You will work towards
it is
that.
only, we have 6 states in North Central. It is only in Kogi State that is not happening. If you go to Kwara, they have
happening.
ABC.
Yeah.
Come to Niger, they have Zone A, Zone B, Zone C. If you come to Plateau, they have the same thing.
Igbo is working on something like that.
And many states like that for peace to reign.
All right. Thank you so much, Honorable Abejide. Hopefully, maybe before the elections, we may still have the opportunity of bringing you back again.
Thank you
this
so
platform.
much.
Thank you.
And
For
thank
now,
you
we can
for
only
meeting you for the first time also.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. All right. Honorable Leke Abejide is the member representing Yagba East, Yagba West, Mokpaboro Federal Constituency area of Kogi State in the 9th Assembly. And of course, he just told us that they are still in session till next week, Tuesday.
Yes.
That's till 13th. Thank you so much. It's the candidate of the ADC.
African Democratic Congress.
African Democratic Congress in the November governorship election in Kogi State. And of course, we wish you all the luck, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you too for investing your time with us. On behalf of all of us here, my name is Gbenga Aruleba.
are not good times for residents of Akure High School, Bypass, Danjuma, and Ayedun, all in Akure, Ondo State capital, affected by Tuesday's rainstorm. Scores of houses, churches, and schools had their roofs removed and destroyed due to the heavy downpour. Electricity poles were not left out, throwing the communities into total darkness.
We just thank God yesterday. What happened here yesterday? Because everywhere was affected, even most of the houses, environment, even around our side, everywhere was affected.
The rain, it fucked up my book, my mattress, everything. My room soak water, all my wrapper soak, all my freeware gates, all my textbook, everything. It does scatter.
There is rain here yesterday, so the rain was come with big breeze. We move our roof yesterday.
Some of the affected residents slept at their neighbors' apartments due to the damages done to their houses. The residents are calling on government and other relevant agencies to come to their aid to cushion the effects of the destruction and loss.
Powerful rain, and it affects every one of us in this area. So we want government to assist us. This is where we are eating, feeding our children. So we need the assistance.
Very suffering. Even the book, everywhere was just soaked with water. Please, we are pleading to Nigeria and Ondo State people to help us.
Olushola Adeshoyan, AIT News, Akure.
I would like to send my condolence to the family of High Chief Raymond Dokpesi and the entire staff of DAAR Communications. The news of his passing on hit me as a rude shock. He was indeed a legend, a man of honor. It was a great privilege meeting him while we were shooting the series Palace, which was aired on AIT. It was produced by Mr. Ralph Mwadike and directed by Mr. Tunji Bamshebin. Most of the domestic locations were in his house, and he made sure we had everything we needed to make the series a success. He built a platform which has helped me as a young actor, not just me, but a lot of talent out there. It is so sad that he's gone, but he has really impacted in the life of a lot of people. May his soul rest on.
Robots have been a part of popular culture for over a century. Alpha the Robot toured the United States in 1934. In England, a humanoid robot named George was built from scrap metal in 1950. Today, he can be seen at the National Museum of Computing in the United Kingdom. In popular culture, the 1960s animated television show The Jetsons featured a futuristic housekeeper named Rosie the Robot.
Come on, let's go home, Rosie.
Yes, Nan.
We can't guarantee her, you know.
Robots have come a long way since those early examples. Today, the robotic firm Boston Dynamics has them doing gymnastics, fetching items like a dog, and doing tasks in commercial warehouse settings. I'm Dr. Crystal Dilworth. Today, we're taking a look at a variety of robots, helpful robots currently in service in different industries. No longer the stuff of science fiction, robots are quickly becoming important assistants to humans all over the globe.
Today on VOA Tech, helpful robots, like my friend Moxie here. I'll show you what Moxie can do a little later.
powering the future, confronting the world's challenges with cutting-edge solutions, medical breakthroughs, and high-tech discoveries. These are the stories of our planet. This is VOA Tech.
While most of what we know about robots comes from pop culture, like books and movies, there are some outstanding examples of robotic and automated technologies that are already making a difference in society right now and doing real work. This technology is improving as engineers analyze how well we're doing now and make improvements for the future. And here are 5 examples of robots we think you should know about, making a difference in a variety of ways. Cities across the globe are working to help mitigate the effects of climate change. There's the problem of what's called the last mile. The last mile is the delivery of any parcel or order from its source to the person requesting it. To help reduce traffic and pollution from fossil fuel burning vehicles, bicycle deliveries have become popular in cities. E-bikes or electric bikes, for example, have even improved the distance they can cover every day. Currently in the works are drones, now being studied to deliver last-mile parcels from the air. Corporations are testing a variety of small aircraft to see how viable this type of delivery will be in the future. But one type of delivery robot already in service and much closer to the ground is a KiwiBot. KiwiBots are small, 4-wheeled robots that are delivering food, beverages, and smiles to cities and college campuses around the United States. We met up with KiwiBots at Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles, where the bots are doing their thing, helping students around campus. Victor Navarro is with KiwiBot Business Operations.
The idea for us, it was to offer some convenience service. During exams or students, they need more time to be focused on their task and research. So having a robot around to do all the, like skip the line and, you know, all the delays that comes of from going to the restaurant to get your food, that's what we're doing that bypass.
Victor explains the KiwiBot technology.
The displays reproduce like different cycles with emotions. So you have happy face, neutral face, angry face, a crying face sometimes, a loving face as well, I forgot. We have a stereo camera that measures the depth of the objects. We have a zoom camera, we have the lights for nocturnal operations. We have 3 distance sensors for the object, so the robot stops when it sees one object. And we have 2 cliff sensors, that is in case the robot goes to the edge of the curbside, he stops as well. This is the bumpers. We have 4 motors, so the robot can move in his own axis, like 360 degrees. It can carry up to 20 pounds, 20 to 25 pounds of food. And it goes 1.9 miles an hour. And the battery, it lasts for 8 hours.
Here's how students at this university can order up a KiwiBot delivery.
They have an application that the students use where they can, they have multiple choices and from all the restaurants that are located inside the campus, and they go to the app.
The app tracks the process of the KiwiBot and alerts the student when it arrives at the drop-off point. Victor put the KiwiBot in action for us.
This is how it works. The order gets into the tablet, the food gets cooked, and then the food goes inside the robot.
Hot off the grill, the food is packaged and taken to the KiwiBot. On this day, 2 bots were standing by outside the restaurant, ready to go. The robot opens its lid, and the food is placed inside for delivery. It then takes off for its destination on campus. When it arrives at the drop-off point, the student is contacted and the delivery is completed.
Here in LMU, we have 15 robots daily deployed where, we have different clusters and different positions to optimize the roads. And the idea is like we have a software system that assignates the robots that are available, so we have control of what's going on.
And on each trip, the KiwiBots learn more about the environment in which they operate.
We first need to map the area, right? And once we map it, we identified all the critical points, and we also identified the choke points for the signal and where the risks are. And in that order, obstacles, curbside, people, crossing points is really important to have in mind. We do it every time, and we collect that information.
And while the KiwiBots deliver an important service on this college campus and in cities which they operate, there's also a positive side effect happening as well.
Right now, the cities are changing and all the infrastructure, the urban infrastructure is changing. So our robots needs to be respectful with the environment. And, and being urban friendly is what we're also working on. We want if the people, I don't know, if they're feeling sad, and if they see a robot, and maybe they can change their day.
Henry Ford didn't invent the car. He invented the assembly line to build cars more efficiently. In 1908, his popular Model T car took more than 12 hours to build. But by 1913, he installed the first assembly line, and a new Model T car was built every 3 hours. By 1927, Ford delivered its 15th million Model T. Today, automation has changed the way cars and many other products are manufactured and assembled. Mike Bell is the CEO of Miso Robotics in Pasadena, California. They make automation robots for the food industry, and Flippy 2 is one of their most popular products.
What is the difference between automation and robotics?
It's a question we get all the time. And years ago, there was really not a lot of a distinction. But right now, when you kind of look at where we are with technology today, and back up 10 years, there were automation solutions that were out there. And they were really consisted of a lot of moving pieces of machinery that took a food item or some other item through a series of steps, okay? And that's automation, that's fine. Today, that same technology is enhanced by robotics, which adds artificial intelligence, computer vision, algorithms for planning. And it frankly is a smart system that has the ability to observe itself, adjust itself real time, and work in a fluid environment with the enhancement of all of today's modern technology.
Miso Robotics has a busy research lab. Here, engineers are working on a variety of cutting-edge robotics for the food industry.
This is our robotics laboratory. So 2 main things happen here. The first is this is where we test all of our products. So as we bring them to market, we put them through their paces and test them every way you can think of. The second thing that happens here is this is where we innovate and design new products, okay? It's kind of a playground for mechanical engineers. We got about 50 people working here, engineers of all sorts, and this is where we'll take certain ideas and develop prototype products and really invent them.
Mike gave us a tour of the facility and a demonstration of the robot they created that is now deployed and working in restaurants around the country.
Show me what we've got.
Crystal, meet Flippy. This is our robotic fry station. It looks like a lot, but it actually installs overnight, and it doesn't require any special construction. Flippy is already pre-programmed to understand the recipes of that particular restaurant, to identify the different food types. And the next morning, Flippy takes over cooking food. As an order comes in for fries or onion rings or whatever else, the worker simply enters the instruction here and walks away. From there, the food's dispensed into a basket. It's carried through each of the steps of cooking, and the perfectly cooked food is dumped here over to the left.
We watched Flippy 2 in action. The mechanical arm moves the fry basket to the area where, in this case, frozen French fries are transferred from the freezer. Then the arm moves it to the deep fryer for cooking. When the preset cook time is completed, Flippy 2 removes the basket from the oil, gives it a good shake, and transfers it to the point where a human worker can then distribute the food.
Decision making is a big part of it, and you can think of that as AI, okay? And so if you have 8 different baskets, Flippy has to be thinking ahead of time, all these sequences and kind of playing a chess game to make sure he's doing everything in the right order, okay? That's a big part of it. But the other part of it has to do with computer vision. So imagine cameras that tell a robot, an arm, exactly precisely where to be to grab a basket at exactly the right place. Keep in mind, it's somewhat of a smoky surface or area. There's shiny surfaces, it's oil. So it's not obvious or easy for a computer to identify exactly where to be. And including, is the basket tilted a little bit? Is it set back? I mean, to do all this in an orchestrated way relies a lot on computer vision, as well as AI, as well as motion planning.
So what are we looking at here? There's a lot of Flippies.
This is Robot TV. This is actually some live video feeds of some of our actual robots that are deployed all across the country, cooking food for real humans.
So these are robots in restaurants in real time. What's happening right now?
And what we do is we have the machine and the robot tell us if there's some sort of problem, if it's slowed down or if there's some sort of problem. And then that allows our support people to turn the cameras on and have humans kind of just tune in and understand exactly what's going on. We're able to real time observe its cooking, its behavior, see if there's a problem or not. And we can even diagnose it and reset it remotely.
How do you as the head of Miso Robotics, deal with some of the apprehension around robots, impacting our lives in ways that we can't control?
I think for whatever reason, what's occurred with popular culture is that we as humans are still in the process of defining who robots are to us and what they mean to us. Are they friend? And it's natural for us to think friend or foe. What we do is when we introduce a robot into a restaurant is that, well, first of all, we name it. Its name is Flippy, which is a nice, friendly, approachable name. And we put a lot of attention to training people. What we've learned is that Flippy, in our example, quickly wins the hearts and minds of the people because, A, he comes in and he does the task that they like the least. He does it reliably, he doesn't call in sick, there's no issues, he's just a friendly, cooperative worker. And so in many restaurants we install, he gets voted Employee of the Month sometimes, and he's kind of like the most favorite employee. And so we're still early days as a society kind of defining how we think of robots. We're still thinking about it, it's still evolving. For example, there are open questions that we have, like, should Flippy have a head and a face? Should he have more humanization put to him? And we don't know the answers to this yet as a company or as a society. And so what we're doing is experimenting and learning and finding out that the best thing I think we can do for Flippy and for Miso Robotics, but also maybe for our society, is just to make him approachable.
Meet Moxie. She's on duty at the Cedars-Sinai Hospital in Los Angeles.
And it's her own little noise that she makes.
Hello.
Hello, Moxie. So it'll go to her spot. She has her spot that she has to hit. And then she rotates. And then we're ready to go.
Associate Nursing Director Melanie Barone works closely with Moxie at this busy hospital.
Moxie is one of my best friends here. Moxie is a helpful robot that we have here at Cedars-Sinai. She goes by and helps us bring items from Central Supply, really reduces the workload off the nurses and other ancillary staff who need items for our patients. One of our favorite things to get from her is our IV pumps. They weigh about 5 pounds a piece and she can carry 3 at a time. So it really reduces that injury potential for a staff and also gets them up faster. What's nice with Moxie is you can text her. You text her, say, I'm here, I need IV pump, IV supplies, IV meds, and she will bring them for you. She tells you how long it'll take, keeps you updated via our phones, and it's just a very simple way and quick way for us to get what we need.
Moxie can navigate the halls and elevators. Here, she's doing a pickup in the gift shop for a patient.
Tell me about the kinks. Is there anything that still needs to be worked out?
There's some dead zones. One is by my office door.
Oh, no.
So she'll stop and she'll ask, can you please assist me opening the door? So sometimes, you know, it's as good as the Wi-Fi system that's around. So yeah, occasionally she'll get stuck in places, but they work on figuring out ways to either change her route so she doesn't hit that dead zone, or to work with our IT department to see if we can up the Wi-Fi signal so she can work better, because she runs off Wi-Fi.
Moxie is a happy robot. She'll make heart eyes and wave to you as she completes her tasks.
What has been the impact on the nursing team? Like, obviously you love working with Moxie, but overall, what's the feeling of having friendly robots around?
They really enjoy it. The staff always are open to requests from her. It's just easy to do, and they like seeing her. Even when she comes on the unit, you always see people say, hi, Moxie. And it's become that kind of relationship with her almost than anything else.
Disinfecting hospitals and medical facilities to prevent infection has always been a priority for the healthcare industry. Teams clean and sanitize rooms daily to prevent what is known as HAI, hospital-acquired infection. About 99,000 people die each year in the United States from infections they caught while being in a hospital. And while strict sanitation protocols do make a difference in reducing infections, there's a new germ-zapping robot on the scene that is helping to sanitize medical facilities even more. Mark Stivich is the founder and chief scientific officer of Xenex. They've created a robot called Lightstrike that is the latest weapon against infection.
So everything from your bacteria, so you have like your superbugs, bacterial spores like Clostridioides difficile. It's the #1 pathogen that gets spread around hospitals. But it also does SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID.
Why would a hospital want one of these machines?
So every year there are about 2 million infections. So what they're called HAIs, or hospital-acquired infections. So patients will come in for a procedure and they get an infection in the hospital. They're immune compromised, and there are a lot of sick people in the hospital, so there's that risk. And those are the superbugs we hear about all the time. And so to get these out of the environment, to make the room safer, that's what the robot's for.
Here's how the Lightstrike zaps and kills viruses and bacteria.
All right, so I'll show you the bulb here. And as it comes up, you can see this is a bulb. It's actually a literal bulb. And in that is a xenon gas. So xenon is an inert gas, so it's totally safe. And what we do is there's a capacitor in here. We provide a high voltage electricity to it, and it pulses the light, it flashes the light, and when it releases that energy, what that UV does is it will penetrate the cell walls of organisms, it'll penetrate viruses, and it has different mechanisms to kill. So one of the mechanisms is it'll fuse the DNA. And so it's basically mucking up all the information. The cell can no longer replicate. Can't replicate, it can't cause an infection. It's deactivated is the correct term. We're storing up energy during this microsecond pulse, and that's getting just this high and intense broad spectrum energy that is effective against all the different pathogens.
The Xenex Lightstrike robot is wheeled into any area in the healthcare facility that needs disinfection. In this case, it's a patient's room. It's plugged into a regular electrical outlet, and it's programmed to start a cleaning cycle. The attendant leaves the room, the light element rises up, and the robot bathes the room in light.
And so we're here at Keck Hospital at USC, and what this robot does is puts out this high power light. And what it is called UVC, and it doesn't naturally occur on Earth. The ozone layer filters it out. So all the bacteria and viruses, they've never seen this before, and they don't have resistance to it. So it zaps them, it disinfects, and it kills them in about 5 minutes. So we bring it into a hospital room, put it in a position, and about 5 minutes later, that area is disinfected.
Dr. Stephanie Hall is the Chief Medical Officer at Keck Medical Center at USC.
With technology today, many of these pieces of equipment have very sensitive electronic devices and that kind of thing. And so the first thing is we make sure that the surfaces throughout the institution in a patient's room are cleaned on a regular basis with an approved product. One of the products that we use a lot is bleach, because it kills just about everything. You can scrub an area and resistant bacteria or spores can remain. So the question is, what do we do to the next level? And what we do is that we've taken and implement a program where we use ultraviolet light. And this is through the Xenex product, the Xenex robot that actually treats the environment in the entire environment so that it's the final, if you will, layer of safety for our patients. And what that does, it's able to kill any virus, bacteria, spore that we haven't been able to pick up or kill and remove with the usual cleaning agents or through scrubbing.
What do you think in terms of the hospital environment and how robots are able to help the work that needs to be done in this hospital community?
Well, as you know, robots are a significant part of our daily life in a hospital. The light strike is one. We have robots in the operating room that help our surgeons do minimally invasive surgeries with high precision, not only in the abdomen and the chest. We've recently implemented robotic-assisted technology for spine surgery. So robots are really part of the future of improving and enhancing care.
In California's Silicon Valley, there's a robot on patrol, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's not there to replace security officers, but it is there to increase security by patrolling a high-tech office building. VOA Tech's Serafina Nance has the details.
Thanks, Crystal. Rovi is even singing to me. I am in the heart of Silicon Valley in California, reporting on new high-tech security robots that are changing the way that public and private areas are being patrolled.
Rovi is on duty here at the Santa Clara Towers parking lot. He's a Nightscope K5 patrol robot. Weighing in at 398 pounds, travels up to 3 miles per hour, and is on duty, rain or shine, 24/7. William Lee is the chairman and CEO of Nightscope, a company he launched in 2013 that created the K5 and other security robots.
The idea here is we've got a slightly grandiose mission to see if we can make the United States of America the safest country in the world. Today in our country, we've got about 1 million security guards and 1 million law enforcement professionals. They're securing the country with the technological equivalent of a number 2 pencil and a notepad. And that's one big thing that we want to fix, is to give them unprecedented capabilities for them to do their jobs much more effectively. So Nightscope's a unique combination of 4 very difficult technologies all combined into one. So self-driving autonomous technology, like a self-driving car, robotics, artificial intelligence, and electric vehicles. And we've combined this all into a combination of hardware and software that does crudely basically 2 things. One is to provide a physical deterrence to stop the negative behavior from occurring in the first place. Second is these machines generate a massive amount of data, 90 terabytes a year that no human's gonna ever be able to process. So we put that in a more digestible format for an officer or guard or 911 dispatch to utilize, so they can have an officer or guard basically have their eyes, ears, and voice on the ground in multiple locations at the same time.
Hello? Tatiana Martins is the property manager of Santa Clara Towers. We met the Nightscope K5 robot in the parking lot that it patrols around the buildings.
So this is Rovi. Can you tell me a little bit about what Rovi is? Like, what are all of these buttons and there's music?
Yes, Rovi is this is our robot. They have a camera. Rovi has cameras everywhere. This is the strobe. It will be visible.
Is it blue light at night?
Yes, and it will be visible from far away. Here is the call button. So if you press this button, it will ring to our security staff who will be able to assist.
Okay.
What was the process like to decide to get a robot? How did you decide that the autonomous robot was the way to go?
The robot was needed because this stretch here in Santa Clara, this business stretch where we're at, have been hit hard with car break-ins. And having Rovi here, it just increased our resources. and have reduced significantly the break-ins in the area. Is almost 100% crime reduction on my side.
And how does Roe v. actually reduce that crime or prevent that crime?
It acts as a deterrent. They see the K5 and they feel like we can make it.
So if someone were to come and try to break into a car, what would Roe v. do?
He will be taking data analytics and photos, and he can't actually do anything about it as far as which a human person would be doing, right? A human security staff. That's why I have 3 other security officers. But immediately he will send a signal to my security staff, and also obviously we'll be building that intelligence database that we needed. We are able to provide to the police department as well.
One of our clients that just renewed for the 5th year, and we have numerous ones of these, they were experiencing 1 to 2 criminal incidents a week. So every week, someone got assaulted, some car got stolen, someone got robbed. And finally, the security guard's like, listen, you can fire me, I'm not going out there. Between midnight and 6 in the morning, not going out there. Put the machine there, and all the incidents basically went down to 0. You were gonna go steal a car at 3 o'clock in the morning at the hospital. You pull up and you don't know what this thing does, number 1. 2, the strobe lights go.
Selfies, and the robot welcomes anybody that comes closer to them, saying welcome to Santa Clara Towers, and immediately you just feel intrigued by this robot and understand what this robot is about.
Which is really exciting, right? To actually build technology and then actually have a positive impact. And in its early days, right? Statistically speaking, most of you know, right? An officer or guard is doing this most of the time, because 99, 98% of the time, nothing's happening, right? Despite what's on the news or what have you. And it's all quiet. But for us to have that many crime-fighting wins this early in the process, to me, is fascinating. We've helped the law enforcement agency issue an arrest warrant for a sexual predator. We stopped a fraudulent insurance claim. We helped a security guard apprehend a retail thief. We helped another law enforcement agency apprehend an armed gunman. I mean, the list goes on, and we're just getting started.
And as we saw in this episode of VOA Tech, the best way for scientists and engineers to predict the future of robotics and automation is to invent it. With robots like KiwiBots, Flippy2, Moxie, Lightstrike, and Rovi already in service, we're just scratching the surface of what is yet to come.
Hello, you're on Initiative Africa. My name is Asha Samput. Welcome to your weekly magazine featuring Africa on the move through smart innovations and initiatives that work. In this new edition, we raise the question of nature conservation on the continent. Let's get on with the show with our top stories today. COP27 has ended, but the IUCN's fight continues for the protection of nature. We meet Charles Karangwa, a specialist in land restoration and sustainable agriculture at the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, who is fighting to promote nature-based solutions adapted to combat climate change. He's our guest this week.
IUCN is a global authority on conservation, and we are probably the largest network of conservation organizations across the world.
A survivor of sexual abuse reaches out to men who are themselves victims of violence. Listening and therapy for all genders is Halima's Lionese mission in Nigeria.
What we do when we go out to talk to men is we pretty much talk about emotional stability. We try to normalize the idea of expressing yourself, the idea of seeking help.
Putting an end to decades of agro-pastoral conflicts. This is a reality that is beginning to take hold in Togo thanks to the mediation of local chiefs and the involvement of the country's leaders.
C'est le conflit foncier qui est toujours cité en premier lieu. Donc cela voudrait dire que c'est la source des problèmes dans la région des savanes.
In Nigeria, a young woman who survived sexual abuse found the strength to teach other victims how to overcome this ordeal. Her foundation, Life After Abuse, strives for a better social awareness of sexual violence and the post-traumatic convalescence of victims. Halima Layeni focused her attention on marginalized teenagers to whom she offered listening sessions and therapy. She then realized that young men who were victims of abuse needed more adapted therapy. Our correspondent in Abuja, Hugo Yuana, followed her to understand her approach.
The patriarchal nature of the African society over the years have prevented men from speaking out and opening up to therapy when they experience any form of psychological trauma. According to a 2021 report by the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Response Team, DSVRT, 194 men were reportedly assaulted by their partners from January to June 2021, recording a slight increase from 108 cases reported the first 6 months of the previous year. The narrative seems to be shifting as Life After Abuse Foundation is bringing the needed change.
I didn't grow up in the midst of this loving, happy family. I grew up in the midst of fight, curses, war, a lot of anger. Really piles of anger, unforgiveness and all sorts. So I never even always had good intentions for anyone growing up.
Some time ago, I lost my mom, and dealing with it was very difficult. I mean, for a very long period of time, I could not process it. I was emotionless, I was expressionless. A lot of people were actually confused relating with me.
We've counseled men who have been through sexual abuse. We've also counseled men who have suffered parental, physical, and emotional abuse. We try to create that safe space for men, and we try to, encourage men that it's okay to cry. It's okay to talk about your feelings or your emotions. So we set up something called a love counseling platform where men can gain access to a one-on-one counseling. What we do when we go out to talk to men is we pretty much talk about emotional stability. We try to normalize, the idea of expressing yourself, the idea of seeking help. We try to acknowledge the trauma that they've gone through. We know that, traditionally men are required to hold a lot of things in.
I'm actually happy that I found a refuge, a safe place called love.
After the therapy sessions, after the counseling, I just found that I was more enthusiastic about my job. Before then, I just saw my job as a responsibility, something I had to wake up and do.
We basically believe that a more sustainable approach to any gender-based violence is actually reorienting men, basically, rehabilitating them, start educating men on women's rights, emotional stability, consent, and all of that. We launched the campaign and we had men from across 4 African countries, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Benin Republic, and Nigeria join in on the movement. And the movement actually attracted a lot of attention, and we had, I think our volunteer platform grew from 60 to 480, and we had, a lot of members join in to advocate for it. One of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is actually good health and well-being, and that is what we try to focus on in LAF. We know that the issue of men's mental health actually falls under that category, and we try to focus on that. And we're able to at least reach 6,000 men in 4 African countries. In 2020, LAF gained global recognition through a platform called the United Nations Youth Solutions Report, and we emerged a finalist. Also through our work, we have been able to, get an award from the United States government through a fellowship called the Carrington Youth Fellowship Initiative for the work that we do regarding, the SDG 3.
This raises hope that more women in Africa will be able to engage in similar social work with an ultimate goal to encourage males to open up and embrace counseling without being ashamed for it.
It is a unique organization that has been bringing together states, government agencies, hundreds of NGOs, as well as thousands of experts and scientists for decades. The International Union for the Conservation of Nature, the IUCN, has helped more than 75 countries in the application of their conservation and biological diversity strategies. Africa, which each year loses up to 350 million hectares of land due to soil degradation, is a major source for the IUCN, as Charles Karangwa, one of its officials, shared with me. I met him on the sidelines of COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. Charles Karangwa, hello. Welcome on Initiative Africa. So you are regional head of land systems covering forests, drylands and sustainable agriculture at the IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, Africa region. Could you tell us about the role and mission of the IUCN?
Thank you. IUCN is a global authority on conservation, and we are probably the largest network of conservation organizations across the world. And most of our work really spans through 4 components: conserving nature, of course, people, livelihoods, alternatives, and equity and rights, which is part of governance work we do. And we also have quite a lot of work around biodiversity from both terrestrial and marine ecosystems in Africa, and mostly also working with governments to transition towards sustainable and climate resilience development.
What about the work of IUCN in Africa?
So IUCN in Africa have probably for many decades been supporting conservation agenda. And over the last 30 years, we have been mostly focusing on work on what we call sustainable conservation, which basically includes issues around development. So you are basically looking at drivers of deforestation and habitat loss, and by addressing them, then you basically respond to conservation challenges. So our work in Africa, we have about 4 major programs. One is focusing on what we call protected area and conserved area. And here it's really institutional capacity development for governments, protected area managers to be able to sustainably manage, conserve biodiversity. The second is on what we call terrestrial land management ecosystems. And this spans around basically forest, agriculture, drylands, resilience, water systems management, which basically helps also institutions, communities to sustainably manage and invest in those ecosystems in a way that, of course, both are sustainable but also are productive, because these are the resources that people depend on every day. The third element of our work in Africa is around marine and the coastal resilience. We have experienced over the last decade huge changes in marine ecosystem management, disasters, flooding, which is really hugely costing the continent a lot in terms of resources. And what we are trying to do is really to increase sustainable management of the coastal area, but also the marine, so which includes also plastic pollution in the marine areas, waste management and the likes. And then finally, of course, is our work on policy and institutional capacity development across the continent. So that's where we are working in Africa.
Could you talk about nature-based solutions? What are they, and how can they benefit the African continent in the fight against climate change?
Yeah, thank you. I think over the last couple of years, we have seen actually a huge interest in nature-based solutions. And last year, actually early this year in April, the United Nations Environmental Assembly, UNEA 5, endorsed the definition of nature-based solutions as basically actions to restore, protect and conserve nature, all type of ecosystems, terrestrial ecosystems, marine ecosystems, And that was actually an official way and a call to action for governments to start adopting nature-based solutions. And you can also talk about biodiversity loss at the same time. You look at the drivers of biodiversity loss and wonder, how do you put something together which can address both climate change from adaptation and mitigation, but also biodiversity loss in many ways. The nature-based solutions is probably one of the best way, because you are talking about not one solution. You're talking about the solutions based on nature. And in Africa, of course, I will speak from, let's take an example of energy. When we talk about renewable energy, you are mostly relying on a number of sources, right? You are talking about the wind, transitioning to wind, to solar, to other renewables. And most of this really depends on nature. Now, how do you really build nature to be able to give you that renewable energy you're looking for? An example is a hydropower plant. If you don't protect a catchment upstream, and you're building a huge hydroelectricity power plant downstream, what happens is you lose the investment because you're not protecting the catchment. And the way you protect catchment, you are using the nature-based solutions. You are managing land sustainably, you are increasing vegetation cover, you are protecting soil erosions, you are basically investing in nature so that nature can give you the services.
Welcome back to the second part of our show. Agro-pastoral conflicts are still numerous in sub-Saharan Africa and each year cause thousands of deaths and injuries. In Togo, in the Savane region bordering Burkina Faso, farmers and herders have clashed for decades for access to pasture and water. Yet today, thanks to the mediation of local chiefs but also to the involvement of leaders at the national and regional level, peace has returned to the region. An agreement has been reached between herders and farmers to live in peace and harmony. Take a look.
Quand moi je suis arrivé, lui, il était avec les bêtes dans le champ en train de manger. Les bêtes mangent, lui, il est à côté, il les regarde. Quand je suis arrivé, je lui demande, devant toi là, tu vois, c'est quoi là-bas? Et puis, c'est comme ça. C'est là-bas qu'il m'a tapé. Dans un de mes villages vers l'ouest, à Pétila, les bouviers sont rentrés dans le champ et c'est un maraîcher qui a fait les tomates. Il a fait ça sur un bon espace et c'est de ça qu'il vit. Bon, dans un premier temps, quand il est retourné sous l'effet de colère, il avait le coucou. Il y avait un petit taureau qui était là, il a haché carrément. Et le bouvier a sorti son coucou. Ils se sont pris, hein, ils se sont pris. Il y a eu du sang qui a coulé.
Il y avait un climat vraiment conflictuel dans beaucoup de localités. Et on a constaté, ou bien on a vu, une violence de grande ampleur dans la préfecture, dans un village de la préfecture de Thône, où des communautés entre Moba se sont affrontées, entre les peuples bouviers et les autochtones gourmandiers, où il y a eu également même des morts, hein, des morts d'hommes. Il y a eu les cases brûlées.
Nous sommes arrivés ici, on a voulu essayer de les interroger. Le bouvier, il ne voulait même pas obtempérer pour qu'on voie comment ça a commencé pour voir à la solution. Il dit que les bœufs étaient tellement nombreux que lui seul ne pouvait pas d'un seul coup les faire sortir.
C'est le conflit foncier qui est toujours cité en premier lieu. Donc cela voudrait dire que c'est la source des problèmes dans la région des savanes.
Quand il a vu son taureau avec les coucous que le jeune, et là, lui, il est gardien. Qu'est-ce que lui va signaler? Qu'est-ce qu'il va dire à son chef qu'il a demandé? Lui, on n'a qu'à lui dire ce que ça coûte. Et le jeune dit non, lui dire ce que ça coûte. Il faut que moi, en tant que chef, il faut que j'aille moi-même voir. Oui, on devrait faire la paix. S'il a pu payer pour les champs, là c'est fini. Tu les laisses partir. Lorsqu'il n'a pas payé, si le champ, l'affaire est toujours là-bas. Là, il a fait une facture de 345 000 au bouvier. Et nous aussi, nous sommes rentrés dedans, on a concilié en demandant pardon aux jeunes, jusqu'à ce qu'ils soient entendus. Et il a donné 95 000 plus 10 000 francs pour aller se soigner. Je ne s'est pas arrêté là-bas, j'ai appelé le président des Peuls. Je lui ai expliqué la situation qui a prévalu dans le village à Akpéi. Lui, il a essayé d'appeler tous ceux-là qui opèrent chez nous ici. Ils sont venus des délégations de chaque village. Et depuis ce jour, ils ont décidé de ne jamais se promener avec les couteaux. Si tu es là, il est bouvier actuellement, quand vous les voyez aux gens, ils n'ont plus les couteaux sur eux, mais plutôt les bâtons. Rares sont ceux-là qui tiennent les couteaux.
Au niveau des cantons, cet organe est appelé Conseil des sages de prévention et de gestion des conflits fonciers. Leur rôle consiste à faire la prévention et le règlement des conflits.
La médiation, la conciliation, elle reste le seul moyen pacifique. Parce que tout le monde ne comprend pas que la gendarmerie peut aussi concilier. Mais puisque c'est un corps habillé, l'on peut partir facilement de la gendarmerie en prison. Donc nous pensons que la chefferie est un moyen beaucoup plus pacifique pour la médiation lorsqu'il y a conflit entre peuple, agriculteurs et bouviers.
Généralement, nous réussissons à concilier les parties. Lorsque les parties sont conciliées, nous débouchons sur une entente qui peut promouvoir la paix en famille, la paix au village, la paix entre les communautés.
Let's get back to the second part of the interview of Charles Karangwa from the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Among other things, he speaks about nature-based solutions, which are ways to protect, sustainably manage and restore natural or modify ecosystems promoted by his organization, and how they can help Africa. Let's find out.
Do you have some concrete examples of IUCN's work in Africa about these nature-based solutions?
I want to do that, yeah. One example, I have been working over the last 4 or 5 years on a program which is funded by the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs through their embassy in Rwanda, where we invested in protecting an 18,000 hectare of catchment. Let me tell you a story about this catchment. This is a catchment which historically, at least every single year, about 100 people's lives were being lost because of landslides, because of floods. Huge losses from infrastructure, including bridge, roads, were being destroyed because upstream was not protected. And during the heavy rain, Rwanda is a country of 1,000 hills, so you have a very high slope of 60%. And when it rains, because of the type of the soil and the construct of the landscape, there is always that whole landslide. I remember witnessing a time when a family of 8 people completely got exterminated because of a landslide, a heavy landslide. So we invested in that through different natural and nature-based solutions approach, including, of course, restoration of that catchment, protecting the river, increasing the size of where the river can flow, but also doing some other terracing of mountains to reduce the intensity of water. And I was very pleased early this month to speak with the mayor of the city of Rubavu in the western of Rwanda, saying, for the first time in 5 years, we have not lost a life, we have not lost a road, we have not lost a house, we have the normal rains. It was a very good to hear that story. So nature-based solution works. So with that project, we created 60,000 jobs, green jobs, for very, very poor households that have been able to work, to restore, to protect the land, and they were paid as part of the ecosystem service benefits.
What about forest landscape restoration in Africa? Agriculture is a major driver of degradation due to land conversion. How can we reconcile restoration with agriculture and farming?
One of the unfortunate challenge people face in Africa is that they think agriculture should compete with forest. But that's not true, because historically Africa lived and survived on land. People survived on farming without necessarily destroying nature. I think there is a whole pressure and misconception of agricultural sector, thinking that expansion and expanding is going to be giving us more food security, but actually it's worsening the food security for many reasons, and that's probably one of the factors that we need to address in Africa when we talk about forest landscape restoration. And since agriculture is a huge driver of deforestation, the major investment we are making in Africa is really agroforestry systems. Investing in agroforestry, basically trees mixed with the crops, because then you are increasing vegetation cover and forest cover, but also you are reducing soil erosion and increasing the soil carbon matter by just mixing trees and the crops at the same time on farm. But also, we are encouraging farmers to not just expand agriculture, but sustainably manage the land they have by increasing regenerative agriculture on farm. And then finally, of course, it's restoring what has been already lost and try to invest in protecting what is still intact by not expanding agricultural area further.
Wood burning for heating and cooking is a major source of emissions and a health hazard for many. Some populations don't have many options, and it's sometimes a cultural choice. What can be done here?
I think that's very right. In terms of numbers, 85% of Africans use firewood for cooking and heating the house, and lighting. Even in some communities, they still use even firewood for lighting in the house. So it's a very useful resources, and that's one of the major drivers. If you go to countries like Malawi, the major driver in addition to agriculture is of course use of charcoal and firewood. But do we have alternatives? I think you can't turn this situation around for just in a year or 2 years or 3 years. You need to find how do we start investing in other options that can help reduce the biomass use at household level. There's a number of options that are being explored in many countries. IUCN is working on a number of projects in Rwanda, in Malawi, in Kenya, for example, to support communities access low fuel use cooking stoves, what we call improved cooking stoves. You still use biomass, you still use charcoal, you still use wood, but you don't use the same quantity as what you could use in a normal traditional stoving. That's very important. The second, we are investing significantly in technologies. IUCN is supporting, for example, different countries in Africa to study carefully alternative or what we call improved biomass technologies, but also green charcoal. And the third option we are investing in is what we call sustainable forest management techniques, increase the forest productivity. Now, if you want to reduce deforestation, you increase the forest productivity by improving forest management. And that's one of the areas we are investing in as an organization, to basically try to increase forest productivity and then increase the cubic meter of biomass per hectare, then reduce a complete degradation of existing forests, especially natural forests.
Climate and energy transition are critical for everyone and the planet as well. How do you see progress in this field on the continent, knowing that pathways for a just net zero transition must reflect African realities and ambitions? How can we make sure to guide fair and effective policy decisions? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, good question. One of the contentious topic in the COP here is, of course, Africa is a less contributor to emissions, right? So you're talking about less than 3% globally. And if you ask Africa to transition to green energy, there might be a mixed feeling of, okay, in any case, we are not emitting a lot, but why do we want to change from our coal to, why do you want us to close our coal to go to other renewable, sustainable energy. So I think it's an interesting topic for discussion, but I would provide a real situation here. No one would ever wish Africa to be where Europe and China and other developed countries are today. We would want to prevent to be there, right? So we would want to invest in sustainable energy now than just waiting until the situation is worse. So I guess that's where policies need to change. And we are seeing a lot of interest of a continent in Africa of change and just transition to sustainable and renewable energies. But of course, it's not something that can just happen overnight, right? Africa needs more time. I think Africa has a huge opportunity for sustainable energy. We are a continent with many sources of hydro rivers, with huge potential. We can develop and serve the entire world with our rivers, with hydro, but also solar. But I guess what is needed is those resources, financial resources, to transition to those opportunities and tap into the natural ecosystem services that we have and embrace that sustainable energy transition.
Well, Initiative Africa is over for today. You can, of course, find Charles Karangawa's interview and the replay of our programs on our news website, africaonair.com, and you can also follow us on all our social media channels. Also, feel free to share, like, and comment with the hashtag Initiative Africa. And don't forget, next week, same time, same channel, I'll see you again with a new edition of Business Africa. Wish you all a very happy New Year. Goodbye.
Corporal punishment, the dread of every school-age child perceived to have behaved improperly. In 2001, the provisions of 1968 Education Act permitting corporal punishment in schools were repealed. But the act inadvertently remained until the 2009 Revised Education Act that explicitly prohibited corporal punishment in schools. That notwithstanding, prohibition is still to be achieved in homes, alternative care settings, daycare centers, and most public schools.
Not seeing this as corporal punishment, but that child is going through serious pain as you see that.
If there's always flogging, corporal punishments, I don't think that's the best way to make a student change from doing certain things.
All it does is give you scars that make you resent the person that gave you the punishment and not resent the action that you did.
Private schools have found a way to work around it, and because private schools continue to improve themselves with international best practices.
Even in private schools in Nigeria, you still find them. There's extent of what we call these private schools. We had the case of what happened in Delta State, where the child, a child who was a nursery KG child, who was just there in a toddler who was there in the school because he or she messed up with certain water and things like that. The child was beaten and they rushed the child to Federal Medical Center Asaba, and ultimately we lost the child.
Article 295 of the Criminal Code used in southern Nigeria and Article 55 of Penal Code in the north, as well as the Sharia law, arrogate the right of parents to use minimal force to discipline their children and wards.
I feel like it doesn't implement any change because you're simply hardening the student. You don't want the student wouldn't want to come back to school.
And if we are to address the issue of out-of-school children in our country, we feel that corporal punishment is one of the things that we have to remove from our schools.
Child rights advocate insist corporal punishment is unnecessary, no matter how light.
The second category that they saw children, that is the peer violence against their fellow peers, bullying came first, sexual and gender-based violence, schoolyard fighting, gang violence, assault, and so on.
In the United States of America, about half of the states have abolished corporal punishment. Many, however, believe it persists in a country like Nigeria because there is a link between poverty and corporal punishment.
And it is happening right now in our own backyards, to our neighbors' children, our friends' children, and our own children. Its impact is absolutely devastating. Children are left with both physical and psychological wounds.
There is a correlation between learning poverty and corporal punishment. And when you are talking about learning poverty, you are talking about in terms of the learning outcomes and educational outcomes. For every 10 children that complete primary school, only 2 can read and write.
What alternatives are there to ensure certain discipline are instilled in children?
It's not to mete out physical injuries on the child that make the child. They don't even see the reason why they are being punished in the first instance. But when you take them through disciplinary process, through counseling process, and all that, you make them to see the reason. There are so many psychological therapies that we can adopt, that we change these narratives.
While conferences such as this hold to end corporal punishment in Nigeria, there is a strong appeal on authorities to have continuous refresher training of teachers to ensure that the dangers of corporal punishment sink deep into their consciousness. Abulu Osemahu, AIT News, Abuja.
Hello everyone, you're watching Business Africa. My name is Asha Sampath and welcome to our new edition dedicated to the continent's business and economic news. This week we put the spotlight on chocolate but also the environment 2 weeks before COP27 in Egypt. And like every fortnight, you can win $150 in our Business Africa game. More details later, but first today's top stories. In Gabon, an entrepreneur strives to achieve the best possible quality in the manufacture of chocolate using local resources.
The chocolate that is from our plantation, we therefore reserve it for these bars from the plantations, and that allows us to identify the source of cocoa.
How an income-generating activity can be an environmental hazard, we head for the Congo Basin, where the practice of fish smoking is threatening forests.
Au niveau de la pêche, il y a des jours.
When you go fishing, there are days when a lot of fish come out. Sometimes, when they don't sell all that fish, they have to smoke it.
Unemployed graduates and microcredit. It's a winning combination to supply Khartoum with vegetables.
I completed my studies but couldn't get work, so I came here. Like so many Sudanese women, I've always dreamt of being independent, having my own space and my own ideas.
Could brown gold further boost the African continent? The chocolate confectionery industry represents a global market of nearly 115 billion euros per year worldwide. But for a long time, African producing countries were content with exporting beans and importing chocolate, an illogical status quo that goes against the objectives of transforming local production. Some entrepreneurs are taking up the challenge. Example in Gabon with Les Chocolats de Julie. This is a report by our correspondent on site, Jean-Rovis Debani. Every weekend, Julie inspects her cocoa plantation to check if the 1,000 cocoa trees are growing well. Located in Cap Estorias, some 40 kilometers from Libreville, this orchard boasts an exceptional raw material used by master chocolate makers worldwide. For over 10 years, Julie and her French husband have been running a real sustainable cocoa plantation project. She is inspired by the village model of her grandmother's plantations. Criollo, Trinitario and several other cocoa varieties are grown on this plantation. This agricultural engineer regularly advises Julie's teams on new agroforestry methods.
Depuis la mise en place de ce verger,
Since the establishment of this orchard, I have noticed that there is a clear evolution.
parce qu'avec un objectif de 3 hectares au départ,
With an objective of 3 hectares at the beginning, we have today 5 hectares of planted cocoa trees that are in production. Of course, there is a big problem in terms of supervision.
ce que nous devons faire maintenant, c'est de faire en sorte que
But what we need to do now is to ensure that this promoter can be supported from plantation to post-production operations, because it is exciting to produce cocoa.
la transformation, disons, aux opérations post-récolte, autant pour moi. Parce qu'il est bien beau de produire du cacao.
But if you do not master the process of shelling, fermentation, drying, and bagging, your cocoa does not have a good market value.
Votre cacao n'a pas une bonne valeur marchande.
With the ambition of producing up to 10 tons of beans per year, the arrival of this engineer now gives Hervé, Julie's husband, dreams of grandeur.
I think we'll continue this consulting work because we don't master everything. It's really sharp expertise like this that we need to continue the development and growth of Julie's chocolate factory and plantations.
It is in this chocolate factory located in the city centre that the beans from Julie's plantation, or those purchased from the Cocoa Fund, are processed. In 10 years, Julie has succeeded in dethroning the multinationals that offer bars on the local market, which are the preserve of producers such as the French Barry. Julie's Gabonese chocolate brand has more than 20 fresh flavours. What makes Julie's chocolate special is that we have a wide range of products.
Nous avons développé de nouveaux produits comme la tablette à la badam.
We have developed new products such as the Badami bar. We also have chocolate sweets that you see there in the shop windows. We also have new products that we have launched on the market.
De nouveaux produits que nous avons sortis sur le marché, donc dans nos boutiques. On a ici par exemple
we have coconut flavored rum here, for example. It's milk chocolate.
Du rhum au coco. Donc c'est un chocolat au lait et on a aussi le rhum coco, on a aussi à la vanille et on a aussi le thé matcha, donc du chocolat.
We also have vanilla and green tea chocolate.
Et du chocolat au thé vert. Et là on est en train d'étudier un autre.
And we're currently studying another chocolate that we will launch soon. It's made with mint from Gabon.
On transforme de la fève, donc on peut prendre par exemple nos fèves soit à notre plantation.
We process the beans from our plantations or those purchased from the cocoa warehouse.
On les trie, on les met en machine, on les torréfie, on les canche.
Which we sort, grind and put into conches.
On souffle et on met au conchage. Et moi je prends la partie là où
and I do the part where we process them into bars and other chocolate derivatives.
Dérivés de produits de chocolat. Voilà.
Through hard work, Julie's Gabonese chocolates have become emblematic of a country where good beans are made. But no chocolate. Hervé is a precious help in this adventure.
We are lucky here in Gabon, a blessed country in terms of raw materials. Whether it is the subsoil, forest, or agriculture, we have everything. But we need to federate all that. We are planters, and we need to be able to source good quality cocoa and put it in these bars. This is cocoa from our plantations. The chocolate that is from our plantation, we therefore reserve it for these bars from the plantations, and that allows us to identify the source of cocoa.
To succeed in entrepreneurship in Africa is not an easy bet, yet Julie is part of a new generation of young Gabonese entrepreneurs making a name for themselves. That day, she was invited by the US Embassy in Gabon to speak to young entrepreneurs about her success story.
Les chocolats de Julie m'inspirent énormément.
Julie's chocolates is a huge inspiration to me because in the beginning I thought, how did she get to this point? By talking to us about her work, I realized that you could start from nothing, just by going from an idea.
Et au fur et à mesure que l'on développe cette idée,
And as you develop that idea, meet people and have opportunities that can push you to kickstart your business.
à nous lancer.
Today, Julie is considered a true pioneer in her country in the field of artisanal chocolate making. Her expertise has already been rewarded on the international scene. In 2015, the chocolatier was awarded the Euro Chocolate Awards in Italy, a distinction awarded annually to the world's chocolatiers. Before COVID-19, this complementary couple had 5 shops in the capital Libreville, and today only 2 remain. With a turnover ranging between 200 and 300 million CFA francs per year, the duo is preparing to raise funds to build a factory to process the brown gold. They are also planning to open shops in Paris and Washington very soon. Africa is also impacted by the cut in production quotas, which has just been decided by the member states of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, the OPEC. But paradoxically, the drop of 2 million barrels per day for the month of November have had no consequences so far for one of the largest African oil producers, Nigeria. The country is one of the 14 members of the alliance that produce well below their quotas. This is due to thefts in the production circuits. The authorities have just announced the closure of 395 illegal refineries and even a 4-kilometer clandestine pipeline. And meanwhile, the president of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Felix Tshisekedi, said no to the United States. John Kerry, the American president's special envoy for climate, was asking Congo to withdraw 6 of the 30 oil and gas exploration blocks currently being tendered. The blocks are located in one of the largest tropical forest bogs. The Congolese government has indicated that it wants to continue exploration while ensuring environmental protection. The 2 countries will set up a working group to discuss the subject at the COP27. And precisely just 2 weeks before COP27, deforestation will be one of the topics on the agenda. This despite the high demand for charcoal in Africa, which remains a major source of forest loss. But it's not just about heating and cooking on a daily basis. Traditional fish smoking can also pose a great threat to the forest. This flourishing activity requires more and more wood from the Congo Basin, as observed by our journalists Jean-David Miamley and Bruce Kinu. This is a smoked herring, the famous makwala, a very popular fish in the Congo. Its production is intrinsically linked to the exploitation of the forest. The Congo Basin is 268 million hectares of forest. That is 70% of Africa's forest cover and 6% of the world's forest area. The forests of the Republic of Congo occupy just over 10% of the space, or 22,410,682 hectares, according to the Congo Basin Forest Partnership. The production of makwala has already ruined the mangroves of Pointe Noire. Now the wood from the surrounding forests, as in Mayombe or Kwilu, are being targeted.
On 1 hectare, there can be around 700 trees, 1,000 or 250 or 500. It depends. One thing is sure, in a month I can cut down trees on a perimeter of 3,000 meters by 100 meters.
Congolese legislation does not yet address the issue of small loggers, who are nevertheless very dynamic. Ignored by the tax services in particular, they are still evolving in the informal sector, with a simple chainsaw as their main asset.
I prefer to buy the land temporarily, because there is a period of 3 years to exploit the domain. In less than a month, during the exploitation period, you can buy another property to continue the exploitation.
This logger who says he bought a hectare of land for 1 million CFA francs, about 1,500 euros. He specifies that his approach initially consisted of obtaining a long 3-year lease from a village chief.
Then, the income earned before the end of the lease allows the buyer to definitely buy one or several plots of forest and thus continue the operating cycle. Obviously, there's a close link between the quantity of fish to be smoked and the exploitation of wood. For 20 crates, the wooden content is 2 tricycles when fully loaded. We start smoking fish in the morning and finish between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Time to spread and turn the fish over the ovens, it's difficult work. It all depends on the quantity and the size of the fish. When it comes to big fish, it consumes lots of wood. Civil society representatives warn against reckless exploitation of the forest.
When you go fishing, there are days when a lot of fish come out. Sometimes, when they don't sell all that fish, they have to smoke it. If there is a lot of fish to smoke, a lot of wood is used. And if we use a lot of wood, it means that we have to use a lot of wood in our forests. And if we cut a lot of wood, it becomes a danger for humanity. Because as you know, today the forest plays a very important role for our survival, because the forest tries to store carbon dioxide to emit oxygen.
It is not known exactly how much wood is taken for smoking fish. In 2007, a World Bank study revealed that an inhabitant of Congo used 1 cubic meter of wood per year for a total production of 100 million cubic meters. Half of it is for firewood. With demographic pressure, demand is such that more and more wood is needed to supply the market with charcoal, firewood, or for smoking fish. During COP26, the Congo Basin states, together with the international community, adopted a set of measures called the Glasgow Pact. In particular, it recommends the abandonment of the financing of fossil fuels. A specific separate 1.5 billion agreement for Congo's forests, targeting, among other things, the need to halve the use of charcoal for cooking over the next 5 years. Solutions already exist, such as fish smoking ovens, imported or locally made.
The equipment you see is a modern and aroma injection smoker whose main fuel is gas, but the aromas can be varied. You can fit more than 300 kilos of product in this smoker, and it can smoke around more than 300 kilos of fish per hour. The smoking time is much shorter. Here, in an hour, one can already smoke and dry products. On the other hand, traditional smoking techniques, sometimes take days.
Scattered initiatives already exist to reconcile fish smoking and sustainable forest exploitation. Alongside the experimentation with improved ovens that consume less firewood, there's also the use of fish smoking ovens. All these innovations carried out by NGOs, the FAO, or independent researchers have the advantage of saving forests from destruction. The whole challenge is to popularize and finance these discoveries in order to sustainably preserve the forests of Congo in particular.
Welcome to the second part of our show. Restore economic stability to support the most fragile households, redirect priorities in favor of investments in the agricultural and agri-food sector. These are the recommendations of the World Bank to African governments. The international financial institution is worried about rising inflation as growth slows down. It should drop from 4.1% in 2021 to 3.3% this year on the African continent. And the progression of the Ebola epidemic in Uganda continues to gain ground. Around 30 people have died after contracting the Sudanese strain of the virus. This strain does not react to the vaccine that was administered in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Africa Center for Disease Prevention and Control, Africa CDC, held a meeting of health ministers from the region last week to coordinate their approach to the advancing outbreak. It is a huge scandal that illustrates the need to verify where the money for humanitarian aid is going. The NGO Sentry has revealed that nearly $1 billion intended for the purchase of food, medicine and fuel was embezzled between 2012 and 2015 in South Sudan. The money came from a line of credit from the Qatar National Bank and Kenyan bank Stanbic. The banks did not require proof of aid payments. A report on the misappropriation was presented to Parliament by Stephen Wandu, the Auditor General of South Sudan, but it was never made public. And further north, Sudan remains in limbo. The United States has removed the country from the blacklist of state sponsors of terrorism. But last year's military coup and the freezing of international aid have dampened its hopes of reconnecting with international exchange circuits. However, it is not the entrepreneurial spirit that is lacking. We had followed these young unemployed graduates who had become the first suppliers of vegetables on the Khartoum market. Take a look.
Afra has been working on the Sudanese farm for 10 years, growing vegetables, including cucumbers, lettuce and peppers. Despite having a degree in economics, Afra started off working in the fields, but now is in charge of 4 people.
I completed my studies but couldn't get work, so I came here. Like so many Sudanese women, I've always dreamt of being independent, having my own space and my own ideas. But I wasn't alone because I had the support of my father and my family. I worked hard to get where I am, and I gave it all I had. I'm very proud to be where I am today.
Graduate unemployment is a serious problem in today's Africa. Some see this as the direct result of college degrees being ill-adapted to market demand, and steps are being taken to redress the balance. Over the past decade, Sudan has helped finance work projects for graduates. In 2008, 300,000 of them were hired or received aid to set up small and medium-sized businesses, with backing from a multi-donor fund. This was the case with the Abu Halima greenhouse project, that counts Afra among its numerous employees.
They are three person, chief supervisor. Now they assist. They are working with agricultural assistant, and we have also 12 supervisor. Each two greenhouse have one supervisor. Inside the greenhouse, we have 2 farmers.
I'm looking into ways of reproducing the idea of the greenhouses. I would like to have the same thing for myself and my family.
The Abu Halima greenhouse project is one of the Islamic Development Bank's proudest achievements to date. It was a collaboration with the Bank of Khartoum and IRADA, a microfinance mechanism. Thanks to this system of funding, there are now 25 greenhouse projects that have become the leading suppliers of fresh vegetables to the Khartoum region, with an annual production of 1,200 tons.
IRADA started in 2011 by the inauguration and signing ceremony of IDB in the 2011. The company, of course, had high ambitions, and it started with a great initiative and a great fund of 250 million. And that fund had also not just the banks in contributing to that fund, also the zakah being holding 25% of that fund. So it is now a compulsory for all banks to become to hold a portfolio of microfinance, which is 12% of that portfolio.
The moringa is another successful example of Islamic finance in Sudan. This multi-purpose tree is highly in demand for its seeds, which are used to make an oil that is popular with the cosmetics industry. But the tree's leaves, bark and timber also have 101 other uses. The Green Ishraka Company has based its business on the moringa. Situated 35 kilometers from Khartoum, the company has planted 30 hectares with the miraculous tree, which is good for business and also helps combat climate change.
It can absorb 16 kilograms of carbon dioxide. A human being put in the air 32 kilograms of carbon dioxide. So 2 trees will absorb what a human being put carbon dioxide.
The Green Ishraka Company does not just provide a monthly wage for hundreds of employees. The whole community reaps the rewards of planting the moringa, which helps fight desertification. In a country where the desert has crept 100 kilometers further south in just 50 years, and thanks to the moringa, young people are developing their entrepreneurial flow.
Russian President Vladimir Putin vows to punish rebellion as mercenary boss seizes southern city. Philippines water shortage gets worse with onset of El Nino climate phenomenon. And Nigeria's president proceeds to London for a private visit after participating in Paris summit. This is the World News on AIT. I am Oshogwe Umule. Welcome. Russian President Vladimir Putin on Saturday vowed to crush an armed mutiny after the private army of mercenary boss Yevgeny Prigozhin seized control of a southern city as part of an attempt to oust the military leadership.
In Russia's first armed insurrection since the Chechen Wars decades ago, heavily armed fighters from Prigozhin's Wagner militia were in control of the streets of Rostov-on-Don, a city of more than 1 million people close to the border with Ukraine. Prigozhin, whose private army fought the bloodiest battles in Ukraine even as he feuded for months with top brass, said he had captured the headquarters of Russia's southern military district after leading his forces into Russia from Ukraine. In Rostov, which serves as the main rear logistical hub for Russia's entire invasion force, residents milled about, filming on mobile phones as Wagner fighters in armored vehicles and huge battle tanks took up positions in the city center. In Moscow, there was an increased security presence on the streets. Red Square was blocked off by metal barriers.
Britain's Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on Saturday said he had been keeping a close eye on the situation in Russia and was in touch with allies as Russia faced its first armed insurrection in decades. Speaking during an interview in London, Sunak said his main concern was for the safety of civilians and called on all parties to act responsibly. The Russian private armed army of mercenary boss Yevgeny Prigozhin seized control of the southern city of Rostov-on-Don as part of an attempt to oust Russia's military leadership, saying that he was ready to march on Moscow.
It's an evolving situation, and I think the right thing at this juncture is for us to make sure that we're on top of it, that we're in touch with our allies, which we are, and I'll be speaking to them later today, and that we call on all parties to exercise responsibility and to protect civilian lives. I think that's the most important thing for us in the UK to be doing at this juncture.
Heavily armed fighters from Prigozhin's Wagner militia were in control of the streets of Rostov-on-Don, a city of more than 1 million people close to the border with Ukraine's. Rostov serves as a main rare logistic hub for Russia's entire invasion force. At least 3 people were killed and 8 wounded in Kiev early on Saturday after Russia unleashed its latest overnight airstrikes on Ukraine. Emergency workers were sifting through debris at a high-rise residential building in central Kiev, where a gaping hole was visible on one side of the building. Sifi Poko, head of Kiev's military administration, said the damage to the high-rise had been caused by fragments from a downed missile. He added that more than 20 missiles had been shot down around the city. Major Vitaly Klitschko said on Telegram that more people may be trapped under the rubble. Ukraine's military said air defenses had destroyed 41 out of 51 cruise missiles, as well as 2 drones launched by Russia in the assault targeting Kiev, Kharkiv, Dnipro, and the Dnipropetrovsky region. There were reports of explosions in other cities, but no immediate word of casualties or damage. Officials in Saudi Arabia on Friday prepared for millions of pilgrims to visit the Hajj after removing all COVID-19 restrictions for the first time since 2019. Wrapped in white robes with some carrying umbrellas against the burning sun, Muslims performed the first ritual of the Hajj, which involves walking in a circle around the Kaaba, the sacred building at the center of the Grand Mosque. Deputy Director General of Saudi Arabia's Customs, Major General Salih Al-Murabba, said over 1.5 million pilgrims had arrived from overseas. Hajj, a once-in-a-lifetime duty for every able-bodied Muslim who can afford it, is the world's biggest religious gathering and a major source of income for the Saudi government, from worshippers, lodging, transport fees, and gifts. The Philippines government has called on the public to start conserving water to prepare for the impending El Nino phenomenon, as the country has been experiencing water shortage for years due to lack of infrastructure, and it could get worse with possible dry spells. May Apron, a resident in Manila, gets water from a small well from her household. She said the water pressure in her house is weak, and that is why she still needs to fetch water.
Last month, in the midst of the summer heat, there was no running water in their faucets. The Philippine Atmospheric Geophysical and Astronomical Service Administration, or the PAGASA, said the water level in the 4 dams in the country were low. Water concession holders had no choice but to cut back or rotation the water supply. PAGASA hydrologist Edgar de la Cruz said the current water level in the major dams have improved, thanks to the heavy rain brought by the last 2 typhoons. But the National Water Resources Board warns that the country's water woes will get worse with the onset of the El Nino phenomenon. Aside from the possible water interruptions in the household, the agricultural sector will be affected because of the lack of irrigation. Farmlands have already dried up even before the expected drought. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has directed all government officials to strictly implement water conservation measures. The country's experienced dilapidating heat last month, which reached up to 50 degrees Celsius, and it could rise to a dangerous level. The United Nations Meteorological Organization says El Nino will lead to a new spike in global heat and increase the chance of breaking temperature record.
A suspected Palestinian gunman opened fire at an Israeli checkpoint in the occupied West Bank on Saturday morning, wounding a security guard before he was shot dead by forces at the scene. Police distributed footage of a M16 rifle they said was used by the gunman to carry out the shooting at the Kwalandia checkpoint. They said his identity was not yet known, but that he had arrived on foot from inside the West Bank. There was no immediate comment by Palestinian officials. Violence surged this week in the West Bank, where for over a year the military had conducted regular sweeps, leading to repeated clashes with Palestinian fighters amid spates of Palestinian street attacks on Israelis. On Friday, White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan encouraged more steps to restore calm between Israel and the Palestinians during a call with his Israeli counterpart, the White House said. Polls opened in Sierra Leone early on Saturday for a national election which the main opposition party hopes will see public frustration with the deep economic hardship for President Julius Maada Bio's re-election bid. About 3.4 million people are expected to vote in the presidential and legislative polls after a campaign in which the final stage was marred by tensions that led to the cancellation of rallies and clashes with an opposition gathering on Wednesday. Bio, 59 years of age, is running for a second term against 12 opponents. The race is expected to be close between him and Samura Kamara, the main opposition All People's Congress APC party, who narrowly lost to Bio in the last election in 2018. The first-time voter, Abdul Kamara, said he was voting more out of obligation than enthusiasm. While no incumbent has lost in the West African country in recent history, the APC has banked on the enduring cost of living crisis, tipping the balance in its favor after inflation soared to the highest in over 20 years in 2022, which the national Sierra Leone currency slumped 60% in value. President Bola Tinubu, who was initially scheduled to return to Abuja on Saturday from Paris, France, has proceeded to London, United Kingdom for a short private visit. Special Advisor to the President on Special Duties, Communications and Strategy, Dele Alake, disclosed this in a statement on Saturday. He said President Bola Tinubu concluded his official trip to Paris, France on Friday. During the Paris trip, Alake said the President had an outstanding participation in the summit for a new global financing pact hosted by President of France, Emmanuel Macron. According to Alake, the President will be back in the country in time for the upcoming Eid al-Kabir festival. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll bring you more reports.
Here is a new and refreshing offer for our esteemed audience across the globe. The new AIT Cloud TV is an online streaming service that offers you attractive opportunities to view our rich, exciting, and entertaining programs anytime, anywhere. AIT Cloud TV is available on the web on www.ait.app, Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV, Roku, and Android TV. You can also download the mobile app from the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store. Simply connect to the internet, download the app, register, and watch live or catch up on unlimited hours of exciting shows. AIT Cloud TV. TV on the go.
Raymond Dopasi, 1951 to 2023.
The late founder of DAAR Communications PLC has been described as a unifier, kind and loving man who lived a fulfilled life worthy of emulation. This description was given by family members after an outing and Thanksgiving Mass, which held at St. Peter's Catholic Church at Agenobode in Esako East local government area of Edo State.
It is the outing on Thanksgiving Mass for the successful burial of media magnate and founder of DAAR Communications PLC, High Chief Raymond Aleogo Dokpesi, at St. Peter's Catholic Church in Agenibode.
Even the woman left for joy at the coming of human salvation.
Family members led by the Chief Mourner, Raymond Dokpesi Jr., friends, associates, well-wishers and indigents are here to celebrate the life and times of the media magnate whose positive works touch the high and low, the rich and poor, without any form of discrimination. Reverend Father Martin Zalokwe gives the homily, speaking on the transience of life and inevitability of death. He calls for regular prayers and remembrance of the departed.
Book masses for him. I want to beg you, celebrate the anniversary of his death. After now, you gather together as a family. It can be a month's mind. It can be 1 year after. Try and gather together around him and tell your daddy how it has been without him all these years. Remind him, for the past 1 year, we have been alone. We have missed you. We are gathered together around the place where you are buried to once again relish the sweet memories that we had of you. And so we still commend into the hands of God. Don't forget him. Make the place to be clean. Do not abandon him. He needs you. Amen. To our dear family, I want to beg you, nurture your bond. The departure of your father should not make us have any rifts.
Grateful for a life well spent, the congregation offered thanksgiving to God for the awesome and extraordinary gift that was Raymond Dokpesi. Family members and well-wishers eulogized the irreplaceable virtues of the late Dokpesi, describing him as a unifier who was kind and loving to all who crossed his path.
My brother is very generous. He's a man that has united the family. He's a bridge. We are 7 by our mother, and he happened to be at the middle. 3 in front, 3 behind. In fact, God has used him in uniting the entire family. He's a great man. He's a lover of his sisters. He can do anything to make sure that the sisters are happy.
Over his 7 decades on earth, he endured a whole lot of pain and suffering, and in spite of that all, his attitude made him what you compare him with as a hero. He was able to absorb all that pain and create opportunities for people to make sure no one else endured what he did. It's part of why he was as generous as he was and was overwhelmingly committed, devoted even, to making sure he could uplift his people, both his local community and Nigerians as a whole.
And I miss that oneness that he brings everybody together. I miss his strength. Words fail me, but I will tell you, I miss every bit of him because he was an inspiration to all of us. It was that umbrella that everybody can look up to. It was that umbrella that no matter how difficult it is, when you turn to him, there's a ray of hope.
A unifier is gone. He's my uncle. The best I've ever had and the best I will have in years to come. Nobody can take his place.
Now that he's gone, I wonder it's going to bring the whole family, extended and nuclear family together again. I'm going to miss that about him, and I know my family is not going to be the same without my dear uncle.
Ezomo was a man of integrity, a man that gives equal opportunity, a man that believes in equity and justice, a man that believes in a level playground for everyone, a man that is open-minded, free-spirited, a lover, a giver, a helper, a man that listens patiently.
The media magnate may have been buried, but the people acknowledge that his legacy built over the years will last from generation to generation. Usaose Sado, AIT News, Agenibode.
A federal in Abuja has on Wednesday, June 21, extended its order stopping Ibrahim Balarabe and Jacob Ajegana Kudu from parading themselves as the Speaker and Deputy Speaker, respectively, of the Nasarawa State House of Assembly, pending the hearing and determination of the originating summons. The order earlier issued by President and determination of originating summons. At the resumed hearing on Wednesday, counsel to the plaintiff, Eli Gamaliel, insisted that all the respondents have been served the processes.
Today is the return date for the matter that was fixed against the factional parties representing the Nasarawa State Assembly. Our clients, the substantive speaker, Right Honorable Daniel Ogazi, and his deputy, along with all the other legislators who were duly elected to represent Nasarawa State, have actually come to court asking for a perpetual restraint against the factional party. And the court had already given his order. Since right now, that is the position of the party, the court. The defendants were represented fully in court, and as it is right now also, the order of the court has been extended up until the next adjourned date.
Counsel representing the Inspector General of Police and the National State Commissioner of Police, O.A. Tijani, informed the court that they had not been served and they are within their time to file their process. However, counsel to the 4th and 5th respondents, who are the clerk, Nasarawa State House of Assembly, and Ibrahim Balarabe, Matthew Buka, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and counsel for the 6th to 14th defendants, Chiake Diko, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, told the court that they haven't been served with the process and that they got to know about the order via social media. They further informed the court that they had filed an affidavit to show cause, while the motion expite should not be granted. And that's the world news on AIT. I am Oshokwe Umale. Thanks for staying with us.
App from the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store. Simply connect to the internet, download the app, register, and watch live or catch up on unlimited hours of exciting shows. AIT Cloud TV. TV on the go.
Did you know that AIT's social media handles have all changed? If you are one of the millions of our followers on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, this is introducing to you AIT's new official and rebranded social media handles. Like or follow us now on our Facebook page, Official AIT Live. If you're on Twitter, switch to our new handle at Official AIT Live and activate the notification button to get breaking news and updates on the go. For exclusive short videos and photo news, follow our Instagram account at Official AIT Live. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, Official AIT Live, and enjoy live streaming of news and your favorite programs, where you can also watch our broadcast materials at your own convenience. Note that Official AIT Live is the only authentic social media profile name with all the handles on our website ait.live, with a notification prompt to accept and receive breaking news and updates on the go. Log on to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube platforms on your smartphone, tablet device, laptop, and desktop to follow us now. AIT.live. On air, online, online.
My deepest condolences to the family of High Chief Raymond Dokpesi and the entire staff of DAAR Communication. Indeed, a great man is gone. Sir Raymond Dokpesi was a humanitarian of high repute. His eagerness to see the youths grow is quite commendable. I remember when I was a cast on the popular TV series Palace on AIT. We shot a lot of scenes in his house, and I can say that Sir Raymond was really accommodating. He was very open to all the cast and crew, and we did everything seamlessly without any problem. The world has just lost an angel. We are already missing you, sir. Rest in peace till we meet again to part no more. We love you.
Look, I actually came here to give you an ultimatum.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Of what?
You have to choose between this job
There's
or
a
me.
saying that goes, what a man can do, a woman can do better.
But when she don't pull because my name jatty.
Okay, Mr. Johnson.
No, má pè mí Mr. Johnson mọ́. Johnson. O lè fà mí ràn gbọ̀ngàn, mo ti sọ fún ẹ tẹ́lẹ̀ náà.
Oh, it's change.
Mi ò lè change.
Báwo tẹ̀lé ṣe kọ́ ẹ? Why don't you do like this? You're married. Hey, well, you married now. She meeting me till last a little while. Check out what's the last one day.
Can you shut up? So, okay, sir. These are signs that are higher than her level.
Laughable. Risible. Ishokunabi. See, I go school past 12 now, and I know say ritual killings, they happen up to today. As preposterous as it sounds.
Okay, fine. Now picture this. I kill someone and boom, I'm all of a sudden rich. What is the correlation between blood and money?
Did you tell her that I don't cook for you, Mofe?
Did he lie?
Did he lie? You need to stop complaining. If you want to cook for your brother, I think you should just marry him and cook for him.
I should marry him
Stop
and
complaining
cook for him because he cannot cook. And to think
you should come and
carry
cook for
yourself
him.
doing makeup up and down.
Hello and welcome to the program. It's Moneyline. What has been happening at least in the last 24 hours, because it's been such an interesting 2 weeks or so of Tinubu's administration and the economic developments that we've seen in the last few days. With the latest now, Abdurrashid Bawa was suspended by President Tinubu yesterday. This administration is like 24 hours is such a long time. you know, because a lot of things can happen in 24 hours. And the team, talking about the cabinet, apart from the economic advisor, then to President Buhari, and I think Professor Doyin Salami that worked with him too, what will be the coloration? So there are still a lot of expectations, but we'll be breaking down the economic developments that we've seen in the last few hours and what that means for you. My guest will be joining me after the show, but let's quickly take the business news. The Central Bank of Nigeria has released its operational guidelines governing transactions in the FX market after the flotation of the Naira. The guidelines addressed to authorized dealers and the general public confirmed that the controversial multiple exchange rate windows have been abolished. These changes in the operations in the FX market are as follows. Abolishment of segmentation. The operational rate for all government-related transactions shall be the weighted average rate of the preceding day's executed transactions at the INE window, calculated to 2 decimal places. The cessation of the RT 200 rebate scheme and the Naira for dollar remittance scheme with effect from June 30, 2023. The operational hours of trade shall be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Nigerian time. Reintroduction of order book to ensure transparency of orders and seamless execution of trades, among others. Still with the Central Bank of Nigeria, it has announced the cessation of the RT 200 rebates, RT 200 billion dollars rebate scheme and the Naira for dollar remittance scheme with effect from June 30. The Apex Bank announced the development in a circular issued on Wednesday and signed by Angela Sere Jimbi, Director of Financial Markets Department. The raise to $200 billion in FX repatriation initiative was established to stimulate non-oil exports with $200 billion FX income target in the next 3 to 5 years. Under the scheme, a rebate of 65 Naira for every $1 of repatriated non-oil export proceeds is paid to exporters of semi-finished and finished goods, while exporters of unprocessed items enjoy a rebate of 25 Naira to $1. Over to the NBS. According to the just released NBS VAT Q1, that's first quarter 2023 report, it stated that the aggregate value added tax, that's VAT, stood at 709.59 billion Naira. The report shows a growth rate of 1.75% on a quarter-on-quarter basis from 697.38 billion Naira in the Q4 of 2022, stating that local payments recorded were 436.10 billion Naira, while foreign VAT payments contributed 151.13 billion Naira, and import VAT contributed about 122.37 billion Naira in Q1 of 2023. On a quarter-on-quarter basis, the activities of households as employers on differentiated goods and services producing activities of households for own use recorded the highest growth rate of 349.86%. Nigeria's total public debt rose by fiat, of course, to 82 trillion Naira following the unification of the Naira. The Central Bank of Nigeria issued a press release titled Operational Changes to the Foreign Exchange Market, signaling a unification of the multiple exchange rates. This is in line with the instruction of the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, during the inauguration. However, the implementation of the scheme attracts several consequences for the economy, one of which includes the automatic increase of public debt in Naira. The Nigeria Data Protection Bureau has disclosed that President Bola Tinubu signed the Data Protection Bill into law on Monday, June 12, 2023. According to the Bureau, about 500,000 jobs are expected to be created through the training of data protection officers and licensing of data protection compliance organizations to offer services to data controllers and processors. It noted that the new act is one of the strategic ways of meeting the campaign promises of President Tinubu to create 1 million jobs in the digital economy sector. In a bid to entrench criminal justice reforms to empower persons in correctional centers for socio-economic advancement, Hope Behind Bars Africa has made a move to empower prisoners to foster growth and productivity of these individuals in the country behind our bars. Our correspondent tells us more.
Hope Behind Bars Africa, an organization that focuses on the intersection of human rights, criminal justice reforms, engaging in welfare, empowerment and reintegration interventions to indigent persons going through the criminal justice system in Nigeria, has stressed the need for empowerment of these detainees in order to avert consequences on the economic growth of the country.
As we continued representing indigent pretrial detainees, we were faced with the hard truth that many of them were not only socioeconomically handicapped, but would be of no use to themselves and society if released from prisons unempowered. We particularly found that incarcerated women continue to care for their children and families in spite of being imprisoned.
A participant noted that the high number of persons in prison reduced the workforce in Nigeria, thereby affecting the productivity rate in the country.
Once you're working somewhere and you're taken to prison, you lose that job, right? And with that, you also lose
for self-reliance.
We feel that if we are able to empower people after their stay behind bars, it's going to reduce
when the yield was at 989,602 barrels per day. It also marked a 15.5% growth as against the year 2022 when Nigeria recorded 1.02 million barrels per day. The United Nations World Food Programme has launched a $2.5 billion country strategic plan to combat rising hunger and malnutrition in Nigeria. The plan, unveiled by WFP Country Director David Stevenson, targets regions in the Northeast, Northwest, and other selected states. The initiative aims to address the pressing food security and nutrition challenges faced by Nigerians. Stevenson revealed that the plan defines WFP's entire portfolio of assistance for Nigeria for a period of 5 years, effective 2023 to 2027. The Natural Oil and Gas Suppliers Association of Nigeria have called on the federal government to focus on Dangote refinery and other refineries in order to alleviate the impact of the subsidy removal on Nigerians and oil marketers while paying up billions of naira it owed marketers before the removal of subsidy. Our correspondent, who was present during the briefing in Abuja, brought this back.
Following the support of fuel marketers for subsidy removal, Natural Oil and Gas Suppliers Association of Nigeria has called on the federal government to focus attention on Dangote refinery, other refineries fairly in order to alleviate the impact of fuel subsidy removal on Nigerians and oil marketers. The president of the association, Bennett Corey,
so it's very important all of you to know that.
He also noted the need for the government to set in motion plans for special intervention that will make land transportation more seamless for fuel marketers.
The issue of roads is another big problem we're facing. You will agree with me, last year, I talked about this road. Today, go there. I didn't say they are not trying. Government is trying. There's no problem about that. But today, some of these roads are bad. So bad that our trucks were losing products. So if you remove subsidy, use that money to fix the road. It's important. Not just remove subsidy. Make it easy for us again to do this business. Pay the PEF. Fix the road.
He emphasized the need for
a woman, data cost, but you will gain a lot if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, Moneyline with Nancy TV. Also on all our social media platforms, that's Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, what else? Instagram. All of them we are on. Let's quickly take a break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program. My guest joins us now, Johnson Chukwu, who is the Group Managing Director of Carry Asset Management, joins us from Lagos, the Commercial Nerve Center. Good morning, Mr. Chukwu, and welcome to the program.
Good morning, Chief Nancy. Thank you for having me.
Good morning, Mr. Chukwu. You're always the one calling me chief. In fact, whenever you call me, I now remember, oh, I have a chieftaincy title. But like I always say, I will definitely own it with my full chest, you know. So thank you very much for joining us. Let's get started. Can I see Mr. Chukwu? Is he there? Okay. Mr. Chukwu, are you there? Okay, you're there. Now, let's get started. Has the Central Bank of Nigeria, has it finally beaten the bullet? President Bola Ahmed Tinubu did say on May 29, 2023 that monetary policy indeed needs thorough house cleaning. Have we seen that the CBN has finally beaten the dreaded bullet?
Well, I wouldn't know whether that's the word I would use, that they're beating the bullet. What I would say is that one of the most expected reforms we have been agitating for in the financial system has just happened. Many of us had actually advocated that we need to harmonize the exchange rate. We need to eliminate the multiple exchange rates, because it's certainly the lower rates are basically avenues for economic growth and does not in any way support the economic growth of the country. So that's the way I would look at it, that one of those things we've been asking for has not been done. How it was done is another issue we have to discuss. But clearly, we all agree there's virtual uniformity of opinion on the need to eliminate the multiple exchange rates.
Now, what does this mean to an average Nigerian? Because when that news broke yesterday, a few people were also asking me questions. I was saddled with explaining. For some people, they don't even understand what it means that the Naira is being floated. Can you explain that in primary terms? How do you explain it to a senior secondary school student, SSS1 student that has just started economics? How do you explain that a Naira is being floated?
Okay, let me try to do that level of explanation. Well, if you say Naira, to say the Naira is now being floated, it simply means that. So you can't say that Naira exchange rate is 463 Naira, 461 Naira. That the rate that will determine, that will be called the exchange rate on any particular day, will depend on what volume of Naira dollar and people are demanding for and what volume of dollar is supplied. So the market forces of demand and supply will basically determine the each day's exchange rate. So you don't have a fixed exchange rate. You don't have a rate today. You can say Naira is now so Naira to $1. So on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, during the trading day hours, then you have different rates depending on the supply available in the market and the demand for Forex in the market. So that's what it means, that the Naira is floated. They're saying that it is no longer fixed. It is now determined by the forces of demand and supply. And to bring down the forces of demand and supply, determined by the quantity or the volume of foreign exchange that people are asking for to buy and the volume that is supplied in the market.
Now, does this mean that, of course, from your explanation now, that we would have a Naira rate against foreign currencies or against the dollar that is determined by market forces? Does this mean that different banks might have different exchange rates for the Naira? Perhaps Bank A could be selling for 660, Bank B could be selling for 770, or Bank C could be selling for 720. Or are we going to see a uniformity around banks in Nigeria concerning the exchange rates?
Okay, you may not see a uniformity across the bank because it's no longer a regulated market price. What you find out that because of lack of perfect information, of course, we talk of perfect market environment where everybody has same information. If you have that, then you have a single market really in the market. But you're not going to have that. You're going to still have some market information arbitrage. So you could go to a bank and they say, look, Today we are selling at 760, and then the next bank is selling at 758 or 759, principally based on they bought and their customers are willing to sell. But most importantly, the fact that they have customers who don't have perfect information. So you're going to have information arbitrage. But clearly, in today's world where there is multiple channels of information sharing, you're not going to see so much of price differentials between the operators or the market operators. So you're not going to see a wide difference of 5 naira between banks, because once you have that, information will flow to market operators, and people will say, look, you can't sell, I can't buy from you at 5 naira above what I'm going to get from bank A. So, but you will certainly see some level of differences in rate among the banks, depending on the availability of information to the general public. So that's what will happen.
If I got you right, you mentioned earlier that there will be an information arbitrage. I'm trying to understand that. What would the information arbitrage cost? I was thinking that perhaps we might see a bit of rates or price arbitrage now within the market forces, because the market forces are now the banks, as it were, that would operate. It's a deregulated market now. Do you foresee a form of arbitrage in that process too? Because that was also why the Central Bank of Nigeria in the past few years have been, undertaking what it called a managed float exchange rate system.
Okay, let me explain the two concepts. Information arbitrage obtains where you have many market operators, many suppliers, and many buyers. So in that case, you're talking about a commodity, and the dollar has no color in the sense of it, in the sense that the dollar in Bank A is not different from dollar in Bank B. So it's all about do I have information on what every bank is selling? Am I in a position to go and negotiate and say to Bank B that, look, do you know Bank A is selling at 1 naira below your rate? I won't buy from you. I'll go to Bank A and buy because they're selling at 1 naira. And then Bank B will adjust their price because they can't sell. But that only applies where you have a near market, perfect market environment where there are multiple suppliers and multiple buyers. The situation we may find ourselves at the onset may not be a perfect market environment. So in that case, you're going to have possibly a price arbitrage. A price arbitrage will arise if you do not have sufficient supply in the market. And then somebody who, because demand is higher than supply, so people are holding back and marking up their products at higher volume, or because institutions do not have equal access to supply. So if you have a Bank A who has supply of $5 million and Bank B has supply of only $200,000, so certainly Bank A is in a market-making position. Sellers of buying will go to Bank A who has a larger supply. So in that instance, you're going to have a price arbitrage. So price arbitrage obtains where you do not have sufficient supply to meet the market demand. So like I said, we may witness that at the onset because we are likely not going to have sufficient supply in the market. So those who are providing, who have capacity to attract capital inflow into the country may have advantageous position to mark up their prices because they have market power on their side. And at the onset, of course, Central Bank will have that market power because Central Bank receives about 90% of Nigeria's foreign exchange earnings. Central Bank will remain a market maker for quite some time until the economy becomes more diversified and we have multiple sources of foreign exchange earnings.
Now, let me ask you this question before I go to another question which I want to ask. We've seen that the central bank, at least between, I think, 2020 and 2021, if I'm not mistaken, did raise official FX rate about 3 times. Specifically 15% in March 2020, then 5% in August 2020, then 7% in 2021. I think there were also some minor or some adjustments in 2022, if my memory serves me right. Where I'm going to right now is that with those adjustments to the Naira, how would you term that as vis-a-vis what has happened now? And with what have happened now, would you call this a devaluation? Because I see that some people are saying, oh, the central bank has devalued the Naira. There's been so many words thrown out there: devaluation, liberalization, adjustment. What else again? Flotation. What else again? Flexibility. You know, so I can go on and on. So which one of those did the central bank do with its circular to the banks and the stakeholders in the FX market? And perhaps you can explain what each of what I've just asked means, if there's any difference.
Okay, let's start from what the central bank was doing before. You could actually call that staggered devaluation of the currency.
Staggered devaluation.
The
That's a different one I'm hearing now.
Yeah.
Mr. Chukwu, don't mind me, because
the central bank,
it seems that this show is becoming an economics class. I don't know for me or for you or for both of us, but just staggered devaluation, that's another one I've heard this morning. So go ahead, please.
Okay. So what we're witnessing was staggered devaluation of the currency, where at intervals, the central bank, who was a market maker, will move the exchange rate to a new band of lower value for the local currency. And that could be done so that the impact of a one-off big bang devaluation that we saw will be moderated. So in that case, you have a continuous shift at a lower exchange rate. And then that shift will continue until a new equilibrium is achieved, where you attain a price level that can clear the market demand, or the supply can meet demand. So that's one aspect that the central bank was doing, which they could have also have continued to do, specifying the time limit to have this final adjustment. But what we have done, what we now witness is a flotation of the exchange rate, where market forces will now determine the exchange rate. What central bank basically did was they allowed the currency to float at a rate that mirrors the parallel market rate, which simply meant that any rate previously below the parallel market rate had some level of subsidy that was given to those who were enjoying those rates. So because most market operators, most business people who do not have so much of network or connection with the central bank or authorities, we are already trading foreign exchange at the parallel market rate. And this new rate that the central bank indicated as a band was more of mirroring that of the parallel market rate. So what we now witnessed, if you have to put it in economic terms, is that we now have a flotation of the exchange rate. And that flotation, the central bank allowed the first rate to be a rate that mirrors the parallel market rate. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to stay at that point. I think the market closed about 664 so to $1, 664 naira to $1 yesterday, which meant that what the market operators demanded was less than what the market supplied, major market operators supplied, and that's why we saw rate appreciate to about 664. All these things will depend, like I said, we're not the floating exchange rate. All this will depend on the capacity of the central bank as a market maker to continue to supply the market to meet market demands, as well as the potential or the capacity of the economy to attract capital flow in form of initially foreign portfolio investment and subsequently foreign direct investment.
I heard you earlier when you said that what we saw yesterday was a naira appreciation. Was that what I heard? So was it an appreciation in disguise? Because some people were actually also saying that the naira has crashed, the naira depreciated. So, so was it an appreciation in disguise, or was it, or what you're saying is an appreciation compared to what is being sold on the parallel market at about 750, but yesterday we saw that the naira closed at 664 naira. I'm going to check, I think, before we leave today to see what the FMDQ is printing right now, if I can get that figure.
Okay, what I mean by appreciation, the market opened at a lower rate. If you recall, when the central bank came out with this circular, the market opened at 755, and which was the opening price. And then the market closed at a rate below that 755. So if you look at the market open rate, a new market started yesterday, and that new market had an opening rate of 755 naira to $1. So at the close of trading, the market now closed at about 664 naira to $1. So what will you call that? You started at 755, and then you close at 764. So you clearly talk about appreciation because you are no longer going to dimension this or benchmark this against the parallel, the investor and exporters window rate of 461 because that market was shut down at the beginning of yesterday. In the sense that, look, that rate was no longer a market rate. So what the central bank now did was open the market to all market operators and say, look, we remain a market maker. We're going to have your offer and bid rates, and each of market operator will have an offer and bid rate with a margin of 1 naira between the offer and bid rate. And the key thing about the offer and bid rate is, remember that when you make an offer and bid rate, it simply means anybody who matches your offer or bid, you have to supply or buy from that person at the rate you have indicated.
So does that mean does this mean that the Central Bank of Nigeria still has a role to play in the FX market? Of course, one of its mandates is to ensure foreign exchange stability. I hear you say market maker about 2 or 3 times in terms of bid and offer rates. Is that where it stops, or could there be an additional role for the central bank to come into this adjusted market or unified market right now, especially when it thinks that there could be a bit of arbitrage by market forces?
You know, not just the Nigerian central bank, every central bank everywhere in the world, that's why they call them a reserve bank, has a role to play in the exchange rate of that country's currency. The central bank or the reserve bank of a country will be in a position to supply the market to stabilize the exchange rate or buy from the market to stabilize the exchange rate. Ordinarily, a central bank will have a band within which they spend the currency to trade. Outside that band, the central bank will intervene to make sure they have stability in the market. No currency in the world floats unrestricted. No currency in the world is allowed to trade at any band. What the central bank could do is that if they think there's pressure, they could allow a currency to devalue to a new band. But ideally, every central bank has a market maker role to play in managing the exchange rate of that country. So the Nigerian central bank continue to play the market maker role, which simply means that if there is market generation, if market demand is outstripping supply to a certain extent, you're going to see a devaluation that's outside the band of the currency trade. The central bank will come in and supply the market to stabilize it. And if so much supply that the currency will strengthen beyond the band that the central bank expected to trade, the central bank will come to that market and buy up that supply to ensure that we have some stability. Every currency must have some stability. If you have your currency move in a yo-yo manner, what I mean is that without any restriction on band, you are going to create economic instability in your country. People will not have confidence in that economy if today the currency is trading at 300 naira and the next day is trading at 500 naira. No economy operates in that way. So the currency has to trade within the band, and the central bank, as a market maker, must play that role to make sure that the currency trades within a particular band.
Mr. Chukwu, what will be the impact, the direct impact of this Naira float on ordinary individuals that buy goods from the markets? What will be the impact on inflation? I want to put all of this together, so sorry about that. The impact on inflation, there was a somewhat kind of subsidy also for people, for exporters into Nigeria. That is, if you get like 465, then the official rate, CBN will give you an additional 65 naira, and I think, is it 35 or 25 naira? But I know you understand what I'm talking about. So what will be the impact on inflation on ordinary individuals, on businesses, on exports now, on Nigeria's trade, on Nigeria's debt, public debt? Of course, a simple mathematics will tell you that this will increase our public debt in Naira terms. So, Mr. Chukwu, fire, and tell me the ones you can remember.
Okay, I'm even going to mention the ones you have not even mentioned. What will be the impact?
Fantastic.
Okay, let's start from some assumptions, underlying assumptions, before we talk of the impact. One underlying assumption of a floating of a currency is that the central bank has the capacity to sustain market activities as to maintain the exchange rate within a band. And I want to assume that applies, because if that does not apply, then a lot of the assumptions I'm going to talk about now may be off the mark. So in the first place, the Naira should trade within a particular band. And that can only obtain if the central bank has a war chest, the reserve, or has accessed some funding from any other jurisdiction as to support the Naira or to maintain some level of stability in the exchange rate. If that doesn't happen, then a lot of the bet will be off. But let's assume that happens. Then let's take the first aspect on what will happen to the ordinary person on the street. You will not, people are speculating that you're going to see a lot more inflation. Remember that on average, the average business person has been buying dollar at about $7.50, $7.35, at some point $7.90. So on the shop floor, at the supermarkets, the exchange rate that imputed into the price of goods and services that Nigerians buy is the parallel market rate. Even for those who enjoy the benefit of getting allocations from the central bank, they still mark their products to the parallel market and only enjoy the personal benefits of that arbitrage. So they don't pass it on to the average consumer. So the average consumer is already buying goods at equivalent of the parallel market rate. So assuming the central bank is able to sustain dollar supply in the market as to maintain market stability, then you are not going to see a further impact on inflation. The concern will only be if the central bank is unable to sustain supply and then Naira depreciate or devalues further, maybe to 1,000 Naira, which could be the concern if the central bank is not able to clear the market. Then you can see an uptick, a significant uptick in inflation. You're going to see a worsening standard of living of an average citizen. You're going to see a major jump in petroleum prices, which will all impact negatively on average purchasing power of the Nigerian, the disposable income of average Nigerian, and our living standards. So all depend on the central bank capacity to sustain demand. Moving on to other aspects, what impact will it have on exports? Unfortunately for us, if you look at our export commodities, it's largely between crude and 80% of our exports. In fact, about 90% of our exports is between crude. Crude is about 77%. And I think if you add liquefied natural gas, about 13% or so, you are going to have about 90% of our exports coming from crude or gas. That is not likely going to change in the immediate future. The simple reason is this: we do not even have the productive capacity to refine, to add value, to have a beneficiation of a product we produce here. So it will take some time for us to build that capacity in terms of energy supply, in terms of quality of labor, in terms of cost of production, so that we can begin to export value-added products. That will take some time. So in terms of export, you are not going to see a shift, a material shift in your export earnings. It will still be largely fossil fuel-oriented export earnings. Then the other aspects, I've talked about inflation. Mm-hmm. Now let me talk about the impact of the government. The government at the three tiers of government will now get earnings or federation allocation higher than what they used to earn. On average, if you look at the past 1 year federation allocation to the three tiers of government, they were in about 815 billion every year on average. That will increase because the conversion rate for foreign exchange earnings from our crude oil exports was about 460 Naira, or even a lower rate based on what the government used as budget benchmark. Although they always adjust for exchange rate differential, which was basically to adjust about 460 Naira to a dollar. So now the conversion of foreign exchange earnings from crude oil sales will now be about 775 Naira, or whatever is the previous day's closing balance, and which is what the circular said. So you're going to see a lot more earnings going to state government, which means that the three tiers of government should have capacity to meet their social needs of the society. They should be in better position to pay higher wages. They should be in better position to invest in social and infrastructural development projects. And I think that we as citizens must hold the governments at the three tiers of level, at the three levels accountable, because they're going to have significant increase in their earnings. Apart from that, the savings from subsidy. Remember, I mentioned that earnings at distribution was about 815 billion. Federal government was spending, on average, about 6.5 trillion naira as subsidy. That has to be plowed back. So even if you take that 6.5 trillion, and you take it at about 500 billion was spent on subsidy on a monthly basis. If you add back to about 815 billion, you are talking about 1.3 trillion. And then you now have to add the effect of the exchange rate devaluation. So at the 3 tiers of government, we should have more resources for government to build infrastructure, for government to pay for quality education, for quality healthcare, and what have you. So ordinarily, the government's impact of government should have a salutary effect on the welfare of the citizens if the governments are responsible.
So should I take it in a way that perhaps citizens will begin to get the feeling of these policies perhaps in the medium to long term, not in the short term? That is one. Then the second question also is that some time ago, I think it was in May, that banks sent a note out to its customers that are seeking PTA, BTA from a request that anyone that wants dollars from that's from any of the banks, would need to provide a tax clearance. I'm sure you would have known about that. What's the implication of this too? Because what the government is also trying to do, at least with my own knowledge now, is that everybody will go seeking for tax clearance. So you've got to pay your taxes before you get a tax clearance, Mr. Chukwu. Then number 3, what will be the impact on budget deficit?
Okay, let's start from the first aspect of your question. I think every economic policy will always have a lag effect. The petroleum subsidy removal, the lag effect is still on. We've not even seen the full impact on the standard of living of citizens and ability of Nigerians to consume that product. Now, this adjustment of the exchange rate will take some time to manifest on the on all aspects of economic life. So we will always have a lag effect. In terms of the benefit that we accrue to the 3 tiers of government, remember that allocation is always given 1 month in arrears. So the allocation that will come in the month of June will be based on crude sales in May. So the crude sales in June will now be the basis for allocation in July. So at the minimum, you are going to see 1 month lag on the impact on government revenue. So that's that. Then if you talk of the issue of tax, in other countries in America, they tell you that there are only 2 things that are certain: tax and debt. In the country, we just have a few of us. You and I are exceptions. So those who pay our taxes as accurately as our income. So a lot of people do not pay their taxes. And the fact is that if you have to go to any government agency anywhere in the world, you must show that you are a citizen or you have a legal residential status. And if you do that, you must show evidence that you pay your taxes. In UK, for instance, even if you are doing a holiday job, like the allowances we pay youth corp, they still deduct tax from it. Whatever you get as income, you will pay tax on it, unless you're a senior citizen and you are exempted from taxes. But the reality is that asking people who are seeking for any form of interface with the bank to pay tax is a norm elsewhere in the world. I don't think that should be a problem. Those who they were asking to go and bring their tax clearance before they get BT and PTA. One of the things we need to know is that now that the currency has been floated, are you still going to restrict people to a 1,000 naira or 2,000 naira personal travel allowance? I mean, $2,000 personal travel allowance. Or would you allow people to buy PT of up to $4,000 as we used to have?
Okay.
Because if you have that, your money, so why can't you buy PTA that you can pay for your hotel accommodation and pay for your feeding when you travel out of the country?
Okay, Mr. Chukwu, we have 5 minutes, and let me roll all of this in because it seems I have a lot more to ask, but the time is just fast spent. Now, you talked about, okay, let me take it from the bottom. We're talking about the flotation of this market now. Where will the supply really come from? Will the banks have a supply of these dollars or FX to give to his customers. Then number two, the challenge around Emirates Airlines, I guess that's what it's called, in terms of its money is being stuck in Nigeria. It can't send dollars back to where it's from. How do you think that can be addressed, or does this now with time sufficiently solve that problem? Number three, the World Bank and the IMF, they have consistently for the past, in terms of what you call staggered devaluation that we've seen from the central bank in the past few years. Why did you call it staggered devaluation? Because devaluation is a deliberate downward adjustment of a currency against another currency, which is now Naira against the dollar, perhaps to boost exports, to reduce budget deficit and what have you. So, and of course, that example can be seen from China of many years ago when, I think it still does it, anytime he wants to just devalue his currency to boost exports. So, Mr. Chukufaya, it's insane. I understand. You are wasting my time, I'm not hearing.
Foreign exchange earnings will largely still be up from the central bank, from export of crude oil and the export of gas. So in that case, that is actually the greatest concern about the policy that was announcement that was made yesterday. That does the central bank have the capacity today to intervene in the market and ensure you maintain market stability? If we do not have that, I had also said that all the bets will be off because you're going to see a sharp decline in your exchange rate. You're going to see uptick in inflation. You're going to see prices of refined petroleum products go up, and this could lead to some social issues in the country. So you're not going to see a material change in the supply in the next couple of months and the next few years. Then that takes us to the issue around the demand by Emirates and other airlines for them to repatriate their ticket sales. One of the things that I had to emphasize the need for central bank to have capacity to intervene in the market is because those people whose monies were held up in central bank that have been bidding to have their money repatriated, we now need to quickly approach the central bank because they will lock in their losses. For instance, somebody had a 460 million naira and he was supposed to get $1 million. Today, that amount will give the person about $600,000. And the person will now need to assess effects from the central bank or from the financial system, from the market to repatriate. That person needs to, that demand needs to be met. So all areas of demand that have been seeking from the CBN window to meet their repatriation must be met. If we don't do that, it will create panic. That panic will spill over into the market in form of higher demand. And that higher demand will trip the exchange rate to a lower rate. So that has to be done, which is why it is critical that central bank has a muscle to meet the demand. Then on the issue of standard devaluation, when a central bank, when a currency is managed the way Nigerian currency was managed, and then you have a shift at regular intervals at a lower exchange rate, it then means it's a design, what we call staggered devaluation, because you are devaluing your currency at intervals. It's not like what we have now, where they said the market is going to be floating, and then market forces will determine.
Okay, Mr. Chukwu, I think we'll leave it at that because time is fast spent. We'll continue this conversation on another day. Of course, let's see how the impact will be, but many thanks for joining me this morning. I hope today was not more of an economics class for you. I know you've been to Harvard, so this is just a small fry. So thank you. Thank you for joining me today. All right, I've been speaking with Johnson Chukwu, who is the Group Managing Director at Carry Asset Management. We've been talking about the floating of the Naira, the unification of the foreign exchange market. I'll see you all again tomorrow. Be the best you can be and be the change that you want to see. I am Nancy Najibai now.
Dokpesi, 1951 to 2023.
you find a lot of people will tell you, why should you enjoy yourself? Why should you cause this thing? You only die once. Die so that you can be properly remembered as one who died for the good of all. We must all join hands to salvage this country. The media, the politicians, the academia, all of us have to get together and salvage this country.
Raymond Dokpesi, 1951 to 2023.
as part of intervention plans to mitigate the effects of fuel subsidy removal. According to the governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, who spoke for the council, the intervention will include a recommended sum of between 23.5 billion and 45 billion naira per month as petroleum allowance to cushion the effect on civil servants. This is in addition to other suggestions to review salaries and wages of public servants. What was not made very clear about this proposal, for which a committee of the council has now been empaneled to review and draw up a term of reference, is whether this palliative package will be extended beyond federal civil servants to include workers in the public services of the various states. When President Bola Ahmed Tinubu announced an end to fuel subsidy on his inauguration day on May 29, it was immediately felt by every Nigerian and, of course, businesses as well. This presupposes that any thought of ways and means of alleviating the consequent hardships should be holistic to include all Nigerians, particularly the most vulnerable in the Nigerian society, the multidimensionally poor amongst the Nigerian populace. The multidimensional poverty index, which was released last year, shows that there are about 133 million Nigerians who are multidimensionally poor out of a population of about 200 million. Now, statistics indicate that nearly 12% of the world's population in extreme poverty live in Nigeria alone. Considering the poverty threshold of $1.90 per day. Now, there is no doubt that the removal of fuel subsidy in the last 3 weeks has worsened that situation and driven more people deeper into extreme poverty. There is also no doubt that it is not only public sector workers who constitute a fraction of the population that are severely impacted by this development. The question that has been playing on the lips of many since the NEC announcement last Thursday is why the consideration for only public sector employees, who constitute just about 2.1 million by 2020 records and data. What happens to the staggering number of private sector workers, the self-employed in the informal sector, those who are in trading, in agriculture, apprenticeship, household employees, and, of course, the unemployed who constitute the vast majority of Nigerians. What palliatives are being considered for these categories of people? Why the disaggregation between public sector Nigerians and others in the provision of welfare packages to alleviate the hardship that has been brought about by the fuel subsidy removal? We shall also be looking at how far the proposed 702 billion naira allowance for workers can go and what ripple effects it is or it can have on the economy. These are the issues we'll be looking at on the program today. And of course, I'm joined by two gentlemen. First, my guest who is here in the studio, Aliko Victor. Mr. Aliko Victor is a development economist and policy analyst. Thank you so much, Mr. Victor, for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We are joined virtually from Lagos by an economist, Paul Alaje. Paul Alaje, of course, is a familiar face on our programs. Mr. Alaje, thank you so much for finding time to join us. All right, so hopefully Mr. Alaje should join us in a while. But let's take a short break. When we return, we will be bringing you a clip of what the Bauchi State Governor, Bala Mohammed, said after the or at the end of that inaugural NEC meeting, which took place right here in the presidential villa here in Abuja.
23 or to 45 billion monthly offer to cushion the effect to workers. Another suggestion that will go a long way in making sure that there is review of our salaries and wages. And in addition to the palliation that Governor Kadina has said, government looked at all the issues, the challenges and problems holistically and set up a small committee of council to review and come up with a term of reference to recognize areas specifically where this palliation can come and how it will be dispensed to alleviate the problem of workers and other vulnerable groups. Members of the committee, the membership is composed of Governor of Kebbi as chairman, Governor of Anambra representing the southeast, geopolitical zone, Governor of Benue, North Central, Governor of Kaduna, Northwest, my humble self representing the Northeast, Governor of Cross River, South-South, and Governor of Oyo State, Southwest. Other relevant agencies were also included. They comprised of Budget Office, representative of the CBN, representative of the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, representative of NNPC, representative of TUC and NLC, and of course Rukayat Rufai, so that we can sit within 2 weeks to come up with a recommendation to NEC.
Of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed there, who spoke on behalf of the National Economic Council after his meeting last Thursday here in the nation's capital, and of course read out the names of members of that committee that is supposed to do a review and put forward a term of reference for the council to consider in deciding whether or not the 702 billion naira recommendation by the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission should be paid as allowances to workers. Now, the question is, how far can that go? And how many Nigerians are likely to benefit from that?
Thank you for having me. A beautiful afternoon to you, sir.
Beautiful afternoon. Right. So let's begin this way. What do you think of these recommendations that have now been made to the National Economic Council, which had its first meeting last Thursday? I mean, it's instructive that the very first business the council had to deal with was considering the recommendation of the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission?
Well, I would like to say that it is popular knowledge to say prevention is better than cure, but do nothing is worse than cure. So what that means is when we talk of the decision to remove subsidy, the best option would have been to prevent the hardship of subsidy removal on the people. So if we are provided local refineries, which are spoken on your platform over 100 times, if I'm not exaggerating, across shows. Again, what is available to Nigeria now is how do we provide. Our government is proposing, let us share money to household, maybe 10 million household. Remember that that is not the decision of this administration. The former administration felt that was the right thing, and we heard the former Minister of Finance said that was the thing they were going to proceed to the new administration. But in the real sense of it, what must be done? And just cash palliative, can it solve the problem? The answer is no. Cash palliative alone would not solve the problem. There are several other options that we think that government should consider so that the decision to help those that government is always interested in protecting, the poor, will eventually be protected. I will start with